In the room, illuminated by flickering candlelight, Rebel whispered, "Let's see." She observed carefully, thinking, "I must have searched everywhere in here already." I received a tip that the second son of the Tellin family is here, apparently wanting to enjoy a bit of his last remaining freedom before getting married. A nobleman deceiving his fiancée, if that made it to the front page, it would certainly be the hottest news of the month. Rebel wondered, but where is the young lord? Suddenly, a syrupy voice cried out, "Venica, my love." She immediately realized, that sound seems to be coming from over there. Someone replied, "I'll do anything for you." Rebel sprightly opened the door. The voice sounded familiar. She paused for a moment. Wait a minute. Inside the room, Roland expressed, "You know how much I love you, don't you?" Venica affectionately replied, "Of course I do, Roland." Rebel trembled slightly. Roland! She couldn't believe her eyes. Is that Roland? No, it can't be. In her shock, Rebel couldn't help but drop the wine glasses to the floor. She ran off in despair. What is Roland doing here, and why is he with another woman?
No, this can't be, never. Suddenly, a brilliant light exploded around her body, her long hair shimmering as it flew. Rebel transformed into a beautiful princess. She was still bewildered, thinking he would never do that to her. I am Rebel Isabella, daughter of Viscount Isabella. Believe it or not, my special ability is to transform into many different identities. I used that power to secretly operate under the identity of Reporter Belle. You must be wondering why a noble lady like me has to live such a double life, right? It's because Viscount Isabella gambled away every last coin in the house, leaving me to fend for myself. Roland was the only ray of hope in my dull life, my sweet, kind fiancé. I told myself that marrying him would be my ticket to happiness. Facing the harsh reality, Rebel was furious, but it turned out to be nothing more than a pipe dream. I swear, everything started going downhill the moment I woke up in this strange novel.
A confidential bar where what happens here will forever remain a secret, and masks are mandatory. She sat alone at a table, sobbing. Suddenly an offer came. "Miss, would you like to try this cocktail? A potent brew to lull you to sleep, for ladies who wish to forget their sorrows." The young man introduced, "It will help you, miss, forget all your worries." But when he saw the empty glasses on the table, he gaped. "Huh?" The young man quickly slipped away. "Just call me if you need anything, miss." Rebel's heart was heavy. It still wasn't enough. She staggered to her feet, looking towards the next table. Rebel walked over and said, "Give me something stronger than what you just offered. It needs to be strong enough for me to completely forget this night."
She stumbled and bumped into Sistine, apologizing. Immediately after, Rebel lost her footing and accidentally slipped. She closed her eyes tightly, falling helplessly. A moment later, Rebel still found herself steady and was surprised. Wait, what is this? A handsome face with a golden mask appeared before her eyes. She was completely in his arms, utterly astonished. Rebel was nervous, but didn't forget to say, "Thank you, sir." She thought to herself, he politely caught her, but didn't even ask if she was okay. He doesn't seem very friendly. Rebel then sat next to Sistine and started a conversation. "Hey, I just got dumped today." He was indifferent to her words. "Is that so?" Rebel recounted. "He cheated on me with another woman." She secretly wondered why she was telling this to a stranger. She always ends up blurting things out like this. Looking at his reaction, Rebel was puzzled. Did he just smile? She followed suit. "It's really funny, isn't it? I mean, look at what a jerk he is." Sistine nodded a few times, which amused Rebel. "You really know how to listen." She took his hand and suggested, "Hey, maybe I should also play around with other guys, right? Why not? Or maybe you could be that person." Rebel stated bluntly, "Marry me." The atmosphere around them suddenly changed. Sistine was astonished. "This is..." She still held his hand tightly, and with a surge of energy, Sistine immediately widened his eye, sensing it. Then he just smiled faintly. "Marry you? All right." The next day, under a clear blue sky, Rebel groaned. "My head hurts so much." She recalled, "I went to the secret pub yesterday, but how did I get home?"
"Oh well, I'm home anyway. Let's see, is there any interesting news?" Huh? What's this? The newspaper content appeared. "I am Lord Roland's fiancée. The embarrassing lie led Lady Rebel to face public humiliation." The false declaration of her engagement to Lord Roland was exposed, publicly humiliating Lady Rebel Isabella. Back in February, in a high society lounge, Lady Rebel announced her engagement to Lord Roland. Rebel cursed. First it was the affair, and now this cursed newspaper article. That bastard Roland. When reporters asked about his engagement to Lady Rebel, Lord Roland simply dismissed it as a joke. After that humiliating incident, many people saw Lady Rebel wandering around looking distraught. Meanwhile, the wedding date between Lady Venica and Lord Roland had not yet been officially announced. She fumed. Who the hell are Reporter Chu and Reporter Shu? Rebel crumpled the newspaper in anger. They even published it on the front page, clearly determined to make her as miserable as possible. A fire raged within her. Unable to bear it, Rebel left the room, and after walking a short distance, she suddenly turned back. She wondered who would come so early in the morning. She was in no mood to receive guests. A knight spoke up. "Lady Rebel, are you there?" This is a letter of acceptance for the marriage proposal from House Duranta. Rebel quickly threw it away. A letter of acceptance for a marriage proposal? What kind of scam was this now? She hadn't even met Grand Duke Duranta. If it were real, her groom, or rather the Grand Duke, would have come in person. A few days later, another letter arrived. To Lady Rebel, please come to the Duranta estate. Only then did Rebel gape, unable to believe what was happening. The knight then introduced himself. I am Aaron, a knight of House Duranta. I have been ordered to escort you to the mansion. He respectfully invited her to step into the carriage. She sat in the carriage, her eyes still fixed on the letter. The carriage quickly set off, beginning the journey. Rebel still hadn't recovered her senses. She remained open-mouthed throughout the ride. She bowed her head in silence. Was she getting married? To the Grand Duke? Was this real? No, absolutely not. Anyone but Grand Duke Duranta. If she met him, she was sure to die. Her phone screen lit up, displaying, "There's no such thing as true love in this world."
The protagonist of the novel is Grand Duke Sistine von Duranta, who fell in love with Lady Jury, but she became disillusioned upon realizing he wasn't the power-hungry type. So Lady Jury abandoned the Grand Duke and married Duke Philippe, who constantly craved royal power. They then conspired to stage a rebellion. The cry of rebel echoed, and she was utterly indignant. Huh? Wait, what's going on? What about Grand Duke Duranta? In their romance? Feeling betrayed, Sistine personally took action to end Lady Jury's life and sought to quell the rebellion. So it turns out it wasn't a fantasy romance novel at all, but rather a grim, non-romantic fantasy novel.
There's no such thing as true love in this world. The story's ending is nothing but a bloody massacre. In the novel, Rebel was one of the minor characters who died at Sistine's hands. Initially, I thought her death was due to her involvement in the rebellion, but it turned out the reason was completely different. It sounds absurd, but she secretly stalked the Grand Duke out of admiration. Just as Sistine was overly vigilant because of the rebellion, he didn't hesitate to end Rebel's life. Thus, my rules for survival: 1. Absolutely no stalking. It's a crime. 2. Don't flaunt your identity. The safest place is your bed. Long live staying at home. Avoid gatherings with nobles. Stay as far away from the Grand Duke as possible, or face a tragic end. I swore repeatedly that I must survive. Rebel was resolute. I don't want to die a meaningless death. Never. However, the knight announced, "We've arrived." She quickly stepped down from the carriage. The servants in the castle respectfully greeted, "Welcome, Duchess." Rebel was stunned. What in the world was happening? The maid immediately led the way. "Please follow me, Duchess. The Grand Duke will be here shortly. Please make yourself at home." She looked around, wondering, what is this all about? The servants were incredibly attentive, and with this castle full of luxurious furnishings, she must finally be at the Grand Duke's mansion.
Rebel, calm down. Rebel, take a deep breath. Even if you're thrown into a tiger's den, as long as you show your sharpness, you'll survive. It seems there's been some misunderstanding, so I just need to talk to him and break off the engagement and it'll be over. A voice rang out. His Highness has arrived. The maid respectfully greeted, "Welcome, Your Highness." She also respectfully said, "It's an honor to meet the Grand Duke." Sistine spoke, "You don't need to bow to me." He gently lifted Rebel's pretty face. Sistine expressed, "My beloved bride, we finally meet." She thought in surprise, "Bride." The two quickly sat down at a table for tea and pastries. He introduced himself. "I am Sistine von Duranta." Rebel replied, I am Rebel Isabella." She nervously stared at the teacup in her hand, then subtly glanced at Sistine. In the novel, Rebel had said, "His magnificent golden hair, reminiscent of his royal lineage, his calm and cold blue eyes, exuded a radiant aura. Almost anyone would be captivated by the Grand Duke."
Rebel blushed. She was right. Sistine was indeed incredibly handsome. Perhaps marrying him would be a great idea, wouldn't it? No, Rebel, you must curb your infatuation with handsome men. She put down her teacup and spoke. "Your Highness." Sistine replied. "What?" Rebel confirmed. "Are you sure? I mean, you're not mistaking me for someone else, are you?" He replied bluntly. "Rebel, I assure you." Well, she tried to prove. Then perhaps there's some misunderstanding. Sistine remained firm. "There isn't." Rebel hesitated. "Do I need to mention that article?" She decided to reveal. "Your Highness, with all due respect, I once read that you declared you would be the last descendant of the Duranta bloodline." Hearing that, he lowered his voice. "Yes, but everyone will object anyway, so our marriage will not be hindered by anyone or anything." Rebel was utterly confused. Is he really so certain about this marriage that he's willing to retract his declaration, even though there's nothing between us? Sistine probed. "Rebel, don't you want to be a Grand Duchess?" She hesitated. "It's not that, it's just," he immediately retorted, "you were the one who proposed to me, and the letter of acceptance for the engagement is simply my answer." At this, Rebel was stunned. "What?" Sistine gently reminded her. That night, you also promised that if we spent the night together, no matter who I was, you would stay by my side for life, and that you loved me more than anyone else in this world.
She was lost in thought as he said, "What the hell are you talking about? You're a bit confusing. So why are you acting like you don't know anything? You even took my virginity." Rebel exclaimed in shock. "What? Me?" Sistine clarified. "Yes, you climbed on top of me first. I even have marks here. Want to see?" She covered her face gloomily. No need. Rebel searched her memories. Lately, besides home, she had also been frequenting pubs. What happened between her and him after she got completely drunk? It seemed he wasn't lying. No matter what happened that day, she couldn't marry him. She quickly came up with an excuse. If I become a lady, my hobbies might ruin the reputation of the Duranta family.
Sistine replied sternly, "Does it threaten this empire?" Rebel pondered. If it's dangerous, then it can't really be called a hobby, can it? She immediately spoke up. "No, it doesn't." He instantly accepted. "In that case, you are free to do whatever you like." Sistine further inquired, "But I still have to ask, what is this hobby?" Rebel mused. "Although this hobby isn't a threat to the empire, it will certainly cause you concern. In fact, it's more accurate to call it a profession, because the person who wrote the article raising doubts about your masculinity is me. To be precise, I didn't choose to write that article. I mean, why would I want to get involved with him, unless I wanted a tragic end like in a novel? But you know, life is full of twists and turns." Rebel thought sadly. "I chose the wrong time to transform." She was in utter panic. Surely no one saw, right? But contrary to her wish of no one seeing, there was an editor behind her. Huh? He looked at Rebel dumbfounded and asked, "Reporter Bell?" Because she was his daughter. The story began when I was accidentally caught by the editor-in-chief during my transformation.
The editor, as if he had her by the throat, immediately laid out his terms for her silence. "You want me to keep your identity a secret? That's a small matter, as long as Reporter Bell—" "No, Miss Rebel does me a small favor." Rebel was so anxious that her fingers rubbed against each other, and she asked again, "A small favor?" He smirked. "Write a scoop for me. You can do that, right?" After that incident, she angrily slammed her quill pen onto the table and yelled, "Does he think scoops just fall from the sky? If so, I would have written one ages ago. Now what am I supposed to write about?" Countless women yearned to marry the Grand Duke for myriad reasons, perhaps for power, love, or something else, making desperate attempts to become the Grand Duchess. Countless images flashed through her mind. A woman carrying a baby. "Your Highness, this child is yours." Another woman, holding a sharp object, cried out in anguish, "If you don't marry me, I will kill myself right here." Some even went so far as to harm themselves. Finally, Sistine stood on a platform solemnly declaring, "I will not marry anyone. The Duranta bloodline will end here." As a result, he declared he would remain single forever. If the Grand Duke had no heir, the Duranta family would be wiped out, and the land's sovereignty would revert to the royal family.
Rebel tried to deduce. Why go so far as to declare such a thing? He gains nothing from it. There must be a reason behind it. That's when I started investigating. A man's voice rang out. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. It took a lot of effort to collect this much. This item is famous for its aphrodisiac and kidney-strengthening properties. Lately, everyone uses it, nobles and commoners alike." Rebel gasped as she looked at the plants under the cloth. "Is that Leia herb? But I thought it went extinct due to excessive demand." The hooded figure happily held the money bag. "Doing business with you always brings trust. My master sends his thanks." Her mind quickly put things together. Wait, why does his face look familiar? That's right, he's the Grand Duke's man. Does that mean Grand Duke Duranta bought that herb? The merchant bowed respectfully. "I am deeply honored, sir." Rebel's eyes gleamed under the moonlight. "But why Leia? He's not even married, so why would he buy that aphrodisiac? Wait, I get it now. Grand Duke, wait, no, his vow to renounce marriage is due to impotence." Elsewhere, shouts echoed everywhere. The editor took her idea and burst out laughing. "Reporter Bell, you're truly courageous to dare write an article about the Grand Duke. It's sure to be a sensational scoop. Don't worry, I won't reveal your secret. Now we'll publish it on the front page." The articles were quickly circulated. Breaking news, breaking news. The Grand Duke's secret has been revealed. Breaking news. Grand Duke Sistine von Duranta. The Duranta bloodline will die out from here. Grand Duke Sistine von Duranta, the man who rarely appeared in public, recently made a controversial statement. The article, which mentioned the Grand Duke's marriage and the Leia herb, caused a public stir, with everyone buzzing about its scandalous content. The people read it and quickly believed it, perhaps because deep down they had also thought so. It's clear the Grand Duke is impotent. No wonder he gave up on marriage, huh? As Rebel walked past, a comment startled her. Who wrote this article? Reporter Bell? I must say, that's very bold. And I, Reporter Bell, the author of that article, also became famous. Surely, if he finds out and summons me, there's no doubt that would be the end for me.
Sistine sat in front of her, calmly chatting.
My mother has recently been very fond of watching trains race against horse-drawn carriages. Are your interests similar? Rebel spoke up worriedly. No. But here we are discussing marriage. She nervously lowered her gaze, not daring to look directly at him. Anyway, he seems very determined. I have no reason left to refuse. Perhaps I should just marry him then. If I become a duchess, that would be the life I've always dreamed of. But, Rebel, imagine Sistine angrily clutching a newspaper. Rebel, she replied calmly. Yes. He coldly held it out for Rebel to see. Are you the reporter Belle? Breaking news. The Grand Duchess and her secret identity is reporter Belle. What if he finds out? She imagined herself trying to explain. My dear husband. But Sistine's tone didn't soften. Instead, it grew heavier. If you are reporter Belle, then you're the one who wrote this article.
Rebel knelt down in agony. I have no choice. Please believe me. I once thought about telling the truth, but I was afraid you would kill me. He yelled loudly, full of reproach. Do you know how many rumors I've had to face just because of that article? It's not just me. You've also ruined the reputation of the royal family, insulted me and the royal family like this, and now you will have to bear the consequences. Drag her out. Rebel was bewildered as she thought about the future. No, marrying him would be no different from suicide. What should I do? Sistine saw her suffering and spoke up. Seeing that you don't seem to want to speak, I won't force you anymore. As I said before, as long as it doesn't threaten this empire, you are free to pursue your interests. Also, feel free to do whatever you like. Just don't refuse this marriage, because I need you, Rebel. You said you wanted to become a Grand Duchess, didn't you? Then become my wife and stay by my side. So, all that's left is to meet both sets of parents and organize the wedding. Actually, why don't we go meet the Empress Dowager right away? Rebel flinched.
She asked in a panic, Now? Sistine picked up his watch and looked at it. It's not your bedtime yet, so I'm sure you won't mind. Contrary to his wishes, she didn't want to at all, but I did. Rebel quickly came up with an excuse. The clothes I'm wearing are quite shabby. I don't think my attire is suitable for meeting the Empress Dowager. He comforted her. Don't worry, she really likes vintage styles. She couldn't understand that definition. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's vintage. Sistine added, Besides, no matter what, you're still very beautiful. Those words made Rebel blush. Oh my goodness. The maid standing at the gate bowed as the carriage departed. Duke, Duchess Duranta, have a pleasant journey. Sitting in the carriage, she slumped sadly, thinking, I don't know what to say, so I guess I'll just go with him. I couldn't cancel the engagement. The thing I should be doing is canceling the engagement, dealing directly with the Grand Duke. And on top of that, I still have to go meet the Empress Dowager. Rebel Isabella, you're asking for trouble, aren't you, when the article I wrote becomes a hot topic? A strange thing happened. The editor-in-chief had disappeared. Confused, she asked the manager, Is he on leave so suddenly? He stammered, unsure how to answer. Well, Rebel pressed, when will he be back? The manager could only give a vague answer. It's hard to say. Worried, she asked further. What? So he might not come back? The manager couldn't answer, quickly ran towards the door. Please don't ask anything more. Rebel, puzzled, tried to call out, Hey! I never saw the editor-in-chief again after that. Judging by the way that man reacted, he might have been silenced by some force.
Since the article was about the Grand Duke, it could be, a carriage arrived at the palace. The Dowager stood by the window looking down. A maid entered to announce, Your Majesty, the Grand Duke's carriage has arrived, and he is accompanied by a young lady. She coldly replied, I see. The Dowager walked calmly. Her voice was cold. I finally get to meet her. The investigation report on Rebel Isabella and reporter Belle was based on the editor-in-chief's testimony. The imperial palace was lavish and magnificent. Rebel was so hesitant that she unconsciously bit her nails, wondering if it was too late to run now. Sistine gently asked, Rebel, are you all right?
She quickly composed herself, forcing a smile. Yes, I'm a little nervous. After all, this is my first time meeting Her Majesty. He spoke proudly of her. Don't worry, she's very kind. Rebella stiffened. Sistine, if only that were true. Magic-powered trains raced against horse-drawn carriages, propelled by human power. People shouted, Faster, let's go. Let's test how many people a carriage can hold. Add more. She had a peculiar habit of wanting to test human limits. The manager asked anxiously, Dowager Empress, where are you going? The Dowager replied dejectively, Back to the palace. This time's results are even worse than last time. It's no fun at all. Don't let me see them again. The people, and even the horses at the scene, cried out desperately, Dowager Empress, please have mercy. If she was in a bad mood, the participants could forget about living in peace. Their lives would become miserable. She sat sternly on her chair, slowly explaining, The law states that treason is punishable by beheading, but out of consideration for our past, I will be merciful to you. Jump into the ocean. If you survive, I will forgive you and restore your freedom. With her perfect intelligence network, she precisely identified the traitors. Beneath the ocean were countless hungry sharks. The Dowager's cheerful voice rang out, Good luck, and she punished them in the most brutal way imaginable.
She laughed coldly, forcefully broke the fan. erased all traces of the traitors, and burned all their possessions to ashes. That wasn't enough. She even turned the traitors' lands into barren deserts. At this moment, the dowager smiled and called, "Sistine." He gently bowed, turning his face towards her. "Hello, mother." "My son," the dowager chuckled happily. "It's so good to see you." But in front of the Grand Duke, she presented herself as a loving and caring mother to her 2 sons, so of course he thought she was kind. She turned and asked, "Who is this?" Sistine quickly explained, "My wife, Grand Duchess Duranta." Rebel bowed deeply and greeted, "It is an honor to meet your majesty. I am Rebel Isabella, daughter of Viscount Isabella." The dowager looked at her trembling hand and pondered. Rebel broke out in a cold sweat from anxiety. Is she afraid I know her true identity? Or should I play a trick to see how Sistine reacts? She remained bowed for quite a long time, her body seemingly in pain, thinking fearfully, "She still hasn't told me to stand up. How much longer do I have to stay like this?" The dowager's cold voice rang out, "I already told you to raise your head." Rebel gasped at the absurd statement. When had she? The dowager deliberately teased her again. "It seems there's a lot of pressure on your neck, isn't there? Or perhaps I can help, by chopping off your head, so you won't have to bear that weight anymore."
What do you think? Sistine couldn't stand by any longer and spoke up. "Mother, your jokes seem to be making Rebel more anxious than amused. Since this is your first time meeting, why don't you two try talking to understand each other better?" The dowager was pleased to see him shielding her. "I knew it," she thought. "This girl will make Sistine better." She held her stomach, laughing loudly, then gently composed herself, smiling softly. "I'm sorry. I should have helped you feel comfortable, but it turns out I made you more anxious. I scared you. This marriage makes me very happy. Thank goodness Sistine has finally fallen in love. I'm as eager to meet you as I am to meet my son. Welcome to the royal palace." The dowager patted his shoulder. "Sistine, give us some privacy." Sistine asked back, puzzled. "Why?" While Rebel was surprised, the dowager addressed her. "Don't worry, I just want to talk to the young lady alone for a moment." He gently looked towards her, his eyes glistening as if pleading. "You won't leave me alone, will you? Even though there are a few minor issues, we're about to be legally married, aren't we? As husband and wife, we should stick together no matter what. You told me I didn't need to worry because you were here. Have you forgotten?" But there was no escaping it. The dowager, having pulled Rebel away, cheerfully said, "It won't take too long. Wait for me in the art room." Sistine was very obedient. "Yes, mother." She led her into the room, and the door closed. The dowager's hand on her shoulder made her jump, and she said gently, "Now let's sit down and chat. Enjoy a cup of tea with me, Reporter Bell." What she feared had finally come to pass. She was doomed. She knew it. The dowager knew everything. Rebel's trembling hand tried to pour the tea. "How did you know my identity? Or was the editor-in-chief's sudden disappearance?" The dowager gently lifted her teacup, giving a wry smile. "You're quite sharp, aren't you? Only a fool wouldn't look into that article. No need to say more. I was very surprised to receive Sistine's letter. I have received a marriage proposal from Lady Rebel of the Isabella family. Although I previously declared no interest in marriage, meeting her has made me reconsider. If you and His Majesty approve, I wish to marry Lady Rebel Isabella so that she may become my Grand Duchess. He once said he wouldn't marry, but now he wants the royal family to approve his marriage to Reporter Bell." She quietly asked, "So does the Grand Duke also know I am Belle?" The dowager reassured her, "No, he doesn't." But it is said that he was so furious upon reading that article that he broke 3 or 4 chairs. His servant tried to calm him, saying, "Your Highness, please calm yourself. Do you think he would marry me if he knew I was the one who wrote the article?" Rebel, already anxious, grew even more so. She fearfully thought about her own fate. What would become of her? Beheaded? Fed to the fish? Meanwhile, the dowager said something completely contrary to her thoughts. "Since your engagement has been approved, and you've already come here to meet me, next we will arrange to meet your parents, choose the venue and wedding dress, plan the ceremony, and then you two can live happily ever after." As the dowager was fantasizing, Rebel was so confused that she slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Wait a minute! You know my identity and my actions, and instead of punishing me, you're allowing your son to marry me?" Without letting her finish, the dowager quickly explained the reason. "That's not all. I'll keep your secret, and I'll even tell you who Reporter Shu is." Rebel was particularly sensitive to this name, Reporter Shu. She quickly recalled the past, wondering who they were to write about her like that. When reporters asked about his engagement to Miss Rebel, Sir Roland merely treated it as a joke. After that humiliating incident, many people saw Miss Rebel wandering around looking distraught. Meanwhile, the wedding day between Miss Venica and Lord Roland had not yet been officially announced. They even published it on the front page. They must have been determined to make her look as pathetic as possible. At the very least, they should have hidden it on the last page. The reporters wrote those humiliating words. She had been completely manipulated by those scoundrels. Rebel asked cheerfully, "Really?" The dowager tried to tease her a little more. "But on the condition that you do as I say.
Nothing in this world is free, you know that, don't you? It's not difficult at all. As long as you comply, even if your identity is revealed later, I guarantee you'll be safe with Sistine.
She happily thought, meaning she no longer needed to be afraid, and quickly wanted to meet her conditions. What do you need me for? The dowager said coldly again, sit down first. First, I need to tell you about Sistine. Sistine recalled a childhood memory. Beneath his feet were crowds of people lying scattered in pools of blood. A dying blond man on the ground stared at him, his hand reaching up, pointing at him, struggling to say, you. Sistine could only tremble in fear, his pupils wide, his body stiff. The man finished the remaining 3 words, you freak. Suddenly, a servant's call pulled him back to reality. Your Highness, may I lead you to the art gallery? Sistine replied, no need, I will stay here. He let the servant leave, then stood in contemplation, tormenting himself. I shouldn't marry anyone. The mana flowing within me can always harm those around me. Even if that didn't happen, even though I am now the emperor, my brother still frequently competes with me, making it even harder for me to marry into a powerful family. So I swore off marriage, and never thought I would go against that decision. And then I met Rebel. Sistine recalled the scene when Rebel unexpectedly proposed to him, marry me. The more Sistine thought about it, the more he was immersed in a flutter of emotions as she came closer. A refreshing sense of peace enveloped me, and that feeling grew even stronger when we held hands. For the first time in my life, the chaotic mana flow in my chest, which always threatened to consume me, felt extinguished.
Rebel then expressed her views on marriage. You know, I also have my own career, so when I become a wife, I won't be dependent or clingy to anyone. I also won't force you to go out and earn money, and I will absolutely respect my partner's privacy. He told himself, she has a strange ability to soothe the mana flow within me. As soon as she finished speaking, Sistine agreed. Marry her? All right, he thought. I really need the soothing feeling she brings. That time, after hearing that, Rebel joyfully exclaimed, let's go. Sistine wondered, go where? Hey, where are we going? She took his hand and led him into a room. Rebel pushed Sistine onto the bed and then subtly asked him, I bet even if I asked, you wouldn't tell me your name, would you? So let me introduce myself first. I am Rebel Isabella. Rebel Isabella. Don't you think it's a beautiful name? Sistine shyly repeated the name. Rebel. He wondered, what's happening? Then, helplessly, he told Rebel, you're drunk. We should go out and... She suddenly cut him off. Why? We've already agreed to get married. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Sistine grabbed her hand and affirmed, no, I'm not. Are you sure? Rebel leaned in to kiss him and replied, sure.
Sistine thought to himself, our first night was as unexpected as this marriage arrangement. That night their clothes were scattered across the floor. Rebel, breathless and exhilarated, was immersed in satisfaction. She touched his cheek and called out her fiancé, Roland's name. Sistine recalled, although I was very surprised when she accidentally called me by another man's name. Rebel, in a daze, said with a resentful, whimpering voice, I won't forgive you. You'll pay for this, you bastard. At that moment, he comforted himself. I persuaded myself that this marriage would ultimately be advantageous to both sides. Back in the Dowager Empress's chambers, Rebel, bewildered, asked her, does the Grand Duke never show emotion? The Dowager replied, that's right. I've never known if he was happy or sad or what he wanted. He always keeps his feelings to himself, even with his own family members. How is he when he's with you? Does he behave the same way? She hesitated, scratching her face for a moment.
Rebel assessed that he truly wasn't one to outwardly express emotions. She recalled Sistine gently kissing her hand and saying, then please, stay by my side, be my Grand Duchess. She made her observation, but when he wanted something, he was very direct. The image of him gazing at her intently and softly calling, Rebel, flashed in her mind, making her face flush. Rebel awkwardly said, I think. The Dowager looked at her with deep affection and revealed, he's a different person when he's with you. I'm not surprised, especially when he sent that letter asking for permission to marry in the middle of the night. Anyway, do you know that when I received that letter, I approved it immediately? That day, as soon as she held the letter, she rushed to the Emperor's chambers and called out, my son, which surprised Rebel. Mother, you're waking the Emperor up in the middle of the night like this. The Dowager happily replied, I'm so overjoyed that I want to approve your brother's wish right now.
It's been too long since Sistine was an adorable child held in her arms, innocently calling Mother my child. The Dowager Empress, caressing the letter, recounted ever since Sistine knew what he wanted. I want to see him like he was as a child, sharing with me what delighted him, crying sometimes, laughing a lot, simply enjoying life very much. So I want to ask for your help. Help him express his inner emotions, whether love, hate, or anger. Rebel suddenly paused. Wait, so she wants me to melt his icy heart? But we only spent one night together, and as a result, we got married.
The only time he showed true emotion was when he said he wanted to get married. Other than that, he never expressed anything to me. So how can I make him thaw? It's impossible. I have to refuse. So she withdrew her hand, skillfully refusing her. Thank you, Dowager Empress, for considering me, a humble Viscount's daughter, for this task, and for offering such a generous reward. But, Dowager Empress, it pains me greatly to say that. I must refuse. The Dowager Empress calmly replied, My dear, I have never heard any refusal. I remember you being very straightforward, not one to beat around the bush, am I right? Upon hearing this, Rebel was stunned and wondered, how does she know so much about me? She then addressed her, I understand. I will be straightforward then.
Even though His Highness wants me to marry him, it's not love, and I'm not good at evoking emotions in others. Dowager gently set down her teacup and advised Rebel, You've done it once before. There's no need to underestimate yourself. Do you remember I told you he broke a chair just because of you? Last time the servants had to shout to intervene. Your Highness, please calm down. She flinched. It was because of that article. She continued the story, saying that ever since then he had been quite curious about Reporter Bell. Grand Duke Duranta, the truth about his smelly feet. Grand Duke Duranta, not very dashing in real life. Exclusive, why Grand Duke Duranta is in such a hurry to marry. Special report, the private world of Grand Duke Duranta. If you continue to publish such provocative articles, what if it makes him open up more? Rebel asked Dowager skeptically, You want him to break me like he broke a chair? She waved her hand, burst out laughing, and assured her, Of course not. I promised to protect you, didn't I? If you refuse, you'll regret it. After your wedding, you will live a life of wealth and splendor, freed from your gambling addict father. Furthermore, I will announce to the public that you are the new Grand Duchess of this empire.
Everyone knows about your new status. Rebel's expression suddenly changed, and a name flashed in her mind, Roland. Seeing Rebel's expression, which indicated she had grasped her intentions, the Dowager was pleased and praised her. Very clever. I'm sure you've understood what I'm trying to say. You can take your time to think about how you want to exact your revenge, but I need an answer right now. I'm asking one last time. Do you accept my offer? Rebel immediately activated her brain to 200% intellectual capacity. What would I gain if I agreed to this request? Protection from the Dowager Empress, revenge against Roland, discovering Reporter Chu's true identity, snatching a super handsome guy, escaping from her family, living an extremely luxurious life. But if she didn't agree, the Dowager Empress would reveal her identity to the Grand Duke. Her central processing unit took only a few seconds to deliver an instant answer, I accept. By the time he returned, it was a harmonious scene between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Sistine, thank you for waiting. We had a very pleasant chat. Sistine merely responded blandly, I see. The Dowager then hastened the process herself. Then we must meet Viscount Isabella. When is most convenient for you? He didn't rush to answer, instead busy rummaging through his coat pocket. The paper was a bit stained, but Sistine still folded it neatly. Actually, Rebel wrote this invitation for you 4 days ago. How about we combine it with that day? Rebel instantly froze in place. Wait, what invitation did I write? On that tattered piece of paper? She's always eager for more drama. Let me see. Even someone as proper as the Dowager had to exclaim, oh my. On it was a messy scrawl that made her blush crimson. You are invited to dinner at the Isabella mansion in 4 days. Rebel Isabella. Rebel's head was drenched in sweat as she cautiously asked, where did you write that piece of paper? The guy, unburdened by psychological baggage, casually revealed, at the secret tavern. I used a receipt to write it. She skillfully comforted Rebel's withered soul. It's nothing. I don't care for elaborate ceremonies anyway. Today also happens to be the day you mentioned in this invitation. So shall we go? Finally, she couldn't help but exclaim loudly, what? Right now? Thinking of the scene at home at that moment, the Viscount had just dozed off. It seemed the food wasn't ready to entertain guests either. During that time, Sistine suggested, actually, why don't we go meet the Empress Dowager right away? Rebel was startled by the sudden invitation. Right now? He checked his watch and said confidently, it's not her bedtime yet, so she won't be bothered. This way of working felt familiar to her. Why did they always rush into everything like this? So she quickly interjected, could I suggest another day? Actually, my family hasn't prepared anything to invite guests, and my father knows nothing about this invitation. The Dowager smiled benevolently. My dear, there's no need to worry. We are all well aware of your family situation, and this meeting isn't just for social pleasantries. I'm here to inform him. Rebel couldn't react in time. Inform? She patiently confirmed again. That's right. He's about to become the Grand Duke's father-in-law. If he continues to live as he does now, it will clearly reflect poorly on you, won't it? If I want to talk to him, it must be when he's least guarded. If he knew I was coming, how would he dare show me his true life? Rebel could only nod in agreement. Your Majesty is absolutely right. We should go. The Dowager decisively took her hand. Well then, we must get ready first. Rebel was surprised by her enthusiasm. Me too? She smiled joyfully. Of course. The only one who will be left out of the loop will have to wait. She was determined to help her transform. Viscount Isabella needed to see that she was no longer the rebel of yesterday. Now then, come on, choose any outfit you like.
The next morning, the sun was already high when Viscount Isabella's long yawn was finally heard. He aggressively pulled the doorknob and called out loudly, "Rebel, I'm starving!" But the room was empty. Viscount Isabella's rage immediately flared up. "What kind of Viscount's daughter stays out all night like this? She's truly disgracing our family." That's right. Last night, a knight from Sistine had arrived to announce, "I am ordered to escort the lady to Duranta Manor. Please, lady, step into the carriage." He had witnessed this scene, the girl being summoned to the Grand Duke's manor. So all those nights the girl secretly went out were to secretly meet the Grand Duke. Viscount Isabella started dreaming of easy riches. He was a royal relative after all. Did that mean the girl would marry the Grand Duke? My life is about to change. He welcomed the new day with even greater joy, realizing that all those years of raising her had not been in vain. With such a good mood, perhaps he should play a few rounds. But the sight before his eyes stunned Viscount Isabella. A small, delicate hand gently took the large hand being offered. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What was Grand Duke Duranta doing here at this hour? Was he bringing Rebel back? There must be someone else in the carriage. And the last mysterious person slowly emerged. As soon as he saw the Dowager's face, Viscount Isabella was even more surprised. The Dowager Empress. What in the world is going on? But he quickly humbled himself. "It is an honor for your humble servant to meet your Majesty, the Dowager Empress, and your Royal Highness, the Grand Duke." Inwardly, he couldn't help but feel unlucky. Why did they have to come at this hour when the house was like a battlefield? She, however, only responded with a scrutinizing gaze. Then the Dowager casually and brazenly scoffed. "This servant is quite well dressed. Where is Viscount Isabella?" Rebel looked at him, utterly dumbfounded, and whispered in admiration, "Oh, what a character."
She continued to put on airs. "The Viscount should come out to greet me to show respect, shouldn't he?" Although he was spun around like a top, Viscount Isabella could only grit his teeth and comply, arriving immediately. Later at the dining table, his voice faltered. "Since it's breakfast, I've only prepared something simple. Please help yourself." The Dowager tried to use her fork to pick up a bit of the dish with the most composed expression she could manage. "You usually eat this for breakfast, don't you?" Viscount Isabella carefully replied, "Oh no, Dowager, this dish is actually more lavish than usual." Hearing this, she became even more determined, finding another reason to hold the wedding as soon as possible. His funeral-like expression immediately brightened. "A wedding?" The Dowager patiently confirmed, "Yes, the wedding between Sistine and your daughter, Rebel. Is there a problem?" Viscount Isabella quickly agreed without hesitation. "Of course not, Dowager. I am just concerned that my daughter is not worthy of his highness." Finally, the Dowager became stern. "Rebel is not the one you should be worried about." But he was as slow-witted as usual. "What? Do I need to worry about someone else?" Immediately after, she dropped a bombshell that caught him off guard. "That's right, Viscount Isabella. You should worry about yourself instead." Viscount Isabella still deluded himself. But why? The Dowager went straight to the point. "That's because you have a very unhealthy preference."
Despite being directly named, he continued to play dumb. Just then, an impatient voice bluntly stated, "It's gambling." Rebel's sharp gaze immediately darted towards Viscount Isabella. She angrily condemned him. "Father, you must stop gambling." The opponent's unusually fierce reaction stunned him. Rebel, at the same time, also added to the pressure. "I heard you not only squandered all the money Rebel earned on gambling, but also completely depleted the funds for food. Now that Rebel is royalty, I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. If you don't change, I will personally ensure it happens. What do you say?" Viscount Isabella immediately cowered, becoming as docile as a quail. I will never set foot in a casino again. I will give up gambling forever." The Dowager still showed skepticism. "Can I trust you?" He quickly reaffirmed, "Of course, Your Majesty. How dare I deceive you?" The obstacle was resolved so easily that Rebel couldn't believe it.
She still remembered the difficult days she had trying to persuade Viscount Isabella, "Father, please, that money is for food." No matter how much she pleaded, the Viscount never listened. There was even a time Rebel had to kneel and beg, "Father, that's enough, Father." But he stubbornly gave in to temptation. "I am your father, don't you dare order me around." Now, Viscount Isabella seemed to have met his match, but she quickly made him obedient. Perhaps becoming a Grand Duchess was a good idea after all. After the conversation ended, Sistine suddenly announced, "I must return to the military command." She was quite unfamiliar with this concept. Military command? From a distance, he still respectfully bowed his head, his voice trembling as he greeted, "Your Highness, may your journey be peaceful." Rebel speculated, was he referring to the capital's military command? In the novel, Sistine was the commander of the capital's military command. She herself felt pity for his busy life, but did he really need to work without sleep, rest, or food like that? Sistine's schedule. Day 1, meet Rebel and the Empress Dowager. Day 2, meet Viscount Isabella, then immediately go to the military command. Her Korean heart broke for him.
So Rebel still politely asked a little, "Are you sure you don't need anything to eat?" Unexpectedly, she received a blunt answer, "I've already eaten the dish the Viscount prepared."
Just one sentence was enough to shake her worldview. What? You ate that? The ingredients for Viscount Isabella's special pasta dish, pasta of the day, rotten onions, expired basil sauce. Although Rebel knew it perfectly well, she didn't dare say it out loud. But it's made from ingredients that expired 10 days ago. Sistine, however, remained innocently unaware. Is something wrong? She immediately shook her head vigorously. No. In her heart, she secretly defended herself. He's already eaten it. What more can I say now? Even though I didn't cook it, why do I still feel so guilty? Her conscience stirred, making Rebel even more enthusiastic. But sir, are you full yet, or should I bring some food to your quarters? Cupid's arrow just shot, hit a steel plate named Sistine. It's not necessary. Seeing this, Captain Dowager immediately stepped in to create an opportunity. Why not, sis? Don't you want to try her cooking? You two can also eat and chat.
Both tried to force a smile in the awkward situation, but he, oblivious to the situation, tore through that facade. No need. Rebel's fragile heart suffered a double blow, being doused with cold water for the second time. Fortunately, Sistine still had the grace to explain further. Because I've already had breakfast, we can have lunch together at the military headquarters later. If you want to talk to me about anything, tell me then. I will send a carriage to pick you up at lunchtime. After that, the carriage quickly departed, leaving her with a gaping expression. The two women immediately rejoiced, as the important matter had been perfectly successful. Next, it was the Dowager's turn to say goodbye. I must also leave now. I would have liked to stay longer, but duties await me. Rebel was very understanding of her duties. Oh, of course. Thank you for coming, Dowager. Making the father and son abandon gambling, and even getting Viscount Isabella to promise he would abandon it forever, would have been impossible without the Dowager's intervention. She, however, did not agree with the other party. What do you mean impossible? You are now the Grand Duchess of the Empire. That cannot be changed, whether we are with you or not. Get used to your new status. From now on, no one will dare to look down on you. Oh, I think a month from now would be a suitable time for the wedding. Rebel, meanwhile, was still lost in the fleeting intimacy, the moment she had just shared with the Dowager. It took her a few seconds to react. So soon? Don't we still have a lot of things to prepare, Dowager? The Dowager was extremely confident in her plan, believing it would be finished if they started now. Today, we also need to publish the article announcing your marriage. If she hadn't mentioned it, Rebel would have completely forgotten. What? The Dowager had already decided. If not today, what would be the fun? You can do it, right, the porter bell? Her mind slowly grasped the implication. Wait a minute. No one knew about her wedding with the Grand Duke yet. The wedding date had just been decided. Wedding invitation, bride, Rebel Isabella, groom, Sistine von Duranta. Date, Rebel will announce later. Only she and the Dowager knew about the marriage and the wedding date, yet she wanted her to publish the article today, so Rebel carefully prepared herself mentally. If she wrote the article today, the Grand Duke would discover that she was Reporter Bell.
The Dowager suddenly looked extremely regretful when the other party didn't fall into the trap. You're smarter than I thought. Rebel couldn't help but shiver at this deviousness. Do you want my identity to be revealed? She just teased for a bit, then turned serious again. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll tell Reporter Shu to handle it. This time she received another shock. What? The Dowager casually announced the sensational news. I've brought the report documents about Shu and left them in your room. Just take a look and decide what to do. I have to go now. Have a fun lunch date. Even when the carriage had driven off a ways, Rebel still respectfully bowed, bidding farewell to the Dowager.
She still remembered the chill she felt just now. When that woman suggested letting Reporter Shu write the article, why did it sound so threatening? Let's find out who this Reporter Shu is. As she turned back, Viscount Isabella suddenly hesitated and called out her name. Rebel, let's talk. I mean, if you don't mind. Rebel didn't even need to hear more. She already knew what he was thinking. Oh, about banning you from the casino? Right. I have nothing to say. He immediately did an about-face. You insolent brat. But her current demeanor was that of an Empress Dowager. What did you just say, father? Which made Viscount Isabella flinch, and he reverted to his cowardly nature. I didn't say anything. Just go back to your room and rest, okay? Before actually leaving, Rebel couldn't help but glance at his crestfallen face several times. Only then did she flash her first relaxed smile in a long time. She skipped upstairs cheerfully. Get used to my new status. From now on, no one will dare to look down on me. Rebel happily flung open the door to her room, saying, The Grand Duchess has arrived, as if playing a role-playing game.
Now, let's see who this Reporter Shu is. Just reading the contents on the paper made her blood boil. Oh, what the hell? Rebel was so furious she didn't want to look at it for another second. That mysterious identity was none other than Lady Vanica, newly engaged to Roland. Those two, how dare they make a fool of me? Flipping through the report in her hand, Rebel exclaimed, She has two pseudonyms. A series of news articles from 2 different publishers, she analyzed. The pseudonym Melly was used for trivial news, while the main articles used the pseudonym Shu. Rebel was enraged. If one needed 2 fake names to write such vulgar articles, it would be better not to write at all. Someone like her only gave reporters a worse reputation. Her hand holding the paper trembled with anger, then suddenly stopped. I don't even need to read anymore, she thought. Rebel furiously yelled, how dare she write about me again? Does she want trouble? She decided, fine, bring it on. Let's see who wins. Rebel held up her exclusive news article, smiling triumphantly. I've refuted reporter Shu's article, and also mentioned the marriage. It's sure to be a success. Actually, just the interview isn't enough. I need to add a quote from an authoritative source. She knew what to do now. Oh, the door opened. Rebel looked around the room anxiously, raising her voice to ask, are you there? But she was shocked by the sight of a man suddenly appearing and kneeling on one knee before her. He spoke, Grand Duchess, did you summon me? Rebel looked at the scene and exclaimed, oh my. She remembered the Dowager's previous words. Now that you are the Grand Duchess, you need a knight protector. I will find a suitable one for you. 109 was kneeling on the floor, head bowed, awaiting orders. Your wish is my command. Rebel couldn't help but admire. The Dowager sent someone to protect me right away. How quick? She politely asked, I need to go somewhere. Would the knight kindly escort me? He replied, of course, my lady.
Then he expressed to her, but you can speak more casually. You don't need to be so formal with me. Rebel didn't understand what he meant. Does he want me to speak more informally? Her thoughts were in a whirl, but she came from a Confucian family that always upheld respect as a principle. Rebel was taken aback by this, but tried to calm herself. Did she prefer speaking formally, or had she made him uncomfortable? She forced a smile and replied, all right. 109 immediately bowed respectfully and asked, where would you like to go? Then the vehicle stopped right in front of a magnificent white building gate. He respectfully told Rebel, we have arrived at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs office, Your Highness. She looked at the grand building before her and thought to herself, so this is where they manage all the diplomatic affairs of the royal family. I can't believe I'm here for this. While Rebel was deep in thought, she still had to have lunch with Sistine, so she needed to resolve this quickly. Who could she talk to? Just then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and holding a stack of papers shouted at her. Hey, he demanded, even if you're a noble, you're not allowed in here without permission. Please state your identity. 109 stepped in front of Rebel, blocking him. This is the Grand Duchess. Please show some respect. He was surprised. What? Seeing the representative, she secretly rejoiced. Oh, then I probably don't need to go inside after all. But he angrily retorted, everyone knows His Highness isn't married yet. Who are you trying to fool? Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes nearly popped out at the sight of the marriage certificate Rebel was gleefully showing off. Immediately, the representative bowed deeply, expressing his apology. Please forgive my rudeness, he respectfully asked. Why did your grace have to personally come to the diplomatic office? She smiled and stated, recently there have been some rumors regarding my marriage. I wonder if you could help me. Hearing that, he happily agreed. Of course, assisting the princess is my duty. So Rebel gleefully pulled out her camera. Excellent. Then first, would you mind if I took a picture for the newspaper? After a busy moment, the representative's photo was pasted onto the news sheet. She dusted her hands and sighed in relief. It's done. Perfect. Rebel looked at the content on the paper. Though brief, it included an interview with the diplomatic office and photos of their staff. Anyone rational reading this article would know that their engagement was related to the royal family. Without a doubt, this news would surely overshadow reporter Chu's article. Excited, she put the news sheet into an envelope and sealed it. Now I just need to submit the article. 109, standing behind her, reminded, Princess, the carriage has arrived. Rebel was startled. It's here already? But now I have to take this article to the editorial office so it can be printed today. Seeing this, he offered, let me deliver your article for you. She looked at him expectantly. Really? Thank you, Knight. Rebel quickly corrected herself. I mean, thank you, and please ask them to publish it today. 109 looked at her and nodded.
Rebel hummed a song as she went downstairs. Her steps suddenly halted when she realized, wait, he just mentioned the article. Does he know I'm a reporter? I thought he was just a regular guard. Meanwhile, in another location, a horse-drawn carriage passed through the forest and then clattered its way into the fortress. The knights who saw it began to discuss among themselves. Whose carriage is that? Is there a guest arriving today? One knight stared intently at the carriage and spoke up. I'm not sure, but that carriage... Rebel stepped down the carriage steps amidst whispers. It belongs to the Duranta family. As her feet touched the ground, she felt excited and proud internally. I'm no ordinary guest. I am the wife of the military commander. But the knights did not enthusiastically welcome Rebel as she had expected. Hey, bring the guest list for today here. Rebel wondered, didn't they announce my arrival? Then a voice rang out, stopping the soldier. No need. At this moment, a knight with long blonde hair approached and bowed to her. I am Ether, the deputy commander. Please come this way. Seeing someone there to receive her, Rebel breathed a sigh of relief. All right.
As she followed Ether, she looked around curiously. So this is the building of the capital's military headquarters. It looks more like a fortress. Since Sustain invited me here, I thought the interior would be as luxurious as the Duranta mansion. There would be people serving at the table with beautifully presented dishes. The food would be amazing too. Rebel quickly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, a result of the scene in her mind. Just then, he was introducing. This is the dining hall. However, the sight before her shocked her profoundly.
Rebel made her way amidst the greetings. "Hello, Princess. Welcome." She looked at a line of people queuing for food in front of her. It looked just like a school canteen. Before she knew it, Sistine was beside Rebel. "Let's queue together." She absent-mindedly held her food tray and walked forward. Seriously, why is my intuition always right? The food probably won't be good at all. The chef cheerfully welcomed her. "Welcome." Rebel despairingly handed over her plate, highly suspicious, thinking it would probably be just like school canteen food. Then his voice enthusiastically introduced, "Today's menu is crab meat soup with chicken broth." He then presented a steaming bowl of soup to her skeptical gaze. Her taste buds exploded with the first bite, along with an Oriental-style shrimp dish with noodles and pan-fried shrimp. Finally, Western-style lobster with spicy sauce. "Oh my God, it's delicious!" Rebel's face lit up, sparkling as she looked at the plate of food in her hands. "Please enjoy." Sistine looked at her. "Thank you for coming all this way." He asked when he saw her speechless. "How's the food?" Rebel looked at him with a tear-streaked face, mixed with food stuck to it. "This is truly the best meal I've ever had." Sistine was speechless. "I see," he said. She eagerly asked, "Can I get some extra to take home?" He immediately replied, "Of course, I'll tell the chef."
With a shrimp still skewered in her hand, she was so happy she could have bloomed. "Wonderful, thank you, sir." He sighed, then fell silent for a moment. Sistine looked at her with a serious expression. "There's something I need to tell you regarding our marriage." Rebel was happy to be eating well, but before she could take another spoonful, she heard him say, "It's about our life as husband and wife from this moment forward." The spoonful of food stopped before it reached her mouth. Rebel put her spoon down in alarm. What? She didn't understand why the conversation had suddenly taken such a turn. Why does he look so serious? Sistine solemnly stated, "I cannot promise that our newlywed life will be as sweet as other couples."
Rebel imagined a sweet newlywed life. "Come get me," she wondered. Is it something like that? He sincerely bowed, apologizing for not telling her sooner, but Rebel laughed it off. "Oh, it's nothing. You made me think it was something really serious." Sistine looked at her worriedly. "Are you sure you're okay?" Rebel quickly reassured him. "Completely sure. Don't worry. You're busy with your duties, so it's not like we have to stick together all day just because we're newly married." She thought fearfully. "Actually, that's precisely the problem. I need to continue my work as a reporter, and if I'm always by his side, sooner or later I'll be caught red-handed." Rebel imagined herself secretly sending news when Sistine's voice rang out from behind her. "Where are you going at this hour?" Thinking this, she absolutely couldn't let that happen. "I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry." But he looked sad. "I didn't expect you to take this so easily." Seeing this, Rebel quickly defended herself. "Well, it's not like I'm happy about it or anything. I just think that as a married couple, we should also have our own private time, and we shouldn't be too tied down to each other, right?" At this, Sistine's face returned to normal. "You're right. Even after marriage, we still need our own space." She happily confirmed. "Exactly." Rebel quickly drank some water, exclaiming, "So thirsty." As she was drinking, she heard him add, "But not at night." She was so surprised she almost choked, spitting out the water in her mouth. Rebel leaned closer to him and whispered, "We have to sleep together? I mean, is that what you intend?"
Sistine's face lit up as he looked at her. "If you're worried about the unpleasant rumors surrounding us, then..." Rebel sprang up, cutting him off with a shout. "Of course not." She crossed her arms, tossing her head back arrogantly. "Why should I care about those rumors? Besides, we've already done it, haven't we?" He was surprised. "So you remember?" Hearing that, Rebel stiffened and turned away. "Well, not exactly." Sistine gently comforted her. "It's all right. I believe you'll remember when we do it again. Of course, if you wish. Perhaps discussing marriage like this is enough." Rebel blushed, not daring to look up at him as she replied, "I understand." Sistine hesitated before speaking. "And feel free to use this marriage for your own benefit." Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she just heard. "What? What do you mean, use?" He calmly replied, "Rebel, I'm aware of your situation. Don't you want to get back at Roland Ellen?" Rebel's honest thought was, "Well, yes, but shouldn't discussing a future together be a scene of Sistine and her happily together with words like, 'Let's strive for our future happiness, my dear, and stay together no matter what happens.'"
"So it's turned into a horrifying bloody mess again. Feel free to exploit this marriage for revenge. Isn't that what you wanted?" He gripped Rebel's hand, his eyes lifeless, while she was terrified, as that wasn't the case. Rebel quickly explained, "It's true that I want revenge, and I've already planned for it, but I don't want to exploit our marriage for personal revenge. For me, Roland is already in the past, not the future we're building together, so that should take precedence over getting revenge on him."
Sistine hesitantly expressed. But I thought you proposed to me solely for the purpose of revenge.
Rebel scratched her head. Well, that was how it started, but now we are truly married. For me, what's more important is that we can be happy and comfortable together. He was stunned. Huh? She was also stunned. Don't people expect a marriage like that? Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. So I want your highness to promise me something, Rebel cheerfully requested. You must not use the word exploit in relation to our marriage from now on. Her voice was gentle and full of happiness. It simply isn't fitting, your highness. Don't you agree? A strange surge of mana flashed by. Sistine clenched his fists and knelt slightly. I will remember. His voice was probing. May I ask something of you? Rebel immediately replied. Of course. Sistine raised her hand. He looked straight into Rebel's eyes. I want you to call me Sistine, or Sis, either is fine. As twilight enveloped the mansion, she leaned against the door, her heart pounding. Why would he suddenly want me to call him by a nickname? And that smile. Wait, did he smile? So he's showing his emotions to me? Thinking back, Rebel imagined the image of a smiling, happy young Sistine. When he was a child, he must have been very carefree, right? If he was merely suppressing his emotions rather than not knowing how to express them, then something might have happened in the past. She resolved in her heart, I need to find out the truth. Only then can I help him open up.
From outside the door, 109's voice rang out. Princess, I've bought you the supplementary edition of my newspaper. Rebel replied, Come in. He stood before her and reported the situation. Her article had been exclusively published and was being distributed in the town square to every household. Hearing this, Rebel was pleased. Thank you. You did very well. She mused darkly. So, reporter Shu. No, Venica must have seen it by now. I wonder what her next move will be. Meanwhile, at Viscount Aelio Roga's mansion, a scream rang out in the night. What? Rebel Isabella is getting married? Venica clutched the newspaper in her hand. If it has the backing of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this news cannot be a fabrication. But when? She imagined the public reading this article. What's wrong with reporter Shu? Didn't they see yesterday's interview? They probably didn't even bother to verify the information. Who would dare believe anything they write anymore?
Venica calculated that if she went ahead and published the article about Rebel abandoning her marriage, her own reputation would be ruined. She bit her finger tightly, making a decision. She had no choice but to retract it. The scene changed to the Viscount Isabella's mansion in the morning. Rebel chuckled. An advertisement right on the front page, Crebery, Lella's shop, she scoffed. How pathetic. Venica must have put in a lot of effort to secure this spot, only to fail, huh? Lella's shop. I've never heard of it, but it must have a personal connection with Venica to get on the front page so quickly. I'll keep this article just in case. Loud shouts echoed from outside. Lady Rebel Isabella, is the news in the paper true? Rebel was surprised. Who's shouting out there? 109 rushed into a room from outside. Princess, there are... Rebel had already seen the scene from the window. Reporters swarmed, crowding outside the gate. Lady Rebel, please step out and confirm. Who will you marry? He continued his unfinished sentence. There are so many reporters outside. Rebel's eyes widened as she looked down. 109's voice rang out. You just need to say the word, and I'll chase them away immediately.
She turned away, cheerfully refusing. Oh, no need to worry about them. Let's go have breakfast. He asked again, doubtfully. Are you sure? Rebel remained calm. Yes, they'll leave on their own if we don't respond. Just let them be. In her heart, she thought dejectedly. If that article wasn't about me, I'd support them too. When will she appear? I do acknowledge the diligence of those reporters. Rebel spoke up. By the way, what's that smell? It seems to be a very delicious dish. She opened the kitchen door and stepped in. Immediately, the aroma of the food wafted straight into her nose. The chef, seeing her appear, greeted her warmly. Welcome. Rebel thought to herself, doubtfully. This voice. Not letting her think any further, the chef began to introduce. Today's menu consists of beef stew, a perfect dish for breakfast, along with Southern-style bread and salad. Bon appetit. She recognized the person in front of her. He was the chef from the capital. Her voice stammered. Why is he here preparing breakfast? Hearing this, 1009 immediately replied, This morning, the Duke sent him here.
He handed Rebel the letter. He also brought the Duke's letter, which you can look over if you wish. She took the paper, opened Sistine's letter, and read, I have sent the chef he requested. From now on, he will serve as your private chef, so please eat properly and don't skip meals anymore, Rebel. Rebel was bewildered after reading it. I requested this? Wait, she had cried to him then, saying, Can I take him home? Sistine calmly replied, Of course, I'll let the chef know. Then he quickly told the chef, Starting tomorrow, you will work at Isabella's mansion. She felt helpless. So this is what he meant by, I'll let the chef know. This is crazy. I guess I should start getting used to things like this. Thinking this, she walked towards the dining table. Rebel looked at the spread of food in front of her and said, Thank you for the meal. The chef happily replied, Please enjoy your meal. She turned to 109 and said, Why don't you sit down and eat with me? He was surprised to hear this. Excuse me? I've already eaten. Rebel was a little suspicious, but he had been by her side the whole time. As she took some food, she asked, When? 109, avoiding our gaze, replied, Before that. Rebel held a delicious piece of food in front of him. Really? 109 affirmed. Yes. No sooner had he finished speaking than his stomach rumbled disobediently. 109 blushed. Thank you. Seeing his expression, Rebel chuckled teasingly. Go ahead and eat. She thought to herself, I can't do anything on an empty stomach. That's my Korean habit. Come to think of it, have I asked his name yet? Her gaze then fell upon 109, who was now eating in front of her. Rebel recalled that all she knew about him was that he worked for the Dowager Empress, and he knew who she was. All right, this would be her chance to find out everything about him. She immediately moved closer and cheerfully spoke up. What's your name? I just realized I haven't asked your name yet. He heard that, looked over, and replied, I am number 109. Rebel exclaimed as if she couldn't believe her ears. Huh? What? Seeing her expression, he calmly said, I am number 109. You can call me 109. Rebel was a little worried. Oh, come on, you're kidding, right? Who names themselves with a number? As she said this, she thought to herself, wait, hold on, there really are people like that. According to the novel, they are the Dowager Empress's secret guards, the Shadows. The Dowager Empress relied on those shadows to gather information and wield power.
They were selected and called by numbers instead of names, and were trained from a young age to always obey her commands. Their main tasks were infiltration, surveillance, and assassination. They often handled dirty work for the knights, even life-threatening tasks just to complete their missions. Those shadows always felt indebted to the Empress Dowager for taking them in, and believed that obeying her was the only way to repay this debt. It had been a long time since she read the novel, so she had forgotten this detail. She was deep in thought when he spoke, breaking the silence. I am not a knight, 109 calmly explained. Because your identity must be kept secret, the Empress Dowager sent me, a shadow, to you. I understand, Rebel replied.
She continued to ask, did she make any other requests besides protecting me? 109 quickly replied, I was asked to help you and to observe you so that all of the Empress Dowager's affairs run smoothly. She felt doubtful internally, observing herself. Rebel recalled the time 109 had followed her, asking, where are you going? Have you finished your writing? He called that observing, but she thought it was more like spying. She burst out laughing. I understand, so your plan is to work for me until I fulfill the Empress Dowager's wish. 109 affirmed, that is correct. Rebel gently suggested, all right, can I call you by a different name other than 109? He was surprised to hear that. What? She happily explained, if we're outside and I call you by a number, it wouldn't be appropriate, wouldn't it? And it feels a bit not human. After hearing that, 109 pondered a bit. Not human, but I am a shadow after all, he thought. But he still agreed. Yes, if you wish, you can call me anything you like. Rebel pondered for a moment. 109 ends with 9. Suddenly, she clapped her hands happily. How about 9? He calmly replied. I'm fine with that. Receiving the answer, she happily laughed loudly and extended her hand towards him, saying, Excellent, so from now on, your name will be 9. I know it's a bit late, but it's very nice to meet you, 9. Faced with this series of actions from Rebel, he couldn't help but be surprised. She had asked him to sit down and eat breakfast with her, and now she was shaking his hand.
But then 9 still reached out his hand in response. I will try my best to serve you. Dusk settled, enveloping the entire space. 9 announced, the reporters have already left. Rebel replied, somewhat cheerfully, I know, they've been standing out there for so long. They must have realized I don't want to appear. 9 carefully asked, do you have any plans for today? She replied excitedly, today? Not really, I just want to stay home. He timidly suggested, so what do you think about visiting the Duke? Rebel, with a slightly embarrassed but still smiling expression, replied, now, but I just went there yesterday, and besides, those reporters outside might not have given up on me yet. The moment she finished speaking, 9 coldly drew his sword. I will deal with them. Rebel was surprised. Huh? She immediately stopped him. Calm down, 9. The Empress Dowager's intention is for me to spend more time with the Duke, isn't it? I know that already. 9, as if his sensitive spot had been hit, turned his face away. Rebel stood up and gave a slight smile. All right, then I'll go there for a bit. The scene shifts to Sistine, who gloomily thought to himself, I didn't think my name would appear in the papers. Crebery, the sudden end of the engagement.
But as a duke, this wasn't all that surprising. From now until the wedding, there will be a lot of upheaval. As if sensing Rebel behind the door, Sistine walked over and opened it. Seeing her in front of him, he asked, You're here? She saw him open the door. Her brain hadn't quite processed it, and she stood still. After a moment, Rebel finally spoke. Did you know I was coming? Sistine calmly replied, No, I didn't. She asked suspiciously, Then how did you know to open the door? He replied with an expressionless face,
I sensed your presence when you arrived. Hearing that, she was speechless. Is he flirting with me? Rebel recalled. I can sense your presence when you come near me. Then she thought, I didn't know he could say such things with such an expressionless face. Then Rebel cheerfully asked, Am I disturbing you? Holding a newspaper in his hand, he calmly replied, No, not at all. I'm just reading the newspaper. I'm reading the supplementary edition of this newspaper. She looked at the newspaper and was shocked. That's the newspaper I published yesterday. Rebel awkwardly asked, Do you often read newspapers? Sistine calmly replied, Not really, but I'll try to keep up with Reporter Bell. Do you want to read the newspaper too? She was extremely flustered. No thank you.
Rebel awkwardly held the newspaper in his hand. All right, wow. Is this the article he wrote? When he said he wanted to interview me, I still felt a sense of unreality. Sistine calmly replied, This reporter is very good at gathering information, especially information about me. Rebel flinched upon hearing this. She trembled all over, her voice faltering. Is that so? This newspaper doesn't mention that you are the groom, so I don't think this reporter knows we're getting married. Sistine calmly replied, Actually, because he even requested help from the transaction office, that was probably his chance to get the information that we are getting married. I'm sure he used my name for the transaction office to agree to this interview. Furthermore, he also witnessed Leah Hubb's transaction take place and could have gathered information about our wedding there. He is indeed no ordinary person. You've met that reporter before, haven't you, Rebel? Who is he? Rebel's face was pale at this moment.
She tried to find any excuse to avoid the topic. Actually, that was the first time I met him. So Sistine felt confused. You didn't look at his face during the entire interview? Do you remember what he was wearing? Rebel cried inwardly, How would I know? I can't say anything. I'm Reporter Bell. She nervously glanced at him, reassuring herself. Calm down, Rebel. The Duke doesn't know you're a reporter. I just need to say something vague and change the subject. Then she began to display her acting talent. I'm not sure. He said that due to the nature of his work, it would be very dangerous if he revealed his face. He was wearing a cloak that covered him from head to toe. Rebel was sweating profusely from her acting efforts. Sistine replied, I see. He sighed and continued, I can understand that. Rebel rejoiced inwardly. Great, it worked. Now I'll try to talk about something else.
She smiled, probing. By the way, aren't you angry that I agreed to the interview without asking you first? Sasand looked puzzled. As if realizing her mistake, she immediately regretted it. What the hell? Why did I bring the conversation back to the original topic? She suddenly remembered. No matter what I say, I'm already in this predicament because I gave the interview without his consent. Her gaze dropped. We haven't even made an official announcement, and I unilaterally participated in an interview without your consent. Of course, I didn't mention that you are my intended spouse, but with the involvement of the matchmaking office, people might suspect something. Rebel bowed. I'm very sorry. Her face darkened as she secretly thought. He'll be angry, won't he? I bet he will. I thought we were finally getting closer.
Sistine's calm voice rang out. You don't need to apologize. You also don't need to ask for my opinion before doing anything, or consider my thoughts and feelings. You are free to do whatever you feel comfortable with. Rebel whispered. So you mean that? Sistine reiterated. I said you don't need to worry about my attitude towards your actions. Rebel excitedly stood up abruptly and said loudly, But what do you get in return? His gaze turned cold as he replied, I told you to use this marriage for whatever you deem fit, didn't I? So don't worry about hurting my feelings. Sistine emphasized, Use me, and I hope you will also do the same to me. That's all I want to say. Hearing this, she was filled with doubt and thought to herself, Use me? What could he possibly use me for? Rebel reflected on everything. My name is Rebel Isabella, daughter of a viscount. Unlucky. My family has no influence, and I have no special talents. All I can do for him is... She imagined herself as his bodyguard. No love letters. He won't accept them. No engagements whatsoever. He's already married. Simply avoiding conversations about marriage. At this, Rebel hesitantly replied, I'm not sure how you will use me. Suddenly, her hand tightly grasped Sistine's, pulling him closer as she looked firmly into his eyes. But what if we help each other? He gently said, Now that we are about to get married and will share a room, we can naturally help each other in many different ways, whether it's a big matter or a small one. Rebel replied, You call every instance of helping each other using? Then she immediately added, Helping sounds better, doesn't it? It doesn't sound as distant as using. Her action made him blush unconsciously.
Rebel continued, You didn't promise not to use that word, did you? When you said you'd keep it in mind, that was a lie, wasn't it? Sistine was so embarrassed his face turned bright red. He reminded himself, I must get my Mana, and she wants revenge. This marriage has no other meaning. It's just a marriage of convenience. Therefore, wouldn't it be better if we both set boundaries for each other? Rebel immediately objected, But I don't want to use our marriage for personal revenge. She said she didn't want to use this marriage for personal revenge. Sistine was confused internally. And your priority is to live happily with me. Why do you want something that means nothing to us?
Sistine said, I'm not lying. If you don't like it, then I won't say that word again. He mused, this time I said it on purpose. He thought painfully, will you still say that when you know I'm only trying to take advantage of you? Rebel looked him straight in the eye and said, all right, I'll also try to discuss things with you before doing anything. Sistine affirmed, there's no need for that. Night had fallen over everything, and Sistine's voice rang out, all right then. She happily said, perfect. But as soon as she stepped out, she was completely drained of energy. 9 cheerfully asked, did you have a good time? Rebel weakly and tiredly replied, I suppose so. As they read the article she had written together, the one questioning the identity of reporter Bell, Rebel happily said, I had a wonderful time, truly. He naturally responded, I'm very glad to hear that. Let me take you home. The carriage traveled along the main road. Rebel was sound asleep inside. 9 drove the carriage, taking her back. He suddenly realized something, and 9 quickly stopped the carriage. He dismounted and knocked on the door, calling, Miss. Rebel rubbed her eyes and asked, 9, are we there yet? 9 quickly replied, not yet, but another carriage just passed us. The road is quite narrow, so I think we should yield to them.
As she stepped down from the carriage, she said, aren't those of higher status supposed to go first? Rebel's entire demeanor darkened as she saw the thing in front of her, and she muttered, that person? Speaking of coincidentally encountering one's worst enemy in the most unexpected situation. A dawning realization formed in her heart, the familiar coachman and the carriage she had seen countless times, the carriage that had stopped right in front of her. The carriage door slowly opened. Rebel looked with loathing at the person before her. It was that scoundrel, Roland. Rebel forced a smile. He's an earl, so we have to make way for him. Although she said that, her anger seemed to be flaring up intensely. But do we really have to do that, 9? He's my most detestable enemy. 9 bowed respectfully. Please do as you wish, Duchess Delanta. Hearing him say that, Rebel suddenly realized, Duchess, that's right. Logically speaking, my status is now higher than Roland's, isn't it? But the wedding hadn't been officially announced yet, so she couldn't reveal it now, but her pride was being threatened. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out. Long time no see, Rebel. Roland walked over to greet her. It's a pleasure to see you. She tried to suppress her nausea, thinking only, no matter what my status, I won't block his path. With that thought, Rebel immediately replied with a bright smile. Oh yes, you have no idea how happy I am to see you again. Seeing you has made my stomach ache return.
He heard that and just gave a faint smile, his voice laced with mockery and contempt. Don't embarrass yourself anymore, Rebel. Then Roland suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder and said, I know you're very disappointed that things aren't going your way right now, but this is entirely not my fault. You just took my joke too seriously, didn't you? We were just a casual fling, remember? Don't be stubborn anymore and… Rebel cut him off. Oh my God, seriously? You came here day and night, even stayed at my place, but what we had was just a casual fling? So what would people who are dating for marriage do then? Meet secretly at a beauty salon?
Seeing her suddenly speak so defiantly, Roland's face changed. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? 9's sword at his hip glinted. He drew his sword and held it to his neck. I'll give you a hint. Don't come near me again. You are being rude to my master. Roland repeated the phrase, rude. He loudly scolded. Hey, you're just the bodyguard of the Viscount's daughter, and you dare to be rude? Just as things were reaching a climax, someone unexpectedly walked over and called out loudly, Roland! He was slightly taken aback when he saw the person in front of him, Venica. Rebel saw them and showed a look of disgust. What's wrong with today? Why are all the people I hate gathered in one place? Roland quickly spoke up to explain. My love, I told you to just stay put in there. Oh no, they just started bickering. Let them be. Just go. Making way for them won't hurt. Seeing this, he felt confused. What's wrong with her? It's as if she's hiding something. Finally, Roland proactively placed a light kiss on her cheek as a comfort. All right, Venica, we'll do as you wish. After showing his affection, he turned and said, Today I will be the bigger person and make way for you, only because Venica wants it. The other two saw those cheesy actions and words and immediately gagged.
He didn't realize the contempt and continued to blabber on. But before I go, let me ask you something. Because I read the article about your wedding, Cryberry, the unexpected end of the engagement. Lady Isabella will share the information soonest. Are you sure you haven't been tricked by another boy's joke? Because it's very annoying when you go around telling everyone that you and I are getting married. You know, I just don't want anyone else to fall victim to your delusions. The sudden mention of this made Venica flinch, startled. She quickly spoke up. Roland. Just then Rebel spoke. Oh, is that so? She didn't let him overthink it and immediately replied. Well then, you don't need to worry. The diplomatic office will soon confirm the information about my wedding. Roland was puzzled. Diplomatic office? Seeing his reaction, she was a little surprised. Why did he react as if he was hearing about this for the first time? Then she suddenly realized. Oh, so he hadn't read that article? Having caught him off guard, Rebel continued to provoke. That's right, the diplomatic office. It seems you read the article but didn't look at the photo of the diplomatic office staff below it. She knew full well that he truly didn't know what he was talking about.
Venica, seeing the unfavorable situation, flounced away, brushing it off, and left. He watched her go in a panic. Venica calculated that if he had read that article, he would have the same reaction as her now. Seeing his fiancée leave, Roland scurried after her. "Venica, wait for me." Rebel silently watched the two of them follow each other out. A moment later, she ordered, "Let's go, 9." "Yes." Sitting in the carriage, Rebel began to reflect. She had preserved her dignity and left them bewildered, but strangely, she didn't feel that happy. Was it because she saw him kiss her? Then she seemed to snap out of it, catching those two scumbags comforting each other. Rebel sighed. I guess an ex is still an ex, even if he's a scumbag. Just a few days ago, that place belonged to her. Back then, she had never doubted a happy life by his side. He would affectionately call her Rebel, and she would reply in a sweet voice, yes. In that moment, Rebel had been certain she would be by his side at every ball, sharing a carriage with him for the rest of her life.
At that time, Roland also declared, "From today I will dance with Venica." Ultimately, things turned out differently. She was a little sad. Who could have known things would turn out this way? But now that everything is clear and over, I have no regrets. Rebel began to piece things together. First, he attacked, saying, "Don't embarrass yourself anymore, Rebel. After all, the love has faded." He then asked sarcastically, "Are you sure you're not falling for another one of that guy's jokes?" After so many wounds, she knew. She finally realized how pathetic that loser was. And more importantly, secondly, I had met someone 100,000 times cooler than him.
It might take some time to get close to that person, but I have plenty of time and I'm determined to find my own happiness. It's good that the name Roland will mean nothing anymore, just the past. Getting off the carriage, Rebel sighed. 9 followed, curious. Is something wrong? She nodded in response. I was just thinking I should have done something, anything, like throwing something at the back of his head. He affirmed, "You can still do that." Rebel flinched. "Huh?" 9 stated firmly. "Just say the word and I'll—" She quickly cut him off. "No, don't think about that anymore. Forget what I just said." Rebel inwardly resolved to be more careful whenever she spoke to him. Just because of a slip of the tongue, once he brought someone's head and reported, "I've brought the head of that man, Your Grace." This devotion made her a little weary. Just one joke, and he might actually bring someone's head.
I wouldn't want my master to be wronged. So are you just going to let that person go like that? She shook her head. Of course not. He has to pay for what he's done. Rebel said cryptically, I have a plan that will surely bring him down, and I'm good at this thanks to my past. She affirmed, I will expose all the Dellon family's corruption. Once preparations were complete, Rebel happily admired herself. All right, I'll wear this out today. Looking at her bag, she checked, camera, done, notebook and pen, done. Rebel slung her bag over her shoulder, feeling very cheerful. Done, she thought. Everything is ready. After looking around for a while, she suddenly realized, wait, did I forget something? Then she exclaimed, that's right, I forgot the most important thing. She began to use magic, and remembered that the first thing she learned upon waking up in this novel, alongside the local language, was the art of facial disguise. Rebel looked at her unfamiliar face in the mirror with satisfaction. When I have to do secret work, nothing is as useful as this.
There was a call from outside. Duchess, are you ready? She called back out, yes, I'm coming out now. But then Rebel suddenly realized a big problem. Wait, how am I going to explain this to 9 now? I think he already knows most of the information about me from the Dowager Empress, but does he know I have the ability to transform into other people? 9 was a bit surprised to hear a strange voice. That voice, whose is it? He continued to knock and call. Duchess! The calls grew more insistent. Duchess, are you in there? Are you all right? Rebel was too anxious to hear anything. Sweat beaded on her brow from stress. If he doesn't know, perhaps I should stay like this as a precaution. I'll transform back to see if he knows about this ability of mine. When 9 didn't hear a reply, he started to think, she's not answering. Has something happened? Thinking this, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Duchess! Rebel instantly froze.
Her lips parted to call out 9. He was slightly surprised. Only one person could call him that. 9 asked, have you changed your form? Rebel's face tensed slightly. So you know everything? He regained his composure and spoke. Do you have a plan for today's investigation? Rebel honestly replied. First, I want to go to the Dellon family's territory and look for the workers there. 9 was surprised. Workers? She nodded. That's right, but not ordinary workers. Roland usually called them workers. Rebel recalled, when I was with Roland, I often visited the Dellon territory. When I was with him, people often came to call out, Sir Roland. She stared at the man. During that time, a few people frequently contacted him. At that time, Roland left and said, wait for me here for a moment, Rebel. I'll go over and greet them. They huddled together talking and then said,
Really? That seems to help you earn quite a bit, doesn't it? I know you're good at making money. Recalling it, most of the time their conversations revolved around money. Roland was also very receptive to their ideas. I look forward to cooperating with you more. Certainly, sir. Another urged, did you hear that? Hurry up and give us that. They like to quarrel with the merchants in this area. That gave me a bad feeling, so I asked him about their identities.
Rebel recalled that he had only said they were his workers, but he had never given a straight answer about it. Did that mean they weren't just workers? But every time she questioned him, he would embrace her and sweet talk, "Rebel, my love, you don't need to worry about things like this." She reminisced that he always did that whenever he couldn't give a straight answer. Looking back, she realized she had been blinded by love back then and hadn't seen it. But now Rebel was certain. Money, the thuggish-looking workers, and Roland D'Ellen were definitely connected. There could be no mistake. She asserted, "There's definitely something fishy going on." 9 nodded. "I understand. So how do you plan to proceed with the investigation?" Rebel planned, "I will secretly investigate and meet those workers." 9 was startled. "What? You intend to do it yourself?" She smiled. "Of course. I'm a reporter. Who else could do this?" Hearing that, 9 felt a little worried, but he also respected her decision. "I understand. If that is your decision, the Shadows and I will be on high alert." Rebel was slightly confused upon hearing this. "The Shadows?" Without making her wait long, 9 gestured with his hand. Immediately, a troop of soldiers stepped out and knelt before her. "It is an honor to meet you." Rebel was startled. "Who are all of you again?" They respectfully replied, "We are here because the Dowager Empress is visiting this place. Haven't you heard?" It was then that she remembered. "That's right. How could the Dowager Empress let me go with just one bodyguard?" Rebel spoke up. "But isn't this too many? I thought just 9 accompanying me would be enough."
He interrupted upon hearing his name mentioned. The territory of the D'Ellen family is very vast, so dealing with dangerous situations alone is extremely difficult. I also need another carriage driver. The Empress Dowager has requested us to ensure your safety at all costs, so please understand. It sounded reasonable, and she began to ponder. Now that I'm a duchess, this makes sense. If something happens to me, they will be held responsible. Finally, Rebel nodded. I understand. You also be careful. Don't reveal your identity. 9 reassured her. Please don't worry. Although perhaps not as meticulous as you, we are also very skilled at disguises. Seeing that they had already changed their clothes in no time, she exclaimed, Wow, that was fast. He also tossed a bundle into Rebel's hand. And the Empress Dowager wants me to give this to you for the investigation. Rebel was curious. What could it be? As soon as she opened it, a pile of gold met her eyes, making her stunned. What the hell is this? 9 calmly replied. The Empress Dowager said this would be very useful for your work as a reporter.
And the Empress Dowager is also very much looking forward to the next article. She thought, this is a bit too much, but now it's hers. With this amount of money, perhaps she'll change the plan a little. After that, Rebel gathered them. Everyone, come here. I will explain a bit about the new plan. At the market in the territory of D-Land, a cargo cart was being brought here. Rebel followed closely behind that cargo cart. She smirked, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. 9 looked a bit surprised. Excuse me then, let me be direct about this. You, the Duchess, will disguise yourself as a merchant? Rebel, without hesitation, loudly hawked her goods. Apples here, come and taste the sweet apples. A few minutes before leaving the castle, 9 was surprised by the plan. Duchess, you intend to disguise yourself as a merchant? She nodded. That's right.
He retorted, but didn't you say that those workers often avoided and fought with merchants? Isn't this too dangerous? Rebel smiled and replied, Absolutely, that's exactly what I want. In her calculations, if she disguised herself as a merchant, the workers would flock to her. Thinking this, Rebel was very confident in her plan. This way, I can communicate directly with them without going through anyone. Furthermore, disguising myself as a merchant will make my investigation process more convenient. 9 hastily explained, That's not what I meant, but... She reassured, Don't worry, everyone can support me at all times. Rebel observed everything and then spoke. So let's consider this matter settled. If I want to pose as a merchant, I'll need a cart, some fruits, and a merchant sign. Fortunately, we already have a cart here. The problem is how to get it into D'Ellen territory. Some members of the guard volunteered. We'll take care of that. She was very pleased with the help and replied, Oh, thank you, and a sign for selling goods too.
I'll volunteer for this too. I'll go find one. Rebel winked mischievously. Excellent, then I'll sell some fruit. Meet me at the entrance to D'Ellen territory when everything is ready. In the market, a cart full of fresh produce had been prepared. She checked the goods and asked, Here we have the cart and the fruit, but what about the sign for selling? 9 quickly presented it. Here it is for you. Rebel smiled brightly. Thank you. Everyone did a great job. They bowed respectfully. We merely followed your orders. Once everything was ready, he asked curiously, So while you're selling this fruit, what should we do? She assigned tasks. Observe your surroundings. I will give orders when the workers appear. 9 nodded. I understand.
In the market, Rebel pushed her apple cart, delivering everywhere. Apples here, fresh, delicious, crisp, and sweet apples. An old woman heard her call and stepped in to ask, "How much are these apples?" "Hello, ma'am, 1 apple for 1 dong," she politely replied. Seeing the price, the old woman nodded. "Then give me 3 apples." Rebel friendly replied, "Thank you, please come back and support me next time." After the old woman left, her mood visibly plummeted. Why is business so dismal? Rebel was also losing patience. An hour had passed, and the apples were almost gone, but not a single person had come by. Thinking this, she resolved, I can't just stay here selling apples. I need to go talk to the other merchants myself. No sooner said than done. Rebel went over to another stall and started, "Hello, it's a bit hot today, isn't it?" She offered a plate of freshly cut fruit. "This is my first time selling here, so I thought I should introduce myself." The stall owner merely grunted indifferently. Moving on to others, they also refused. "I'm a bit busy right now, maybe another time." Some dismissively waved their hands. "Oh dear, no need, thank you, I don't need it." Others clicked their tongues. "Ah, is that so?" The situation unfolding like this left her stunned. What's wrong with everyone? Are they cold because I'm new? Their reactions were unexpected. How can I investigate anything if I can't even talk to them? A stall owner unexpectedly spoke up. "So you're new here?" Seeing someone respond to her, Rebel quickly turned.
Her voice was also full of joy. "Yes, I want to try selling in a large area." She sighed in relief. Finally, someone was willing to talk. The stall owner just sighed. "You've chosen the wrong place to sell your goods." She suggested, "Why don't you try selling in a different market?" Rebel asked in surprise, "Why? Are outsiders not allowed to sell here? I mean, I'm only selling here today, but I have a vendor sign." The stall owner replied hesitantly, "Well, it's true that as long as you have a vendor sign, you're allowed to sell here, but now..." Suddenly, someone approached and said, "Exactly. Things have changed now." The woman's face turned pale when she heard this voice. A gruff voice rang out, "Throw away your sign. No one is allowed to sell anything here without our permission." She recognized this sound, the voice of a devil. The worker stepped forward and asked arrogantly, "Have you been given our permission to sell here?" Rebel became even more certain. Yes, they are the workers. Inside the castle, the attendant's voice rang out, "Captain, are you planning to finish all these documents today?" Sistine didn't even look up, still focused on his work, and replied curtly, The wedding is in a month. After that, we'll take a week off for our honeymoon. I want to handle all urgent work beforehand."
Ether wondered, "So what should we do about next week's visit to the duchy?" Sistine mused, "Is it already time?" He considered, "The Duchy of Duranta is located in the north, and it is my territory. Because I spend most of my time at the annex, many people assume I'm visiting the duchy merely to oversee my territory. However, the true reason for the trip is to deal with the monsters that have appeared there. Releasing mana periodically is important for me to prevent my own mana from erupting, and the best way is to fight monsters.
Therefore, I usually visited the duchy once a month, but now the reason to go there no longer exists." After thinking it over, he made a decision. "I won't be going anywhere next week." Ether was startled. "What? But he has never missed a trip there before." Ether pressed. "Is it because of the Duchess?" Sistine rested his hand on his chin and recalled. "The mana stabilization process is underway, so logically, yes." Ether further asked, "So when should I schedule the next visit?" He replied awkwardly, "I'm not sure. It all depends on how much she wants to be near me. Just leave the schedule open." Ether couldn't believe his eyes. What's happening to the captain? Is he postponing his plans to be with his fiancée? He wouldn't let anything get in the way of their time together. Oh, Your Grace, he's an emotionless person, but she's an exception. Thinking this, he was moved to tears. "It's a bit lonely, but congratulations on your wedding, Captain. I will follow your orders, Captain." Before leaving, Ether playfully added, "Oh, please tell me how you two met. I'm curious to know who stole your heart."
"I'll come back to check later." Seeing the door close, Sistine seriously pondered. He's stealing my heart. And why does he seem so excited? For him, it was very difficult to describe Rebel in just a few words, especially recently. Sistine recalled some of her casual remarks. Helping each other sounds better. What do you think, sir? Don't use the word use anymore. His heart pounded, his mind restless. She always surprised him with unpredictable answers, stirring up emotions he tried to suppress, as if his heart had already been stolen by her. Back at the market, the arrogant scarred man asked, "That card over there, is it yours?" This happened exactly as Rebel wished, appearing at just the right moment. If these guys had been a moment later, she would have heard her story. All right, hearing it from these guys' mouths is fine too. She immediately put on a cute expression and replied, "Oh, yes, it's mine. But what do you mean by permission?" He was still threatening, but his voice had softened. "It's clearly about permission to trade here. Don't you know the traditions of Dielan Market?" Rebel stammered, "Well, this is my first time here, so I don't know."
Scarface, seeing she was new, acted generous. "All right then, I'll give you a small discount. Let me explain the traditions of this marketeer.
Then he pointed to the person next to him and ordered, "He has to pay, she has to pay, and she also has to pay." Scarface, feigning righteousness, arrogantly said, "Therefore, you also have to pay us road tax, because we are the ones who keep this market safe." Rebel recalled, "So did that man also have to pay road tax back then?" It turns out they were discussing how to extort money. "We very much look forward to further cooperation with you, sir." "Certainly, sir." At the same time, Scarface threatened the other man. "Did you hear me? I'm talking to you." She angrily cursed under her breath. "These idiots." Rebel hesitantly asked, "So how much is the road tax?" They indifferently replied, 3 silver coins. She was utterly shocked to hear that. "What? That's 3 weeks' worth of a commoner's salary." Scarface continued to bluster. "Since this is your first week here, I'm charging a bit less, like an introductory fee. Next week, I'll collect 2 silver coins, and then 1 silver coin. Finally, it'll be 5 silver coins, so don't worry." Rebel was speechless now. "So they collect tax every week?" Before she could say anything, he walked over and snatched the money pouch. "All right, I guess you understand now, so I'll take this." She panicked. "No, that one." Scarface shook the pouch out. "Let's see how much we have." As soon as he emptied it, he froze. What the hell? It turned out Rebel had only put a few apple seeds in that pouch. 9 was holding the Dowager Empress's money pouch. His face immediately darkened. Scarface yelled, "Are you kidding me?" She became tense. He suddenly strode away, stopping at the cart.
Then he swung out a kick at the apple cart. Rebel cried out in alarm. "What are you doing?" Scarface flew into a rage. "Anyone who breaks the traditions of this market is not allowed to trade here. If I catch you selling here again, things won't just stop here." He further threatened, "What are you looking at? I'm here to collect taxes. Hand over all the money." Elsewhere, 9, upon hearing the story, speculated. So they're collecting taxes under the guise of protection. Did those robbers say that? Rebel realized. So they're robbers?
He recounted that he had heard from a merchant earlier that the bandits would arrive at any moment. "When will the knights finally get here?" he mumbled, or something to that effect. 9 continued, "There must be knights patrolling this area, so how did the market become their territory?" She agreed. Exactly. Rebel thought, even if the knights were incompetent, how could they let those bandits come here to collect taxes every week? It's strange. Perhaps it's not that they couldn't catch those bandits, but they chose not to. Suddenly, a knight's voice rang out. "You over there, we already warned you to stay away from this market." They shouted, "Catch them, don't let them escape like last time." "Understood." Seeing this, the workers fled, shouting, "The knights are here! Damn it, they've arrived!" They were still shouting, "Everyone run!" Rebel was startled. Are they running away?" She ordered, "Chase them quickly." The guards immediately acknowledged the order. "Yes." Deep into the forest. Rebel leaned her hands on her knees, panting. "Where are the knights and the bandits?" The guard reported, "They are over there." She hid behind a tree to observe. A voice echoed, asking, "How much did you earn today?" They eagerly reported, 12 gold coins and 2 silver coins, a little less than usual. The knight chuckled. "We arrived too early, didn't we?" The workers shook their heads. "Of course not." The group huddled together, inspiring. "You must pretend to be chased by us, understand?" Scarface nodded. "Certainly, as long as you don't arrest us. We will leave after taking our share." After that, they began to divide the spoils. "All right, here are 2 gold coins. The rest belongs to Lord Dealin." The workers nodded. "Thank you, sir." The knight spoke again. "See you next week." The workers said in unison, "Thank you." Rebel also took this opportunity to take photos as evidence. So this is the corruption in Dealin's territory. Presentation. Bandits collect road taxes from merchants, an increasing activity. Instead of being arrested, the knights patrolling the area share the money with the bandits. Climax. And the one who benefits most from this action is resolution. The secret behind Lord Roland's wealth. Roland revealed that the key is exploiting the territory's populace. The core of the problem revolves around Roland Dealin, a scumbag. She was speechless. Could this guy get any worse? I'm glad this guy betrayed me. The foolish man's ultimate act, bleeding his own territory's populace dry. What a relief that I will marry Sistine instead of this bastard.
But then Rebel remembered. "Wait, Sistine," she called. 9, and he quickly came over. "Yes, I'm here." Rebel asked, "Did you tell Sistine I was out?" 9 denied. "No, the Empress Dowager is the only one who knows about your investigative trip. Should we inform the Duke?" She quickly denied. "No, there's no need. I mean, I've been out for quite a while and haven't let him know." 9 expressed, "I don't think he'd consider that a big problem." That afternoon at the castle, Ether burst through the door in a panic. "Captain!" Seeing his subordinate arrive, Sistine quickly assigned a task. "Good, you're here. I have something for you to do." He interrupted. "Captain!" Sistine paid little attention and continued. "Send someone to Rebel's house and ask if she can meet me tomorrow." Ether, still catching his breath, reported, "Captain, we can't get in touch with the Duchess." His hand, which had been signing, suddenly stopped. "What?" Ether honestly recounted. "Remember when you heard those reporters harassing her recently and you sent knights to Rebel's house? Those knights reported that the Duchess has disappeared." Sistine pressed anxiously. "What do you mean Rebel disappeared? When?" Ether reported back that the Duchess was clearly still at home this morning. The knights had only been patrolling around the house. Rebel's father, upon realizing her disappearance, grew angry. When did she leave the house? Doesn't she care about her father at all?
They heard the Viscount talking to himself and realized the Duchess had vanished. He recounted that because the inside of the house was protected by other knights, a few people had left the house to do something, but there was no one suspicious. Should we start searching? No, there's no need, Sistine said in a deep, warm voice. The shadows follow Rebel. If anything were to happen to her, they would contact me, but I haven't heard any news from them, so I don't think this is cause for concern. He had his own stance. I don't think we need to worry about it. Just leave a message saying I want to meet her when she returns. Ether, receiving the order, immediately acted. I understand. He stepped outside to carry out that arrangement. Now it was Sistine's turn to feel something was amiss, but it was strange. Rebel was very conspicuous wherever she went, not only because of her rare red hair and eyes, but also because she behaved like a typical noble.
The knights sent to Rebel's domain were no ordinary individuals. They were part of an inspection team. Moreover, their observational skills were unparalleled. As for Rebel, she sighed. I knew it. This is exactly what I was afraid of. She sent back a message saying, "Tell him I will meet him tomorrow afternoon." The maid hesitantly replied, "I'm afraid that won't be possible, madam." Rebel was slightly surprised. Huh? The maid honestly explained, because before His Grace the Grand Duke's message arrived, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager also sent someone. She was stunned. The Empress Dowager too? What did she say? She recounted the details to Rebel. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager wishes to have a meal with you and Grand Duke Duranta. Her Majesty has invited both the Grand Duke and you to the Annex building of the Imperial Palace tomorrow afternoon. Hearing this, she simply remarked, "Both mother and son are just alike." The next day, the carriage which had been rolling along came to a halt.
9 helped her out of the carriage and said, "It's just a short walk from here to the Annex building." Rebel nodded. "I understand. So what exactly is this?" A sudden voice rang out. "Here you are." She turned around and politely replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Grand Duke." He faced her and said, "Long time no see, Rebel." 9 pointed the way. "The Annex building is this way." Sistine stepped aside. "You go first." As they walked, he reiterated, "I heard you weren't home yesterday." Rebel replied awkwardly, Yes, I went to meet some friends." Sistine nodded. "I see. That's why you weren't in the territory." She stammered. "Yes, he knew I wasn't home, but how did he know I wasn't in the territory?" Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "So why did you want to see me yesterday?" A knight's voice suddenly rang out. "Isn't that the Grand Duke's carriage?" Just then, Rebel startled and turned around. "A noble?"
The group of people were discussing. I heard he comes here often, so it must be true. Another person chimed in. I know about that too. She overheard bits and pieces and speculated. Are they talking about Sistine? As for him, he was still talking nonstop. I think this is the first time I've met you since we met by order, but Rebel's attention was now drawn to the other group. They were animatedly discussing. I'm quite surprised. He seems to have been living quite famously for a long time. He's been silent ever since that article was published, hasn't he? The other person asked curiously, which article? Seeing the situation, she flinched. Wait, are they talking about? The man in the cloak recounted, I don't know, his article about that became such a big deal. Just then, Rebel clutched her head and screamed loudly. The other two immediately got startled. It's not just us here, let's go somewhere else. Sistine asked with concern, is something wrong? She didn't know how to answer properly. Then she made up a random excuse. It's just an ant on my dress. He glanced over and assessed. An ant? I think that's a praying mantis. Look, it's a praying mantis. Rebel screamed in fright. She clung to Sistine, her face pale. A praying mantis. Where did it go? Where did it go? At this moment, she was nestled snugly in Sistine's arms, which made her blush.
Rebel quickly spoke up, I'm sorry, I'm so scared. He waved it off. It's nothing. She suggested, I'm quite heavy, aren't I? Please put me down. Sistine was now also deeply embarrassed, but still stubbornly justified himself. A mantis might crawl up your dress again. Just let me carry you to the entrance. Inside the castle, right at the threshold, a gasp was heard. Oh my, Dowager exclaimed. Ah, young love, did you carry her all the way from the house to here? Sistine denied. Of course not. She laughed heartily. Well, thank you both for coming anyway. Then Dowager took the lead. This way, dinner is ready.
At the dining table, she also showed great hospitality. I'm not sure which dishes you'll like, so I've prepared a little bit of everything, hoping it suits your taste. You two must be hungry by now. Please eat freely. Rebel looked on in admiration, her mouth watering profusely, and she happily replied, thank you. She then asked, how have you been lately? Yes, she nodded. I'm doing well, but in her mind, she still found it puzzling why she would ask that, especially since she had already received reports from 9. She turned to the person next to her to converse. And what about you, Sistine? He absent-mindedly asked back, excuse me, what did you just say, mother? She asked again, do you have anything you'd like to share with me? Sistine was surprised. Share with you, mother? Rebel suddenly felt awkward. Huh? I thought she was just asking him a very normal question. Why does he look like that? But in the end, he shook his head. No, there's nothing to share, and there won't be in the future either. If you're interested, I can send you a report every week, as I used to. Upon hearing this, Rebel was surprised. As he used to? I don't think Sistine is joking. So he used to write reports on his recent activities for the Empress Dowager?
She'd bet there was a story behind that. But first, what to do about this tense atmosphere? It was so awkward. Rebel wondered, should I break this silence? Suddenly, his mother let out a cold laugh. She laughed and then dismissed it. There's no need to submit reports. Just let me know you're doing well. That's enough, isn't it? Things aren't like they used to be.
Is that right? Sistine replied. That's right. Sistine's mother didn't forget to remind her. Anyway, Rebel, she looked up. Yes, she asked curiously. Have you made a plan yet? Hearing that, Rebel was a bit taken aback. A plan? Her mother repeated. The plan to retaliate against Roland D. Elena. Now she understood the intention. Retaliate? Her mother pressed on. Will you take revenge? Rebel admitted. Yes, but I think I'll do it myself, she said solemnly. I am very grateful for your concern for me, but I don't want to involve the Empress Dowager and His Highness in my personal vendetta. Sistine's mother put down her knife and fork, resting her chin on her hand, and thought, If you insist, have you thought of a way yet? Rebel immediately perked up with energy. Yes, I have. Yesterday I had an idea. Sistine turned, full of curiosity at her idea. Only then did she realize that the person sitting next to her was Sistine. She quickly backtracked, correcting herself. A friend gave me a very good idea, but I suddenly forgot it. Her whole body tensed up. I'll let you know as soon as I remember. Sistine recognized it with just a glance. He proposed, Let me duel Roland Dealin. Fighting for honor will certainly involve bloodshed. She ordered, Proceed immediately. Bring me paper and pen. But she quickly interjected, Empress Dowager, wait. What should I do if I ask if there will be bloodshed? Rebel stammered, Is it necessary? He disrespected the Grand Duchess, so being challenged is natural. That's not effective, she thought. She had run out of options. This would be the outcome. She considered carefully. On second thought, Sistine tends to respond better when she expresses emotions rather than pure logic. Finally, Rebel decided, In that case, I am truly touched that you would challenge him for my sake. But please, Your Grace, could we not mention bloodshed? The other two were stunned into silence. She continued her performance wholeheartedly. Ever since I was little, I've been very afraid of blood. A duel will surely involve a lot of bloodshed, won't it? Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. If you truly care about me, please don't challenge him to a duel. Rebel thought, I've pleaded so earnestly, it must surely succeed. Suddenly, Sistine spoke up. I see. If you don't want to, then so be it. Calm down. Hearing the reminder to calm down, her face flushed slightly, and she felt like screaming, utterly embarrassed. Sistine's mother was also a little surprised, not expecting her son to be afraid of blood. How about this? We'll overshadow them. Rebel panicked. Overshadow them? That's even worse than a duel. But he strongly approved of this idea. That sounds good, Mother. You mean we'll overshadow the news of their wedding, right? The wedding between Lord Roland D'Ellen and Lady Venica Alaragaga will take place on the 4th. She nodded in confirmation. Exactly. You are indeed very perceptive. Give me the newspaper with that news. According to this news, Roland and Venica will hold their wedding on the 4th. Since this is the wedding of an earl's son, it will certainly attract a lot of attention. To overshadow this news won't be easy. But what if the two of you get married on the 3rd, one day before that? The two of them had also grasped the situation. The most effective way to preempt a news article is to release more sensational news. Early that morning, news was already coming in. Special report, special report.
With news of Roland and Vanica's wedding still fresh, the streets were abuzz. The Grand Duke is getting married? If news of the Grand Duke's marriage broke, the bride would be Lady Rebel of the Rebel family. Naturally, everyone's attention would be focused on Sistine and me. They were animatedly discussing, wait, it seems someone else is also getting married, right? Oh, right, there was also the news of Roland and Vanica's smaller-scale wedding. But who would care? What could be more important than the Grand Duke's wedding, right? It would be completely forgotten, as if it had never existed in the first place. Thinking this, Rebel couldn't help but marvel. Such was the Empress Dowager's influence, this would be the perfect revenge. Sistine added that merely overshadowing their wedding news wasn't enough. She flinched slightly upon hearing that. He suggested, what if we choose a place really far from Dylan territory, a place that takes several days to reach? She agreed. I really like this idea. Considering the travel time, guests would have to choose which wedding to attend. No one would be foolish enough to attend a count's wedding instead of the Grand Duke's. As a result, no guests would come to their wedding. She smirked. What could be more miserable than a wedding no one knows about to celebrate?
Sistine was determined to get his revenge because Rebel had suffered so much due to what they had done to her, they would have to face the exact same consequences. His mother also agreed. Exactly, Rebel. If you agree, we'll put this plan into action immediately. Her expression was a little awkward when she heard the plan being arranged. His mother asked, Rebel, is there something you're not happy with? She denied, No, I like it very much, but it's just, I feel terrible using my own wedding for revenge. Sistine quickly corrected her. Rebel, I've wanted to tell you for a long time. This isn't just your problem. She looked up in surprise and asked, What do you mean? He affirmed, Because you are already the Grand Duchess, your revenge will also be mine.
If our wedding being expedited can help you get your revenge, or at least make you happier, then I want to do it too. So you don't need to say you're taking advantage of our marriage at all. Just consider it me helping you. Sounds softer, doesn't it? Rebel's heart fluttered once again. Sistine, he still remembered, helping each other still sounded better, didn't it? She shouldn't let the word taking advantage bother her anymore, not after what she had said earlier. Sistine's mother asked again, "What do you think, Rebel?"
The older woman accepted with a smile. If Sistine had no issues, then neither did I, so we decided to go ahead. On the way back, Sistine discussed the plan with her, saying that since we had already set the wedding date, we should inform the press.
I'm sure Mother has already arranged this with the journalists. We just need to prepare for the interview. Is it all right if I'm the one who chooses the reporter? Rebel seemed very excited. Of course, that reporter has to be very close to you. Hearing that, he said, he's not very close to me, but he's quite interested in the issues of the Duranta family. She was surprised. Interested in the Duranta family's affairs? Then, as if realizing something, Rebel spun around. Could it be? Sistine confirmed. That's reporter Bell. Because he specializes in writing articles about our issues, I'm considering choosing him for the interview, and I think we should do this together. Rebel exclaimed in disbelief. Together? He nodded. That's right. Is there a problem? She quickly denied. No, She probed. I wonder if reporter Bell will accept your offer. Didn't he write a negative article about you? Sistine bet. He will agree. If that reporter is brave enough to write a negative article about me, then he can also accept my offer. Hearing this, she transformed, but deep down she secretly resisted. No, he can't.
Sistine seemed to guess that thought and spoke up to reassure. I've looked into reporter Bell and realized he doesn't like to show his face. Sometimes he even sends his subordinates to investigate on his behalf. If that reporter were afraid of me, he would send someone else, so this isn't a problem. Rebel confirmed. Yes, it is a problem. But she suddenly realized that since she was the one who spread the false rumor, she could disguise herself. She expressed, I don't think that reporter's subordinates will come, but if they do, suddenly. Sistine asked coldly, since the article about me, has reporter Bell published any other articles? Rebel replied, they will be blamed for what you did. What reporter would want that? He sighed. It's complicated now, but reporter Bell is the only one who spread false rumors about me, so I want him to conduct an interview with us to prove that article is false. She offered herself. Can I conduct the interview myself? If you're not there, reporter Bell won't have a reason to refuse. Sistine was still worried. Are you sure it will be all right if you interview alone? Rebel assured. Of course, leave it to me. He then calmly arranged. Then I will contact reporter Bell and let him know. She reassured. Yes, please don't worry. That evening at the castle, she sighed after a tiring day. I feel like every time Sistine mentions Bell, I age a few years.
Rebel mused. I suppose, ever since I became reporter Bell, these kinds of situations keep popping up, and I can't give it up because the Empress Dowager wants me to keep writing those articles. I don't want Sistine to find out I'm reporter Bell. Of course, the Empress Dowager said she would protect me, but I can't imagine how Sistine would react if he discovered the truth. A sudden chill ran through her, then Rebel reassured herself. Sistine will never find out. That's why she resolved. So I have to make sure to keep this a secret. Tomorrow, I'll conduct the interview myself. He won't suspect a thing. Before going to bed, Rebel wished everyone, good night, Nine and the other night shadows. They in turn replied, good night, good night. The next morning at the Roland Dellen mansion, the Roland family's butler, after reading the newspaper, was surprised. What? Are you sure this is the Lady Rebel we know? Breaking news. Grand Duke Duranta and Lady Rebel officially announced their marriage. High society was shaken by the news, revealing that Lady Rebel's fiancé was none other than Grand Duke Duranta, with Lady Rebel Isabella as the future Grand Duchess. The maid confirmed, yes, she is Lady Rebel, the young master's former fiancé. He asked the maid, has he read this article yet? She shook her head, not yet.
He still spoke with contempt. 500 seats, not bad, but shouldn't we prepare at least 700? We must prepare enough seats for all the Ailaroga family guests, mustn't we? After all, that's why I'm marrying Vanika Ailaroga. He was still rambling when a knock came from outside. The Roland butler approached and said, Sir, there are some things you need to look over. Roland appeared lazy. Is it about money? If it's that, then leave it for later. The butler interrupted. This is very important, Miss Rebel. He frowned when he heard her name, Rebel. He then quickly snatched the newspaper to read. Let me see. What does this article say about her? Breaking news. Grand Duke Duranta and Lady Rebel officially announced their marriage. The upper echelons of society are shaken by the news, revealing that Lady Rebel's fiancé is none other than Grand Duke Duranta, as the future Grand Duchess, Lady Rebel. Roland was momentarily stunned, his face turning pale as he shouted, Rebel is going to marry the Grand Duke? The wedding will take place on the 3rd. Grand Duke Sistine von Duranta has changed his previous announcement about not marrying. Currently, the palace has not yet issued any official document regarding this matter. The wedding of Grand Duke Sistine von Duranta and Lady Rebel Isabella is ready and will proceed on the 3rd of next month on Seoster Island.
Roland recalled. But isn't the 3rd one day before my wedding? If everyone goes there, who will come to my wedding? He bitterly realized. So the reason she didn't get out of the way that day, talking about the diplomatic room or something, was because she was going to marry the Grand Duke. I see. So now she's trying to use the Grand Duke to get revenge on me. Roland resolved. All right, I won't just stand by and watch. He ordered. Get ready. I want to go to the Ilaraga mansion. At this moment, in the castle, Rebel was leisurely enjoying cake and tea. He must be very curious now. I wish I could see that scene. Now that this newspaper has been released, both the Dielen and Ilaraga families will be forced to act. We should also prepare to put an end to this, shouldn't we?
9 continued. If you're worried they might change the wedding date, don't be. Just like noble families need to go through the diplomatic office to get married, they also need consent to change the wedding date. Moreover, the Empress Dowager has already, he recalled her heavily threatening words, Roland Dielen and Vanika Alaroga will marry after my son's wedding day. Isn't that wonderful? Make sure their wedding proceeds as planned, without any hitches. Do you understand? The representative at the time vaguely complied, Yes, of course, Your Majesty. 9 proudly boasted. The Empress Dowager had already spoken with the diplomatic office. Rebel felt a little uneasy. I'm not so sure about that conversation, but then she temporarily set it aside. All right, let's consider that matter resolved. Now we just need to write an excellent interview. He was still a little curious, but they've already announced their marriage. Do they really need an interview? Rebel casually replied, Sistine wants an interview.
She boasted because Sistine and I both belong to the upper class and we don't have much in common. Blackstreet, hot news. Lady Rebel Isabella steals the Grand Duke's heart. Is her appearance at the Imperial Palace a sign of marriage? All the headlines are ready. All of this will be released on the same day. But then Rebel further explained, if we don't quickly address these false rumors, people will believe they are true. Nothing is more effective than addressing it directly, which is why an interview is necessary. I think Sistine feels the same way. 9 realized, I understand. Have you thought about what you want to write? She calmly said, I think I'll focus on how he and I met. That's what people are most curious about. Exclusive news. Rebel Isabella reveals dramatic love story with Grand Duke Duranta. Something like that. Suddenly a maid entered and reported, Duchess, please come downstairs. She walked downstairs, speaking as she went.
Rebel pointed at the pile of gifts in a panic. What on earth is all this? The maid replied, After the article was published, all the nobles sent letters and gifts. I called for help because there's just too much here. She was quite agitated. All right, we'll look at them here and move these gifts to the storage room. I'll start with this letter. There were many letters, roughly along the lines of, Dear Lady Rebel, I am Rostra Ifalenta, wife of Count Ifalenta from the West. We would like to invite you to a tea party at our home. I have also sent you some famous wine from the western region of Ifalenta. Another read, We would like to invite you to an afternoon party, a gathering of nobles from the West. Other snippets included, This pen is our finest product, this type of cheese. Hello everyone, we would like to invite you to the upcoming noble gathering, and this is our special item. All these offers were similar. After reading through a series of them, her eyes started to blur. Rebel thought to herself, most of them are social invitations. I know they want to associate with the Duranta family.
But I really don't want to go. Right now, everywhere I go, I attract attention. Any mistake I make will damage Sistine's reputation. Yet, I can't ignore all these invitations. If I attend a major event, many eyes will be on me. Smaller events are not suitable for a duchess's reputation. She sighed. Anyway, I can't decide right away. I'll discuss this with Sistine and the Empress Dowager later. Suddenly, Rebel saw a carriage approaching from a distance. She wondered, more gifts? Which family is this from this time? Wait, that symbol, that's the palace's emblem. A figure stepped down and conveyed the message. Your Majesty has a letter for Lady Rebel Isabella. The message was direct. The Emperor wishes to meet me at the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning. 9 politely informed her. As you are about to marry the Grand Duke, the 3rd highest-ranking person in this country, I know many changes await you. Please wait here. Rebel felt extremely uneasy, unaware that she was about to face the bloodthirsty emperor who was ready to eliminate anyone who stood in his way. She replied with a trembling voice, All right, she secretly guessed, one-on-one. She thought, if His Majesty had summoned both Sistine and me, it could be considered a normal social meeting. Rebel kept wondering, but why only summon me? What could he want? At first, she thought it might be the Empress Dowager's request, but 9's tense expression suggested otherwise. The Empress Dowager had never mentioned this, so it clearly wasn't her doing. His voice echoed, Your Majesty will be here shortly, Lady Rebel Isabella. She calmly replied, Oh, all right. Rebel was filled with determination, thinking, whatever it is, I need to find out soon. A voice echoed through the palace, announcing to His Majesty, Lady Rebel Isabella has arrived. She reassured herself, I hope it's nothing serious.
Rebel bowed respectfully, honored to meet your majesty. Karis sat on the throne and spoke in a low voice. Are you Rebel Isabella? Or should I call you Grand Duchess Rebel von Duranta?
To Emperor Karis, she respectfully replied, "Since I am not officially married yet, I am not a Grand Duchess, but your Majesty may call me as you please." The corner of his lips curved slightly. "As I please?" "Then," Karis smiled lightly, "how about Reporter Bell?" Karis's words stunned her. She wondered inwardly. "What?" Rebel spoke hesitantly. "I don't quite understand." Karis remained calm, stating firmly, "There's no need to pretend. I've thoroughly investigated you, Rebel Isabella. The only daughter of Viscount Isabella. After your mother passed away from a serious illness, only the two of you, father and daughter, lived together. Your father was addicted to gambling and neglected both his territory and his family."
Unlike Viscount Alaroga's family, her family had no political standing, financial resources, or social connections. Her entire future consisted of a small sum of money and a mansion mortgaged to the bank. Aside from being a reporter, she had nothing special about her. That is why I summoned you. I need an explanation as to why someone like you could marry Sistine. She was taken aback, a touch of apprehension mixing with his request. Explain why she married Sistine? Was he thinking it wasn't a marriage of love and that there was some mysterious factor behind the betrothal? Of course not. How could she prove it? Or should she just be honest? But how could she possibly tell the Emperor about that night?
"No, I have to make something up. I can do this." With her hands clasped together, Rebel spoke slowly. "I'm not sure what your Majesty is concerned about, but Sistine and I got married for the same reason as anyone else. We met by chance and fell in love." Karis frowned, clearly displeased. "What? Fell in love? Are you talking about Sistine? I don't believe it. If Sistine knew how to love, I wouldn't have bothered calling you here, because you're only giving me pathetic explanations. My suspicions must be correct. You two are aiming for the throne." She was utterly panicked. Aiming for the throne? Sweat beaded on her face. Rebel immediately denied it. "That's treason, Your Majesty. We have never had such a thought." He stood up and advanced towards Rebel, his words somewhat threatening. "Never had such a thought, huh? Maybe you haven't, but are you sure Sistine hasn't either? You wrote an article stating that Sistine declared he would remain single forever. Sistine publicly declared to everyone, 'I will never marry anyone. The Duranta bloodline will end here,'" Karis continued to expose. "Just because he's impotent. But you're wrong. Sistine shows that to prove he didn't dream of power. Giving up marriage also means giving up the line of succession. If he weren't sincere, he wouldn't have gone that far. But when I heard he was getting married, my suspicion was understandable. Your actions are also very unusual."
Karis said confidently, "She spends more time with the Empress Dowager than even Sistine, doesn't she? Moreover, I hear she's not protected by Sistine's knights, but by my mother's shadow knights. The marriage of the Grand Duke, the first in line to the throne, to a woman favored by the Empress Dowager, the most influential person in the empire." He pondered deeply. No wonder His Majesty thought we were plotting treason. Rebel placed her hand on her chest, her heart unusually tense. If this atmosphere wasn't cleared, Sistine, herself, and even the Empress Dowager would be in danger. The only way was to reveal the truth, to be honest with His Majesty. After careful consideration, she gathered all her courage to speak. "I completely understand Your Majesty's concerns. To be honest, I was quite ashamed before, but now I will share sincerely. As Your Majesty knows, I was dumped by my fiancé. That night, I went to a discreet tavern, drank quite a bit, and suddenly saw Sistine sitting nearby. He and I talked." Rebel recalled, "I am Rebel Isabella, Rebel Isabella." One thing led to another. She and Sistine spontaneously embraced each other, and they shared a passionate kiss. Sistine hesitated and asked, "Are you sure?" At this point, Rebel's face flushed, and she said shyly, "And in the end, we did something only married people should do." His brain processed the data. Karis smirked. He spoke with doubt and sarcasm. "So you and Sistine got married just because of a one-night stand? Is that true?" She replied earnestly, "Yes, Your Majesty, that's the whole story."
Karis kept a stern gaze fixed on her, still troubled by something, as she didn't seem to be lying. That unusual Sistine had truly gone to the tavern and even spent the night with a girl he had just met. Further investigation was definitely needed. He continued to question, "What about my mother's protection? She has never sent a shadow to protect anyone." Rebel, flustered, with a light sweat rolling down her cheeks, said, "Actually, the Empress Dowager has a favor to ask of me. It's a long story. Would you like to hear it?" Karis replied decisively, "I don't care. I want to clarify all doubts. Quickly, tell me everything." She agreed to his request, "As Your Majesty commands."
At Alaroga Manor, the household butler loudly announced, "Lady Venica, Sir Roland, the Viscount, has returned to Alaroga Manor." Venica excitedly ran out to greet Count Alaroga. "How did it go, Father?" Roland continued, "As long as we have all the necessary documents, there shouldn't be any problems, right, Count Alaroga?" Count Alaroga slowly spoke, "I cannot change the wedding date." Venica froze, stammering, "What?" Roland was still stunned by what Count Alaroga had said. "What do you mean, Your Excellency?" He clutched his head, his face clearly showing frustration. All the staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are avoiding me. There must have been a directive from the royal family not to allow us to change the date. The royal family never does anything without a reason. Don't tell me you two somehow... Upon hearing his explanation, both their faces drained of color and sweat poured down them. Count Alaroga uttered each word heavily. Defiance against the royal family. Count Alaroga's face darkened and his heavy voice resonated. If that's the case, then the future of the Alaroga family, this marriage should... Roland frantically interrupted him. Your Excellency, what are you saying? We haven't done anything to displease the Empire. This must be a misunderstanding. I've already contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'll submit a formal complaint to them.
Count Alaroga's face was tense as he looked at him, his eyes filled with anger. They've already said no. What makes you think they'll listen to you if this marriage isn't welcomed by anyone? Then I can only... Roland, unable to maintain his composure, shouted, Count Alaroga, do you know how important this is to Vanica and me? He thought to himself, is he out of his mind? I've done so much to secure this marriage. Then he firmly replied, I'm certain Vanica wouldn't want anyone else besides me, so please don't say that. Roland turned to look at her, scolding her in his mind. What is she doing? She should be speaking up for me. She doesn't share her father's thoughts, does she? He tried to persuade Count Alaroga. In any case, just let me handle this. So please trust me and continue preparing for the wedding. I beg you. The Count could only sigh. All right, leave us alone for a moment.
Leaving Alero Manor, Roland hastily ordered the coachman, I must go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to speak with Marquis Pedia. Let's go. He respectfully replied, Yes, sir. He muttered to himself, Isabella Rebel, do you really think you can destroy my life with the help of the Empire? Just wait and see. If anything goes wrong with this marriage, I will make sure things don't go your way. At this moment, inside the royal palace, Karis's voice rang out. So let me make this clear. My mother asked you to write an article to encourage Sistine, and you agreed because you were afraid your identity would be revealed. He was referring to the paper from the past. It read, 2. A ban on the Roland family. 3. Expose the true identity of reporter Shu. 4. Marry a hot guy. 5. Live a luxurious life. But if I say no, the Empress Dowager will reveal my identity to the Grand Duke. Then Karis continued, And now the shadows are watching to ensure you keep your word. Rebel bowed her head and admitted, Yes, that's right.
She reassured herself. I've told him everything. I have no other choice. The Empress Dowager will understand, won't she? His face darkened and he calmly spoke. It is indeed a strange situation, but it's true that this doesn't sound like something my mother would do. I will believe your words that this marriage is not a way for you to betray me. Rebel was stunned, her face unable to hide her surprise. She bowed gratefully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yet he didn't let Rebel rejoice for too long. However, that doesn't mean I always trust you insisting. You should be more careful. She broke out in a cold sweat. So he means he'll forgive me but still keep an eye on me. Rebel couldn't help but wonder, why does he suspect Sistine so much? Sistine is the least ambitious person. Is this what His Majesty has done to him? It's strange, because in the original novel their relationship was very good. His Majesty wouldn't act this way without a reason. Is there some issue between them that wasn't mentioned in the original novel? She hesitated slightly, her voice faltering. Forgive my question, Your Majesty, but why do you suspect Sistine? From what I've seen, he doesn't seem like someone who craves power.
Karis's hand tapped lightly on the throne, not like someone craving power. How did she know that? Can she read minds? Rebel felt panicked and blamed herself in her mind. I shouldn't have asked that. Why can't I just keep my mouth shut? Then she quickly spoke up to explain. But he has never done anything. He has pledged loyalty to Your Majesty and become the captain of the capital's knights. He remained impassive. There are always many things about people that the eye cannot see. I once trusted Sistine just as you do now, believing that Sistine's inside and outside were the same, with no hidden agenda. But after that incident, if you want to live happily with your husband, you must do your part well. Perhaps Sistine has no ambition now, but who knows if that will change after he is led astray by others. Keep a close eye on Sistine and ensure no one mentions any inappropriate ideas, as that could lead his career astray. That is why I accepted this suspicious marriage. The conversation between the two concluded, and Rebel and Nine exited together. He walked behind her and asked worriedly, Duchess, after speaking with His Majesty, you look quite pale. She was a little flustered. Really? People say pressure can make you lose weight. I guess that's true. Nine unexpectedly presented a newspaper to Rebel. Here, I have something that might cheer you up. It's very timely.
She widened her eyes in surprise. This is Cryberry exclusive, Miss Isabella Rebel's interview. From a chance encounter to a sudden marriage. This is this morning's article draft. He smiled and replied, The interview is on the front page. The editor-in-chief praised it highly, saying it was the most romantic interview he had read in a long time. Rebel was overjoyed, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Of course, she thought carefully. If I complete it sincerely, I can write exactly what I want to say to His Majesty. But I need to protect Sistine's image. Should this be a romance novel story instead of an article?
even though I've already created half the story. Rebel spoke softly. Thank you for submitting it on my behalf, and please convey my thanks to them for liking this draft. 9 respectfully replied, yes. Suddenly she asked further, by the way, did you receive any letters when I met His Majesty? He recalled, yes, there was a message from the Empress Dowager.
The Dowager Empress wanted her to set aside time in her schedule because preparations for the wedding would commence soon. Rebel then secretly affirmed that, just as 9 had said, the wedding preparations would begin the very next day. But they made the Dowager Empress even busier than everyone else, who were like ants awaiting approval. The Dowager Empress was responsible for everything, from issuing directives to checking progress, and all she had to do was... The Dowager Empress smiled gently and asked for her opinion. Which one do you prefer? Rebel exclaimed excitedly. The first one. But she secretly added in her heart, just choose whatever Her Majesty presents. She wondered to herself, is this really okay? As the bride, she felt terrible, but she had tried to help, yet the Dowager Empress didn't need her assistance. The reason was that the Dowager Empress, raising a teacup in her hand, smiled kindly. All you have to do is answer my questions and ask for what you want. Let the royal family take care of you. Oh, if you have time, why don't you go on a date with Sistine? Rebel felt dazzled by her radiance, but still didn't forget to reply. Yes, Your Majesty.
Meanwhile, on this side, wedding preparations also kept Sistine busy. Looking at the list in her hand, her face couldn't help but be stunned. Is this today's schedule? Ether scratched his head awkwardly and replied, yes, but today's schedule isn't as packed as yesterday's. Since the wedding date was moved up, he has a lot of matters to attend to. Rebel sighed tiredly. She thought to herself, if he's too busy, I shouldn't bother him. After a moment of contemplation, she ordered Ether, I'll come back later. Don't tell him I was here. Once again, I have to leave without seeing him. Rebel turned and left, carrying a sense of regret. Suddenly, a voice called her name from behind. Rebel. It was Sistine, who asked tenderly, why are you leaving? Sistine held her hand. He invited me to eat, and we ended up having tea together. I was worried that he would be overwhelmed with work, which is why I tried to leave. At this moment, Sistine suddenly spoke. Time with you is more important than anything else, so you can come see me anytime. Thanks to Sistine's words, Rebel blushed and shyly replied, I understand. After that, I visited him several times. 2 weeks had passed since then, and the wedding was still a week away. Her heart was now heavy. It can't get any worse now, the builder reported. It's terrible. At this rate, the house is about to collapse. Rebel's face turned pale, and her whole body felt as if it would freeze upon hearing that her house was about to collapse.
This is how it happened. Preparations for the wedding proceeded very smoothly under the Dowager's instructions. Dowager smiled, her voice gentle. Tomorrow I will send someone to bring the dresses to you. Just choose whichever one you like. Rebel politely replied, yes, Your Majesty. But she needed me to do one thing, which was... She gasped in astonishment, unable to believe what she saw. The Dowager wanted me to try on all of them? The wedding dress designer explained with a smile. That's right, Your Highness. Looking at them and trying them on are two completely different things. The Dowager wants you to try them on first before making a final decision. Choosing a wedding dress. Rebel pointed to the wedding dresses she would have to try on, her voice stammering. But there are so many. The designer cheerfully replied. That just shows how much the Dowager cares about you. Come now, you still have to choose accessories and jewelry, so let's start quickly. Rebel pleaded. Wait. She could only scream internally. Help! The designer encouraged Rebel. It's a lot of work, Your Highness.
We will alter the dress you chose to your measurements so it's ready before the wedding, she replied tiredly. Okay, she continued. We will also burn all the dresses you didn't choose. Rebel instinctively said, okay, wait, burn them all? But why? It's not good for the environment, a waste of resources, a waste of manpower. The designer casually put the dresses into a bin labeled for burning, replying, you've worn them once, so others can't wear them. We need to dispose of them. She immediately stopped her. No, I'll wear them all. Leave them here for me. How could you even think of burning all these beautiful dresses just because they've been worn once? I need new dresses anyway. Wow, this one is absolutely perfect. I'll put it in my wardrobe so I can wear a new dress every day. The maid carefully arranged the dresses in the wardrobe and closed the door. She politely informed Rebel, Princess, this is currently the only wardrobe here, and it's already full. She widened her eyes. What? How can there be no more space? Memories from the past suddenly flooded her mind. Oh, now that I think about it, Father sold all the wardrobes for gambling money. The female lead of a fantasy romance novel, with only one wardrobe left. The maid continued, the other rooms don't have any wardrobes left either that could hold everything. Perhaps, Princess, you could have a dressing room built first? Rebel pondered, but she didn't want to spend more money on this house. Finally, she made a decision. I suppose so. Could you please contact a builder as soon as possible?
The builder arrived immediately. Rebel spoke up, asking the builder if tearing down the wall separating the two rooms would make it spacious enough. He bowed respectfully and replied, "Unfortunately, this house cannot be expanded any further." Her heart was in turmoil. She wept soundlessly. What now? The builder clearly analyzed the current situation. "This building is too dilapidated," he explained. "It seems it has never been repaired since it was built, and even a slight earthquake could cause it to collapse."
Fortunately, nothing has happened recently, but for the safety of the princess, I recommend demolishing it and building a new one. Rebel was utterly astonished. What? What was he talking about? Build a new house? What she intended to do, a dressing room, was impossible. What she needed to do, which she couldn't afford, must be on a new scale. Perhaps I just need to move my clothes to the Duranta mansion. Suddenly, Sistine appeared from behind and said calmly, "Go ahead and do it." Rebel startled and turned her head to look. "I will pay for the renovation. If we hire a large team, the construction will be completed soon." She tilted her head, looking at him. "But is it necessary? Wait, why are you here, Sistine?" Sistine calmly answered her question. "When I heard your house needed repairs, I came here immediately. Proceed." Rebel was a little hesitant. "Thank you for your generosity, but it's not that simple." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from a distance. "It cannot be rebuilt. I will not allow it." Her face paled slightly at the unexpected appearance of the man, Viscount Isabella, that damned old man. He said in a cold voice, "Why do you object? If we continue to stay here, it will be very dangerous." Viscount Isabella bowed his head and replied, "It is because this house holds so many memories of my late wife and parents." He cursed silently in his heart. "Memories, my ass." "When I met the Emperor, I heard something absurd." Rebel gathered all her courage and spoke in the silent great hall. "Your Majesty, may I ask one more question?" Kara said gently, "Go ahead and ask." Her entire future consisted only of a mortgaged house and a small amount of cash. She looked up at him, cautiously speaking. "Earlier, Your Majesty mentioned that my house had been mortgaged to a casino. I don't understand what that means." Karis rested his chin on his hand, sitting on the throne, and said with an unchanging voice, "It is exactly as you heard."
Upon learning about Viscount Isabella, I discovered he had even gambled away the deed to the mansion, which is now owned by someone else. He did that because it was no longer his home. Seeing him feign ignorance in front of her, Rebel couldn't suppress the indignation in her heart, refusing to rebuild because he wouldn't gain anything from it. Then she suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "Sistine, I'm not too sure about this," making him turn his head. "Huh?" Viscount Isabella's face lit up with joy as he called out, "Rebel, I knew you'd say that. You wouldn't want to lose the memories of—" Rebel walked closer to Sistine, cutting him off. "There's only 1 week left until the wedding. I'll be moving into the Duranta mansion after that, so I don't see the point in rebuilding." He stepped closer and whispered next to her, "That's right. But Rebel, where will I live, my child?" Not wanting Viscount Isabella to overhear, Rebel immediately pulled him aside. "Can we talk over there?" The sky today was a clear blue, with white clouds drifting lazily and gentle sunlight reflecting down on the green trees rustling in the wind. As the two walked together in the garden, Sistine took the initiative to speak. "In that case, we'll have to postpone and find a new place for you to stay for the coming week." Rebel seemed embarrassed, her gaze shifting away. "A new place? I'm perfectly fine here. What's wrong with staying another week?" He turned his gaze towards her with a look of worry mixed with concern. "Now that we know it's dangerous here, we can't just leave things as they are. Nothing is more important than your safety, Rebel." A woman's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting their conversation. "I came to see which dress you chose, but it seems there's something more serious going on." Rebel seemed to recognize the voice. He bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager." And indeed, it was the Empress Dowager. She glanced at Nine, then spoke in a calm voice. "I've basically heard everything I needed to hear. How about you move to the Duranta mansion sooner, Rebel? That way you won't need to find a new place to live, and most importantly, you'll be safe." She hesitated slightly. "That's true, but—" Sistine suddenly spoke up, interrupting Rebel. "That's a great idea, Mother. If Rebel is happy with it, then so am I." Internally, she denied it. "No way, I'm not ready to share a bed with Sistine yet." He noticed her discomfort and reassured her. "The Duranta mansion has plenty of empty rooms. It's not a problem at all." Upon hearing those words, Rebel's heart was filled with joy. Plenty of empty rooms. She asked again, bewildered, "We won't be sharing a room?" Sistine gently replied, "No, because we're not officially married yet. Unless you want to share." Rebel crouched down, covering her face in embarrassment. "No, I don't." Sistine gave a warm smile, looking at her with affectionate eyes. "The plan for a dressing room fell through, and I moved to the Duranta mansion a week before the wedding." He led her to a room. Sistine introduced, "This will be your room." Rebel slowly stepped inside. The room was exquisitely decorated, leaving her in awe. "Is this an empty room? Even an empty room is this magnificent." He stepped closer and explained, "No, this isn't an empty room. I couldn't possibly put you in an unfurnished room, Rebel." Rebel replied, flustered. "So?" Sistine took her hand, turned, and sat down on the bed. Before she could collect herself, he said softly, "This is our room." Rebel blushed and parted her lips. Her hand, still held in his, fidgeted restlessly. Rebel looked away and said, "Do you mean starting today? If you're doing this because of what I said earlier, I wasn't serious. You don't need to worry about it." Sistine closed his eyes and sighed. "Yes, I know," he thought to himself. "It's strange. I can't believe this is the same person who was so passionate with me before."
Breaking free from his thoughts, Sistine comforted her. "For the next week, this will be our bedroom. Until then, you can use it as you please for yourself. After the wedding, I will explain the duties of the Grand Duchess. In the meantime, feel free to explore the mansion and get acquainted with the staff." Rebel obediently replied, "Yes, I'll see you at dinner." The next day, as Sistine had said, a line of neatly arranged servants now stood before her. The housekeeper immediately spoke up. "Those are the maids of the Duranta family, and I am Helia, the housekeeper. We will serve the Duchess to the best of our abilities." Rebel smiled brightly in response. "It's a pleasure to meet everyone. I've met the staff." A moment later, while walking around, she enthusiastically introduced every nook and cranny to her. The Duranta mansion was built like a fortress to defend against monsters. The windows were designed so that when under attack, the glass could be removed to mount cannons in the frames, and the housekeeper led her on a full tour of the mansion. Contrary to her initial impression that the place would be cold and strict, it turned out to be very warm and hospitable. The best part was, just then a familiar voice called out to Rebel, "What are you doing here?" It was Sistine. Facing him, she smiled and replied, "I'm just taking a walk. Would you like to join me?" She felt so comfortable and peaceful. He immediately agreed. Of course. It made her look forward to a future with him. A week passed. Under the lavishly decorated outdoor chandelier, Sistine asked, "Are you ready?" Rebel's sweet voice softly replied, "Yes." He took her hand and said, "Then let's go." Our wedding day had arrived.
Inside the chapel, a murmur suddenly arose. "Look," the gray-haired man whispered softly to the person beside him. "It seems the newspapers were right about them falling in love at first sight." The person beside him quickly replied, "It seems so. When I heard the bride was a viscount's daughter, not a duke's or a marquise's, I wasn't sure what to think, but it's clear he's in love, otherwise he wouldn't be paying so much attention to everything. Speaking of which, it makes me wonder when my son will finally get married. Even the Grand Duke has tied the knot." Meanwhile, the dowager, listening from the side, chuckled to herself. "I was worried the nobles would be concerned about Rebel's background, but it seems I don't need to intervene." In the afternoon at the mansion, Rebel let out a relieved sigh. "It's finally over. You did very well. I feel like a ton of weight has been lifted off my shoulders." Sistine, hearing this, agreed. "That's right. You did very well too." Inside the carriage, she looked at him curiously and asked, "So where are we going now? To the Grand Duchy?" Sistine immediately explained, "Actually, we're going to my country house. The tradition is to return to the Grand Duchy after the wedding, but that place isn't very suitable for our first night." Rebel's expression instantly turned serious. "Is it because of the monsters? How bad is it?" He honestly replied, "It's been much better lately."
But sometimes monsters still come scratching at the door, and if you don't mind, I can take you there today. She imagined the scene and her mouth fell open. "No thank you, sir. Perhaps another time." That evening at the resort, Sistine spoke as soon as he stepped through the door. "I don't know if you're aware, but it's just the two of us today." The night before, Helia smiled as she informed Rebel, "All staff will get 3 days off after the wedding." She asked skeptically, "Time off?" She replied with a bright smile, "That's right, so that the master and mistress can have some private time. Usually a few people would stay to help."
But His Highness said it wasn't necessary, so at that time it would only be His Highness and the princess. I hope the two of you have a wonderful time together. Back to reality, Rebel spoke up, continuing, "Yes, Helia already told me." After that, she blushed and thought, "Just me and him. Since we're married now, perhaps we should consummate the marriage, right? Sistine must be very nervous too. Come on." Thinking this, Rebel hesitantly called out, "Sistine." He quickly replied, "Yes, Rebel." She gave a thumbs up and shouted loudly, "I'm ready." Sistine couldn't help but be confused by this action. Meanwhile, Rebel, blushing, continued, "It's our wedding night. I will fulfill my duty." He suddenly became pensive, then spoke again. "I understand what you mean, but you don't need to feel forced. After all, this is a marriage of convenience, and I don't expect traditional principles, so you don't need to worry." As for her, upon hearing all those words, she secretly thought, "What? No traditional marriage expected? Distant again?" Immediately after, Rebel suddenly rushed forward in front of Sistine. She expressed frankly, "Maybe you don't, but I do, because that's what I've always dreamed of. Regardless of how we ended up in this marriage, from now on, we are husband and wife. Maybe we won't have marital bliss like other couples, but at least can't we try? For example, eating together, sharing our feelings, and having romantic moments." The net had just dropped. Rebel worriedly thought, "What should I do? Am I acting impulsively just because Sistine called this a marriage of convenience? Or should I just let go first?" Just then, he suddenly leaned in and whispered to her, "Is that what you want?" Rebel blushed and pursed her lips as she replied, "Yes."
The next second, Sistine gently gave her a sweet kiss. The next day, Roland's wedding. In that mansion, two voices rang out in succession. The wedding lasts 2 days? That's right. Roland smiled and explained his plan. Today is the opening banquet. Tomorrow is the main ceremony. Day 1, Rebel and Sistine's wedding, 2 days. Day 2, Roland and Vanika's wedding, opening banquet. Day 3, Roland and Vanika's wedding, main ceremony. If the ceremony extends until tomorrow, guests from Seaster Island will still make it back in time, right? The man opposite, upon hearing this, subtly remarked, "That sounds like an excuse for not being able to change the date."
But you're also smart. All right, I agree. It seems you've put in your best effort. Go ahead and proceed with it. He awkwardly replied, "Thank you." "You don't see any problem with it, do you? This is the best option," Venica said indifferently. "I don't know anymore. The best option would be not to marry you. I'm only doing this to please my father." Roland thought nervously to himself. I had a feeling she would reconsider, but now it's certain. Didn't she say she loved me? He quickly pulled her to her feet. "Oh, don't be like that. Let's go see the reception venue. It's quite impressive, dear." Roland secretly thought to himself, "But I won't let you go anywhere until your family compensates for all the troubles I've had to endure." He smiled and said as they walked, "One day we'll look back and laugh." Just then a loud voice called out, "Roland Dillon is over there." Roland looked at the 3 people in front of him and thought to himself, "Those uniforms, they're investigators. Why are they here?" CL simultaneously asked, "You are Lord Roland Dillon, aren't you?" Despite his tension, he admitted, "Yes, how can I help?" Venica, curious, peeked out from behind the door. "Who is it? Let me see." Roland immediately stopped her. "It's nothing. Stay inside." She then stepped forward in front of him and introduced herself. "I am CL, Deputy Chief Investigator. We received a lead this morning."
Do you recognize this picture? The moment Roland saw it, his face instantly turned pale. That is, immediately after, Seal continued, "Everyone in the picture has testified. Lord Roland Dillon, you are under arrest for illegally collecting taxes in the Dillon territory." 2 nights ago, 9 asked, "Princess, did you call for me?" Rebel replied blandly, "Yes, Roland's wedding is approaching, isn't it? I have a favor to ask of you. Please take a look." He immediately speculated, "Is it a new article?" She slowly recounted, "I've been writing it for quite some time. This article exposes the current state of corruption in the Dillon territory that I investigated. Not having made this public yet still makes me feel uneasy towards the merchants there. Please hand over that document to the inspection agency on the morning of Roland's wedding." 9 was slightly surprised to hear that. "Not to the newspaper?"
The rebel flinched and turned away, thinking, "I've already hidden my name anyway. This time, let someone else take the headlines." Back to the present, Roland's side was in chaos, with reporters vying to ask questions. "Lord Roland, is it true that you colluded with bandits to collect illegal taxes? Did your father turn a blind eye to this? Is the Alaroga family aware of this incident? Please make a statement." At that moment, he could only complain inwardly. Why did it have to happen today? Then he stammered in response. "I don't know. I don't know anything." Roland worriedly thought to himself, if Viscount Alaroga sees this, he will definitely cancel the wedding immediately. He frantically turned his head and shouted, "Venica, you're in there, aren't you? Tell the Viscount this is just a misunderstanding. I haven't done anything wrong, Venica." Meanwhile, Venica and her father were outside, climbing into a carriage. "What's happening? What about the wedding?" She retorted curtly. "There's no wedding anymore. Father never liked him anyway." Venica gnashed her teeth in anger. She thought she could control him, which is why she agreed to marry him. But colluding with bandits to collect illegal taxes, how much lower can he stoop? If she married him, her family would also be implicated. Roland Dillon, we're over. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, the sky had changed from blue to orange-yellow. During that time, many renowned newspapers competed to report on Roland's incident.
Sistine looked at them and couldn't help but exclaim, "So many sensational headlines." Rebel immediately said, "It's shocking news, so the press is reporting it extensively. The more sensational the headline, the more readers it attracts." She happily thought to herself, "I thought they wouldn't report it until tonight at the latest. I forgot how quick journalists are to catch news." Suddenly, he uttered a sentence that made Rebel's heart skip a beat. "I see. You seem quite knowledgeable about the press." She immediately defended herself. "I'm just pretending to know." Sistine continued profoundly, "It's as if you yourself are a reporter." Rebel, startled, blurted out, "No way. I'm so hungry. It's almost past mealtime. Let's eat. My first meal of the day. I don't know why I woke up so late. The sun had already set when I got up." He, sitting opposite her, suddenly spoke up. "It's understandable. We stayed up too late last night." Seeing Sistine's nonchalant demeanor, she blushed even more with embarrassment.
A kiss on the stairs marked the beginning of our wedding night, which then continued until dawn. When we drifted off to sleep, the sun was rising, and when we woke up, the sun had already set. Rebel recalled the image of him from last night, secretly thinking his stamina was truly incredible. But it made sense, as he was a soldier after all. Sistine's deep, hoarse voice called her name, Rebel. She couldn't believe she had written an article spreading rumors about his sexual dysfunction. Regarding Sistine's declaration that he would never marry, Emperor Karis, in her memory, had seriously stated, Sistine made that decision to show the world he wasn't interested in power. Rebel suddenly looked at him tensely. But why did he change his mind and marry her? Certainly not to stage a coup, as the Emperor feared. She gripped the spoon in her hand. Sistine, I have a question. Sistine immediately asked back, What is it? Rebel blurted out the question that stiffened him. Why did you marry me? Instead of answering, Sistine suddenly asked back, Do you like romantic things? She couldn't help but be confused. What? He turned to stone and then replied, I loved you at first sight. Rebel bluntly exposed him. If you're going to lie, at least put a little effort into it, right? What's the non-romantic reason? Sistine was silent for a moment, then replied, I already told you. Hearing that, she was flustered. When? He then said, It's something I promise not to bring up again. Rebel unconsciously repeated his words. Something you promise not to bring up again. Do you mean exploitation? That you married me to exploit me? Sistine suddenly admitted. If I have to be honest, then yes. Confused, she continued to ask, But how? How do you exploit me? What can I give you? Sistine calmly said, I can't say.
All I can say now is you have given me what I needed most. Whatever you desire, power, wealth, honor, revenge, I will grant you all of it. You have given me something far more precious than you realize. A moment later, Rebel stood helplessly in the room, lost in thought. Every time she tried to get closer to Sistine, he pushed her further away. Why couldn't he tell her the truth? What if, by telling her, she could help him more? Or did he still not trust her? At this thought, she mumbled to herself, But I opened up to him. What Rebel hadn't told Sistine, she was Reporter Belle. She could transform into other forms, and the secret agreement between the Empress Dowager and Rebel. Never mind, she had to try to understand him better first. He surely had his own struggles, just like her. She could wait until Sistine was ready. Yes, that's right. 3 days later, the servants had returned after their vacation, and in the private study, Helia stood formally reporting. Although His Highness had always handled all duties related to the estate himself, now there was staff present.
Her Highness will take over the management of this estate, including organizing events and all internal affairs. The Grand Duchess's duties officially begin. But His Highness said that if you feel too overwhelmed, you don't have to force yourself, so please don't hesitate to let me know. Extremely motivated, Rebel is now incredibly thrilled. Ever since I moved here, I have been mentally preparing for this role. Where do we begin now? Next, she bent down and pulled out a document box. In that case, let's start by sorting the invitations. Please read through them and let me know which events you will accept. She hesitantly replied, Okay, but how many are there in total?
Helia offered a forced smile and explained, These are all invitations sent after the wedding, plus those retrieved from Isabella's mansion, which is why there are so many. That meant she secretly recalled her previous wrong decision. Whatever, she didn't need to rush a decision. She could just discuss it with Sistine and the Empress Dowager later. All the invitations she had postponed reading that time were now all here. That's really a lot. Writing a reply letter was nothing, just a few lines and it would be done. The real problem was, Rebel suddenly imagined a certain dialogue in her head. I received a reply from Grand Duchess Duranta. The pink-haired young lady, holding the letter, began to complain. But it's so brief, it feels like the Duchess doesn't want to spend time on my family. The brown blonde-haired young lady opposite immediately chimed in. At least it's better than mine. Mine was almost just a signature. The pink-haired young lady exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, could the Duchess be implying that our invitation wasn't convincing enough? The nobility often blows small matters out of proportion. It's best not to give them a reason to gossip. More important than writing reply letters was where she should make her debut. She had only just become a Grand Duchess. She needed to let everyone know of her presence. Rebel clutched her head and groaned. My head hurts so much. Then she suddenly noticed the movement before her eyes.
Rebel looked up and called out, Sistine, what are you doing? Despite her cry, Sistine calmly continued to toss letters into the fireplace. Even before our marriage, I never participated in social events. You don't need to be so stressed that you're holding your head like that. From now on, you don't need to do this. Just throw all of them into the fireplace for me. She gasped and spoke up. I truly appreciate your concern, but I can't just throw all of them away like that. Responding is one thing, but I also need to decide which events to attend as the Grand Duchess. I don't want people to gossip about me, about this position. Sistine, look. It's an invitation from the D'Ellen family. The letter says, we invite you to a dinner party at the newly renovated D'Ellen Manor on the 24th. Rebel read the letter with a hint of worry. They had to return double the amount of illegally collected taxes and received a harsh penalty. I thought they would be more humble. The content of that letter was as follows. Official notice, D'Ellen Family Resolution Plan. The D'Ellen family must pay the royal family double the total amount of illegally collected taxes. 20% of the territory belonging to the D'Ellen family will be confiscated by the royal family. For the next 5 years, the D'Ellen family will be under special investigation and must pay taxes in accordance with current regulations. Royal Tax Authority. Sistine felt something was off. They must still have money. By now, they've probably accumulated quite a bit. She secretly speculated in her mind. They are trying to show us that despite what happened, they are still doing well. This is the only way for them to avoid being abandoned by the Alaroga family or other noble families.
She ignored it and decided not to attend, thinking, we don't need to care about this invitation. I'll burn it. But Sistine stopped her. Wait, Rebel. How about we attend the D'Ellen family's party? Rebel immediately frowned. Why? I think we'll only receive accusations that we ruined their party and their wedding. Surely this invitation is just a formality. Hearing this, Sistine countered. People will talk regardless of where we go. He then explained to Rebel, if we attend a high-ranking nobles party, they'll assume we're power-hungry. And if we join a merchant guild's party, rumors will spread that we're only after money. So attending the D'Ellen family's party is still the best option. Everyone knows the two families haven't had a good relationship since recent events. Therefore, we'll be subject to fewer speculations than if we went elsewhere, even though the press will still report things like the Duranta family's revenge continues. After hearing this, she reconsidered. That's true, she thought. The D'Ellen family's party is also the biggest party ever held. The Grand Duchess will be there, and it's also the party held right after the corruption scandal. So reporters and nobles will gather there. In other words, it's the perfect stage for the Grand Duchess's debut. Most importantly, the image of Rebel victorious and Roland defeated made her even more determined. I must show Roland how well I've lived after he dumped me.
Rebel's devious, shadowy face was revealed. Having no other choice, he would attend the D'Ellen family's party. A glittering, opulent scene unfolded. A month later, at the D'Ellen family's mansion, where the party was held. Duke D'Ellen stood high above, looking down at the attendees, who were more numerous than he had expected. Roland's eyes were full of pride. Of course, we used all our remaining resources to host the party, he thought. He was happily thinking of Vanika, wondering when she would arrive. Just as he thought of her name, a servant came to announce, Lord Roland, she has arrived. He happily asked, is it her, Vanika? The servant replied, no. Roland's face darkened upon hearing the report. It's Grand Duke Duranta and his wife. Simultaneously, a luxurious carriage was slowly making its way in. Unbelievable. Roland quickly went outside to see for himself. He rushed to the door. No way, he thought. I only politely sent an invitation. There's no way they would actually come here, right? Rebel's voice rang out in greeting. Long time no see.
Rebel offered Lord Roland D'Ellen a friendly, somewhat artificial smile. People around them whispered, it's His Highness. He's never attended social events like this. It must be for the Grand Duchess. She needs a ball to be introduced to the nobility. Everyone started speculating about other reasons. Good heavens, are you saying this is the Grand Duchess's debut ball? At first, I wasn't sure if I should come, but thankfully Roland was furious when he saw her. Rebel Isabella. He couldn't possibly be happy with them present, especially after everything that had happened. Why are you here? You know that invitation was just a formality. Wasn't ruining my wedding enough? Do you really have to show up here, an eyesore to ruin this party meant to salvage my honor too? Despite his thoughts, he still had to bow respectfully. Welcome, Grand Duke Duranta, Grand Duchess, he said, though his mind was filled with utter dislike for them. How much more will it take? But Roland's words were utterly respectful. I hope you both enjoy the party tonight. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Only then will you leave me in peace.
Then Roland moved to another spot, punching the wall hard and causing it to crack. What? It's been a long time since we last met. Who does she think she is? Roland remained in his previous posture, calculating silently. If it weren't for the Grand Duke and the royal family, getting rid of her would be as easy as pie. Is there really no other way? He began to look for ways to harm those two, or try to sow discord between them. Roland recalled an earlier late-night meeting with Rebel. You're still working at this hour? She scratched her head in embarrassment when she saw Roland. Yes, I have to finish before tomorrow. In another scenario, she was in her office when she was startled to see Roland. Roland, when did you arrive? He sat in front of her and casually asked, Since this afternoon, where have you been? She stammered, I went to work. He reflected on the past, recalling that during their dating period, she was always busy with work. Roland still asked for more details. What kind of work are you doing? She didn't answer clearly. It's that. Which one? Roland pondered deeply. She had never clearly stated what kind of work she did. Roland suspected she was of questionable character. I let it go because I was going to dump her anyway, but what exactly was she doing that she had to go out every night like that?
His lips mumbled a few words under his breath. Maybe I should go meet a guy? As if a lightning bolt shot through his head, he had come up with a reason to harm Rebel. Roland's expression turned sinister. That's it. The Grand Duke said he fell in love with Rebel at first sight back then. What would happen if he discovered the woman he loved was meeting another man every night? Rebel Isabella, you're finished. As he walked along, humming, he met someone. You seem to be in a very good mood. Preparing for this party must have eaten up your entire fortune, didn't it? Roland snapped at the other person. My entire fortune? What do you take my family for? He raised a hand to stop him and rummaged in his pocket. Just kidding. Of course, the Dyellen family could never go bankrupt.
He handed Roland a business card with a snake emblem. Would you grant me the honor of meeting you at this location? It's a place where you can have everything, power, honor, anything, as long as you have money. He listened intently as the other person said, Money? The other person, in a captivating tone, replied, Exactly. The invitation and the business card are both there. He patted Roland on the shoulder. I truly look forward to meeting you in Lella's basement soon. Roland was about to ask for his identity when he vanished in a flash. Wait, who are you? He looked around in confusion. What the hell, Wavy Po? He looked so engrossed in his search that he bumped into Nine. Oh, excuse me, I'm looking for someone. Enjoy the party. Roland muttered to himself. He was just here. Where did he disappear to? Nine felt suspicious. Lella, I've heard that name before. I need to report this to the princess. During the party, a server brought shimmering golden glasses of wine. Rebel took 2 glasses. She cheerfully handed one to Sistine. He probably didn't expect us to be here. Look at Roland's shocked face. He even seems a bit angry. Want a glass, Sistine? He refused to drink. No thank you. I can't afford to get drunk.
Roland certainly hadn't expected this. The idea of the Grand Duchess attending a party in such a dilapidated place was truly absurd. Hearing this, she felt a bit awkward and could only laugh it off. If such a luxurious place was considered dilapidated, what would her own home be called? That's why he wanted to rebuild it. Ignoring his blunt remark, Rebel sighed in relief and spoke up. Anyway, I'm very happy to make my debut again. Her debut ball as Rebel Isabella had been a disaster. Sistine didn't understand what she was talking about. Disaster? What happened? People began to buzz and whisper about the two of them. They're coming this way. Today is our chance. The Grand Duke is like steel and stone, so let's try with the Duchess. She's the daughter of a dirt-poor Viscount. A little flattery will do the trick. They began making friendly gestures and uttering flattering words, not forgetting to inquire about Grand Duke Duranta and his wife. We haven't had the honor of meeting your graces since the wedding, and we are truly honored to meet you and the Duchess here. Grand Duchess, we understand why His Grace loves you so much. You are truly magnificent. We couldn't take our eyes off you at the wedding. So will the Duranta mansion be hosting any banquets soon? Have you received our invitation? Rebel felt very awkward. Why were so many people swarming her like this? Even though she tried to avoid them, people didn't give up. Does the Duranta family have any business plans yet? We heard that at the Dyellen family's villa, the garden is even more beautiful than the interior. Have you been there yet? I have some information here that might interest the Duchess.
Sistine asked her worriedly, Rebel, are you okay? Suddenly, his face darkened. Sistine, surprised, sensed his body's condition. What's happening? He couldn't control his mana, but Rebel was right next to him. Could Rebel's mood be affecting him? Sistine's face changed color as he called her name. Rebel.
She suddenly realized Sistine was having a problem. It was Sistine. Rebel kindly asked him, Sistine, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Although he was indeed unwell, he still tried to act as if he was fine. No, I just feel a little dizzy, he said. I'm sure going outside for some fresh air will help. Would you mind coming outside with me? She immediately agreed. Yes. Rebel was delighted by the garden scenery. People weren't wrong. The garden was truly beautiful. It was indeed better out here than in there. But she didn't get so caught up in admiring the view that she forgot about Sistine. How are you feeling now? She asked. Are you all right, or should we go home and call a doctor? Sistine probably felt better now. I'm fine, he said. He secretly speculated. Rebel has calmed down now, and so has my mana. Just as I thought, it seems Rebel's mood affects mana. After a moment of contemplation, Sistine stated firmly, a doctor can't cure this. Her face darkened. A doctor can't cure it? She suddenly spoke loudly, directly to Sistine. What exactly is the problem? Is it an incurable disease? He could only stammer, no, it's not a disease, but it's really hard to explain. She didn't give up and continued to probe deeper into the issue. But if it affects your health, you mustn't hide it from me. Sistine had no intention of hiding it and began to explain. She's right, I shouldn't keep my mana problem a secret forever. As long as I don't mention the mana explosion, it should be fine. Thinking this, Sistine then asked her, Rebel, do you know about mana? It was possible she also understood the problem Sistine was facing. Do you mean the mana ability that some people possess? She asked. I've heard that if one can control mana, they can become a mage or a swordmaster.
Rebel was spot on, even though I only just mentioned it. Exactly, so you know? She blushed shyly, thinking, of course, I've read the books. Sistine began to explain more about the symptoms he had experienced. I was born with mana inside me, a colossal amount, so much that most mages can't even compare to me. It's like an unquenchable fire, so I have to restrain it constantly, but if I'm careless for even a moment, it overwhelms me immediately. I get severe headaches and lose control. After hearing this, she understood why Sistine had been like that in the hall. So that's why you weren't feeling well recently. He didn't deny it. That's right. Once a month, I have to go to the Grand Duchy to release some of the accumulated mana, so that nothing happens even if I lose control. She was startled when she realized he hadn't been there. But you haven't been there for a few months. He looked Rebel straight in the eye, seriously. That's true, and it's because of you, Rebel.
She was surprised to hear that. Huh? Then Rebel pointed at herself. Me? But I don't have any ability to control mana. Sistine replied to her. You might not have noticed, but thanks to you, you helped me control my mana without having to go to the Grand Duchy. You have the power to master mana, Rebel. Even so, Rebel still found it confusing that just now, when she was by his side, he seemed ill. If that's true, why were you suffering so much in the hall? Give me a reasonable explanation. I think your power weakened for a moment. It seems that when you're too stressed, your power isn't stable either. She recalled the moment in the hall when everyone rushed towards her, surrounding her. Ah, that's right. I was so overwhelmed then that I couldn't keep my composure. Rebel felt proud of this newly discovered ability. So not only can I transform, but I can also master mana. Sistine calmly reiterated what had just happened. At that time, I didn't think you would react like that. I thought you would remain calm in such a situation. She turned away, crossing her arms hesitantly. I usually lose my composure when people surround me. I've already told you about my debut ball as Lady Revel, haven't I? Sistine listened attentively. Yes, I'm very curious about that too.
She sighed, imagining past events, minor ones really. But for someone from a family with no influence, such things probably happened often. At a party once, she stood in the middle, listening to the whispers and criticisms. The Isabella family, a family on the verge of bankruptcy, and now merely nobility in name. No wonder her dress was so shabby. Rebel was lost in her own emotions. Throughout the ball, everyone acted as if she didn't exist, and no one invited her to dance. She was quite sure it was because of the rumors about her father, coupled with her simple appearance. Rebel clenched her hands resolutely. But today, those very same people were trying to act friendly towards her, and she could clearly see their intentions. And that made her tired.
Sistine's gaze was gentle and empathetic. I understand very well the kind of people who want to rely on power. They excessively inflate rumors and turn innocent people into monsters without hesitation. It's truly disgusting. It seemed he was unwell again, causing Rebel to panic upon seeing it. Sistine, what's wrong? Are you dizzy again? She worriedly thought to herself. What should I do? Have my abilities stopped working again? Immediately she turned around, and Rebel supported Sistine. We must get him inside first. There has to be a way. In hall, everyone noticed he had been gone for too long. His Highness still hasn't returned. Surely they haven't just left. I haven't even had a chance to speak with the princess. Roland was furious that the guests were only concerned about him. The host of the party is standing right in front of you all. Never mind. The purpose of today is merely to change the mindset of the Alaroga family. Now I should just focus on making Vanica change her mind. Then someone announced important news. Sir, Viscount Alaroga and Lady Vanica have arrived. Roland eagerly welcomed them.
Venica, Viscount Alaroga, it's a pleasure to meet you both. I've been waiting for you. I've prepared a room for you. Why don't we go there for a private chat? Venica haughtily refused. No need, Lord Dielen. I'm not interested. Roland was slightly worried about her attitude. What are you saying, Venica? Why are you addressing me like that? Have I disappointed you? But our relationship is more significant than that. At least hear me out first. Venica pointed directly at his face and scolded him. I don't know what delusions you're having. There is no relationship between us whatsoever. I came here today to show everyone that our engagement is over. Do you hear me, Lord Dielen? Never come looking for me again. Sweating in fear, he desperately tried to hold on to Venica. Venica, no! You can't just leave like this! The guests standing behind them began to whisper amongst themselves. He's been dumped, of course. If she stayed with him, would she also be dragged down? It's best to cut ties now. The guests shifted their conversation to Roland. The hushed whispers throughout the hall unsettled him. Don't forget Lord Dielen publicly insulted the Grand Duchess. You mean the article that said the marriage proposal was just a joke? Exactly. But wasn't he having an affair? He said he wasn't engaged to the princess, but he didn't deny they were lovers. Right. So he was having an affair. I just realized that now. Wait, the Grand Duke's carriage has left. What? I saw it too. If they've left, what are we still doing here? The guests began to leave one by one, abandoning him. Everyone, the banquet has concluded. We had a very pleasant time today, Lord Dielen. We'll be taking our leave now if you'll excuse us. Roland tried to hold the guests back. Wait, don't leave. If you leave now, all the money I've put into this. Someone spoke up to reassure him. Please calm yourself, Lord Roland.
It was dark outside. Rebel suddenly thought, we've returned to the mansion. In the garden, Rebel didn't know what else to do but wait for him. But what next? Sustain said the doctor couldn't help either. Confused, she called out to him. Sustain, is there another way? I don't think you can go to the Grand Duchy now. He thought for a moment, then decided to go somewhere else. There's an area in the garden where laya plants are grown. Take me there. She paused in surprise for a moment when she heard Sustain mention that plant. The laya plant? Does he mean? Cryberry exclusive. Why did the Grand Duke choose to remain single forever? Reporter Bell conducted an astonishing investigation when she caught Grand Duke Duranta's subordinate buying laya medicinal plants late at night. This plant is famous for its ability to enhance bedroom performance. An aphrodisiac that you've collected?
Sistine knelt down gently and reached out to touch the flower. He observed the vibrant flower in his hand, laya. Then a soft blue light appeared. Rebel bit down slightly, surprised. I didn't know they could stabilize mana. Sistine looked at the withered flower before him. I just stumbled upon it. Perhaps most people don't know about this use for it. Before I met you, I often had to rely on this herb, even though I constantly had to buy more because this plant is only good for a single use. She pondered upon hearing that. I've always wondered why Sistine secretly bought laya plants, even though he always seemed stable. Now I understand. With such a high demand, he must have secretly placed orders to get large quantities, which is why he sent his servants to retrieve them at night. Rebel's cheeks were covered with a blush. I don't know anything. Sistine asked, puzzled. Don't know what? This made her momentarily stunned. Rebel's inner self instantly became panicked. Wait, did I just say that out loud? Her eyes clearly showed fear. Well,
Rebel, embarrassed, covered her face and crouched down. I'm sorry, I misunderstood about you collecting a large number of laya plants. I thought it was because... Seeing this, he asked doubtfully, my prowess in bed? She admitted frankly, yes, but I won't think that anymore. You've explained everything to me, and I also see that you haven't done anything wrong. After hearing this, Sistine suddenly covered his mouth and burst out laughing. The radiant smile on his lips made his refined face even more gentle. Sistine, still laughing heartily, replied, I apologize for laughing, but I didn't mean to make you feel embarrassed. Rebel blushed. I'm fine. Her heart was racing at this moment. Sistine, I had no idea his smile would make my heart pound so much. A few days later, in the luxurious and magnificent mansion, a newspaper was being picked up. Cryberry, Lady Venica Alaroga. I have broken off my engagement with Roland Dellon and am no longer associated with that family. Rebel thought to herself, from what happened that night, it seems Sistine has gradually opened up to her. I think the mission to understand his feelings will soon succeed. If everything continues to go well, I will also give up this reporter profession. Everything is progressing very smoothly. A knock suddenly sounded from outside the room. It's 9, she replied. Oh, come in. 9 walked up to Rebel and rummaged in his jacket. The letter from Cryberry has arrived. She sighed tiredly. I don't even have time to rest. Ever since I became famous as Reporter Bell, I no longer have to go looking for news myself. The envelope of the letter had a line written on it, to Reporter Bell. Now people and news agencies will contact me first.
Most of the rumors sent in are just speculation. However, information from news agencies is different. It has been confirmed to be generally accurate and clearly verified. The last article I wrote was a week ago, so let's see what this one is about. Rebel carefully read the content written on the paper. This letter aims to inform Reporter Bell about the recent salt price manipulation occurring in the Tudor region. According to the information we've gathered, merchant guilds intend to raise salt prices with the goal of causing food prices in the area to skyrocket. Salt prices have always fluctuated, but they've never increased them this much, and trade in Tudor is being severely affected by this.
She rubbed her chin. The letter stated that they had checked salt prices in other regions and found them to be stable. Nine's expression became worried. There must be something wrong with this. Rebel also agreed. That's right. Her gaze lingered on the last lines of the letter. If this continues, other merchants will lose their businesses and become homeless. We need Reporter Bell to expose this before it destroys all of our livelihoods, Rebel said. All right. She couldn't hide her delight, clenching her fists. These matters of corruption are my business. I will investigate this myself, she said softly. The Tura region isn't far. You can finish this in a day. Hearing this, Rebel became even more expected. Really? We can wrap this up soon then. Her expression suddenly turned weary. With, Nine anxiously asked, what's wrong? Rebel lowered her head, looking conflicted. How should I tell Sistine? Night fell. In a meticulously decorated room, Sistine seriously asked, so the day after tomorrow you will go to another region to enjoy the hobby you mentioned before. She clasped her hands, trying her best to appear sincere. That's right. In that case, I will go with 9, and because it's very close, I will return on the same day. He sat on the chair, lost in contemplation for a moment. Sistine finally agreed to Rebel's request. All right. I said that when you become Duchess, you can experience the hobbies you want. She was delighted to hear his answer. Wow, easier than I thought.
Rebel's voice carried gratitude. Thank you, sir. Sistine unexpectedly interjected, but I didn't know your hobbies involved outdoor activities. Is it some kind of exercise? She quickly found an excuse. Well, you could say that. I go seasiding, meet many new people.
He wondered, don't people recognize you? Rebel was flustered. That's why I'll change my hairstyle and use an alias. Sistine's gaze scrutinized her innocent, harmless smile. He wondered if he had heard of some nobles who liked to travel around and explore freely, but was that truly what she wanted?
Sistine's tone was somewhat distant. Are you still not ready to tell me what your true preferences are? Rebel stammered, searching for a suitable excuse. Well... Seeing that she still couldn't answer after a while, he stood up. You don't need to force yourself. Rebel turned her eager gaze towards Sistine. Wait, why don't you try to guess? He was taken aback. What? She explained. If I tell you everything, it won't be interesting anymore, so you should try to guess. Despite saying that, Rebel still told herself, I'll keep trying to hide it until you figure it out. Sistine inquired, All right then, do you have any hints? She awkwardly looked around. Hints? Rebel's mind was a tangled mess. What should I say now? I mustn't lie, but I also mustn't reveal too much. Thinking this, she suddenly exclaimed, It has something to do with bringing something hidden to light.
Rebel thought to himself, what I said is fine, right? It can mean many things. Archaeology, historical research, solving the world's mysteries, treasure hunting, even something related to detectives. He rubbed his chin. That's a very vague hint. She happily blurted out, That's what makes it interesting. Rebel was secretly very pleased. Anyway, I don't care what you think, as long as it's not reporter Sistine. The next day, the sky was clear with clouds drifting lazily. A soldier was reporting the situation. We have checked the area around Duranta and other neighboring regions. Everything is as usual, nothing out of the ordinary. Except for a Leah tree in the garden. Sistine appeared to be listening intently, but his mind was elsewhere. Bringing something hidden to light. What does that mean? Her words suddenly cut through his thoughts. Captain, may I continue? Sistine ordered the deputy captain of the investigation agency, CL. The area check here is sufficient. Proceed to the investigation agency. As captain of the investigation agency, Sistine von Duranta, he casually inquired, regarding the illegal tax collection, how is the surveillance in the Dealan territory progressing? CL reported, everything is proceeding normally. The market has resumed operations, and Dealan hasn't left his home for a long time. He nodded slightly. I see. Have you looked into those mysterious people who deposited money? A newspaper headline flashed in Sistine's mind, exposing the corruption behind Dealan's territory.
Seal seriously confirmed with Sistine. Yes, I've looked into it, but the only clue is the accusatory letter left in front of our hall. It's anonymous, and the handwriting is so common that we can't identify its sender. However, based on the coherence of the writing, it seems the author of the letter is familiar with the content and also knows how to use a magic camera. Therefore, I suspected someone who sends tips for a living. He immediately caught the key point. For a living, does that mean this person is an assistant? Assistants, as the name suggests, are individuals who support inspectors in their work. They are ordinary citizens of all ages and genders who provide information to the inspection agency for additional commission. Sistine carefully examined each sheet before concluding. Indeed, in my opinion, it seems this information was gathered through a very effective investigation. He suddenly recalled his most recent conversation with Rebel. Was that some kind of assignment? At the time, she had answered flustered. I was just traveling and meeting a lot of people. Sistine's momentary pause caught the other person's attention. Is something wrong, Captain? He immediately regained his composure. Nothing. I just had a very absurd thought. But the seed of doubt had been sown in his heart. He thought to himself, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. There are many reasons to travel everywhere and meet people. Rebel's suggestion might have nothing to do with an assistant's work.
Sistine suddenly recalled Rebel's previous hint. Her job involved bringing something hidden to light. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Sistine then suddenly asked a somewhat unrelated question. Seal, have you seen the Duchess before? She quickly confirmed, Yes, my lord, because my main duty is to protect Duranta. Only then did he hesitantly voice his speculation. Rebel might be the inspector's assistant. Even Ciel hadn't expected this answer. My lord, she said, that's certainly impossible. She is completely unlike the assistants I know. Those words seemed to strike Sistine's confused mind. Of course.
Despite this, he maintained his stance, but most assistants would hide their identities. Even if Rebel were one of them, no one would know. If she were an assistant, then the recent events could be fully explained. This included reports that contained no records of her work before marrying him, and the fact that she could sneak out of the house undetected. Only an assistant accustomed to moving around could do that. Then there was her hint about a hobby, which she also refused to disclose to him. Finally, Sistine completed this puzzle piece. Yes, she was the assistant. As soon as he understood, he immediately issued a new order. From now on, there would be no more investigations into Dielen's negotiator. Ciel couldn't make sense of it. What do you mean, sir? Sistine then explained more thoroughly. Our original plan was to bring them to the Inspection Institute, but I've changed my mind. In his heart, he still wanted to support her. He didn't know if Rebel was truly an inspection assistant, but he couldn't let this hinder her.
It was a hobby she was so passionate about that she still wanted to pursue it even as a duchess. Now we should look at it differently, Sistine calmly encouraged the other person. Good work, you may go. The next day, early in the morning during Rebel's business trip, Helia had her eyes opened. She told me it was her hobby, but when I saw it for myself, I felt a little scared. I can't believe she's riding an old carriage and wearing those clothes. Rebel could only try to appear fine and force a smile. I hope you'll get used to this soon. Previously, Sistine had carefully instructed her, when the Duchess pursued her hobby, don't ask anything, just bring whatever she needs. And Helia always remembered the request clearly. It was an order from the Duke, so her demeanor remained respectful. Of course, Your Grace.
But I'm also very glad the Asila region isn't far, and the shadows will accompany you. Rebel went along with the excuse. That's right, don't worry about me. But inwardly, she felt guilty 100 times over. I'm sorry for lying, Helia. After that, she quickly said goodbye. Then I'll see you when we return. The rusty carriage departed and traveled quite a distance. It was then that Ney inquired about Rebel's intentions. Your Grace, do you have any plans for this investigation? She had already mapped out her course of action in her mind. First,
We will investigate the merchant guilds. Because some merchants monopolize salt distribution, there must be price stability. I will investigate them first, then their supporters. He immediately grasped it. Are you talking about complicity? Rebel affirmed with conviction. That's right, I'm sure about that. In a region, stabilizing prices is not easy, even if a few merchant guilds agree to do so. Price changes could only happen if the region's administrator was blind and other merchant guilds were prevented from receiving goods. Someone must have been behind them, supporting them and profiting from this. Nine couldn't help but admire Rebel's talent. You're amazing. Since you've already identified the culprits, solving this is just a matter of time. She, however, was not so optimistic. That sounds good, but... Because Rebel understood the nature of the situation, unlike Dielen's case, those behind this won't easily reveal themselves, and the merchants aren't aware of anything either. Moreover, if the nobles and merchants want to keep it a secret, it will be very difficult to uncover any clues. Therefore, she conveyed to him to be more vigilant. I don't think things will be easy, Nine. The investigation had begun with Rebel's suspicion and worry. The mission was underway. The difficulties included finding the culprits behind the salt price manipulation and gathering evidence to accuse them. Culprit 1, merchant guilds. Culprit 2, nobles. No evidence. As difficult as Rebel had expected.
It was quite easy to find the merchant guilds responsible for stabilizing salt prices, namely Tilla and Nia. But finding evidence to convict them was another story, even with the help of the other shadows. I still couldn't find any other relevant information, and the trip to Tura, originally planned for just one day, had now stretched into several. Frustrated, Rebel had to move on to another location. 9, let's go. My exhaustion had now reached its peak. If it weren't for the Duchess, I would have booked a room here and quickly finished this matter. All this traveling is too troublesome. But on the positive side, even though I've never explained my frequent outings to anyone, she doesn't ask why I'm leaving anymore, and no one else seems to suspect anything either. Even Sistine just gently said, "Have a good day," acting as if he fully supported me.
For days, Rebel had been living in constant apprehension. The other servants were one thing, but why hadn't Sistine asked anything either? Was he silently observing because she had said this was her hobby? Could he have guessed correctly? Whatever the reason, she had to quickly put an end to this before anyone asked about it. Dragging this out wouldn't do any good, but that was just the calm before the storm. And despite her wishes, something happened. After finishing a day's work, Rebel returned home. "You've worked hard today," she said. "Hey, tomorrow we'll depart a little later, so you can sleep in. Tell the other shadows they did a great job too." Both his body and mind were exhausted, so he only responded blandly, "Yes." She also had to try to stay alert as she walked. Is Sistine home? He's been coming home too early these past few days. Perhaps he doesn't have much work to do. Just then, Rebel suddenly noticed something unusual. Huh? What is this? She immediately panicked, not understanding what was happening. All the Laya plants had withered. But they were fine yesterday. Wait, does this mean... As soon as Rebel stepped in, she was greeted. "You've returned home quite early, my lady." But she was completely distracted and couldn't maintain her usual etiquette. "Helia, where is Sistine?" She calmly replied, "He is in his study." As soon as she had the location, Rebel furiously rushed towards it, even grabbing both door handles. Then she shouted, a resounding cry amidst her labored breathing, "Sistine!" He turned back, slightly surprised by the call. But Sistine's face was haggard, completely unlike his usual self. "Rebel, you're back." Rebel approached without hesitation and asked, "Sistine, are you all right?" He stubbornly insisted he was fine. "What? I'm fine." But she didn't believe a single word. "No, you're not fine at all. Your face looks very pale. Did something happen to your mana again? All the Laya trees out there have withered. What happened?" Sistine hesitated slightly when he was about to recount the events.
A few hours ago, he had received an item. This letter was at the entrance of Durantha Manor.
Helia respectfully presented it. That's right, she said, and I didn't see anyone put it there. There was no sender's name on it, and Sistine didn't give it much thought, taking it immediately. I understand. I will look into it. After finishing her report, she immediately left. Only then did he empty the contents of the envelope. These were photos of Rebel. She was discreetly in this building, talking to people dressed as civilians. It seemed these photos were taken while she was working. But who took them? This thought arose, making the atmosphere suddenly cold. Someone had secretly photographed Rebel. A reporter would publish an article before sending them to him, and someone was trying to extort him with this threat. But if they only sent these photos, perhaps their goal was to cause a rift in the marriage. Someone was trying to disrupt the relationship between him and Rebel, and the person who desired this most was... Intense emotions made Sistine's fingers tremble.
He himself was aware that his unique physical condition was deteriorating. He had delayed his trip to the Grand Duchy for too long. Now even a little stress could cause his mana to spiral out of control. Therefore, he had used the power of the Laya tree to soothe the mana outburst. Usually, Rebel alone would be enough, but without her by his side, he had to use more Laya trees. Despite being in pain, Sistine instinctively worried about her feelings. Perhaps it was a frightening sight for her. He didn't know if the culprit was Roland Dallin, but if she found out someone was secretly taking pictures, she would definitely be very worried. Perhaps he shouldn't tell her this. Rebel, meanwhile, was extremely worried by his silence. Sistine. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to distract her. We haven't spent much time together recently. Rebel was suddenly bewildered by this abrupt topic. Huh? Why is he suddenly being so romantic? Sistine continued to express his true feelings. You helped stabilize my mana, but without you these past few days, it's been very difficult for me to control it. Finally, she caught his drift. So that's what he meant. Her hand unconsciously relaxed as well. Yes, I understand.
Are you feeling better now? Sistine honestly replied. I'm much better after using the Lia plant. Rebel couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I was so scared, thinking something terrible had happened. To prevent this from happening again, I won't go out for a while. This time it was Sistine's turn to be unexpectedly surprised. You don't have to, she said, but Rebel's mind was made up and couldn't be swayed. All right, nothing is more important than your health. I'll spend time by your side, so please cooperate with me. He could only quietly comply. I understand, he said. And so the investigation was entrusted to Nine and the other Night Shadows. The increased time spent together, warming their relationship, left Sistine flustered. Are you really staying here? Rebel always took her words seriously. Of course, she replied. Sistine seemed to feel quite guilty, thinking that this would hinder Rebel from pursuing her hobbies, so he prepared a small gift for her. He unexpectedly presented her with a gift without any prior indication. This is for you, Rebel, he said. Perhaps this won't be as interesting as your hobbies, but I hope you'll like it. She was stunned as she held the unique gift in her hands. Did he really think she would like this? It was a dossier of reports on events that had occurred in the Western Territory.
Sistine struck right at Rebel's psychology. I only chose publicly viewable photos. Feel free to look, she mused to herself. He must have chosen this gift based on my suggestion. Does he think my interests lie in crime investigation? Although it was just an unintentional misunderstanding, she was extremely pleased. Actually, this way is much better. If I do this, he won't suspect me anymore. So Rebel happily accepted it. Thank you, Sistine. He too felt a secret satisfaction. I knew she'd like it. Then Sistine seemed to suddenly remember something. Rebel, I'll be going on a business trip tomorrow, so I won't be home for 3 days. A worried expression immediately appeared on her face. 3 days? Will you be all right? What if something happens with your mana when you're alone? He gently reassured her. Don't worry, I've been paying more attention to it lately, so don't fret. This made Rebel suddenly come up with a theory. As long as he's still conscious, does that mean his mana loses control because he lowers his guard? What kinds of situations would trigger his mana? Sistine said he would be fine, but when he returns, I should still be by his side. I can finish my writing at home, so I just need to complete the investigation within these 3 days. With so many things to worry about, Rebel unconsciously spoke aloud. I wonder if Nine and the other shadows have gathered all the information. Speak of the devil, and he appeared. Yes, your grace.
Her soul was half gone. When did you get here? He just arrived and reported the progress. I'm waiting to send you all the information we've gathered. According to our investigation, the merchant guilds Tilla and Nia are leading this matter, with 2 nobles behind the price manipulation. At the same time, a merchant group called Luina is also trying to get involved in this operation. Rebel was quite overwhelmed by Nine's incredible working speed. Really? How did you know this? Then he calmly dropped the key piece of information. Luina, the owner of this merchant group, has sent invitations for a secret meeting to these 4 people so they can participate in the scheme with them.
She immediately rejoiced as if striking gold. We found it. So all we need to do is find the location. When will that meeting take place? Nine slowly replied. The day after tomorrow. Since this is a very sensitive matter, they will check the faces of the participants, so I'm not sure if we can attend, because it includes prominent figures from Owner Luina, Owner Nia, Owner Tilla, Noble A, and Noble B. Only 5 special individuals are allowed to attend this meeting. If we participate, the chance of being exposed is very high. However, Rebel's confidence did not waver in the face of this difficulty. You're right, he said. That's why I will disguise myself as Lee Luina. She thought she was hearing things. What? You can disguise yourself as someone else too? She continued to be astounded by him. No, but Owner Luina is a very private person, so no one knows what she looks like. I will make sure Luina cannot attend and then impersonate her. No one will suspect a thing. Nevertheless, he firmly objected. But this is too risky. What if the owner of the Merchant Guild and those 2 nobles know what she looks like? Rebel seemed determined. I'll figure out a countermeasure once we get there. Besides, this is the only way to attend. The 2 sides faced off in silence for a few minutes, but in the end, 9 had to concede. I understand. I'll go prepare right away. The next day was the meeting about the change in salt prices. Rebel started his day by stretching. Good morning, Helea. Where is Sistine? Helea reported as usual. He left with the knights early this morning. She unconsciously noticed one detail. Knights of Mana?
Helia understood the implication and offered more information. Yes, this matter doesn't seem to concern the capital's public order. Despite this, rebels still couldn't understand what was going on. As night descended upon the inspector's temporary refuge, Sistine gathered his forces and assigned the mission. In the next 2 days, we must secretly attend Marquis Petia's secret meeting. Louis will disguise himself as the Marquis's representative, while the others will conceal themselves nearby and stay vigilant. That's all there is to it. They all chorused, understood. Suddenly, someone approached with a question. Captain, we have a problem. Louis. He was clutching his stomach with a pained expression. I feel so nauseous. I might have food poisoning from breakfast. So the knight suggested, Captain, acting is a crucial part of this mission. If we let him attend the meeting in this state, he won't be able to control his emotions, and everything will be over. I think we should send someone else as a representative. Unexpectedly, Sistine capped a bombshell. I don't think there's any other way. I'll do it myself. The 2 immediately froze in shock. Pardon? Sistine continued. I have every valid reason to take matters into my own hands. Among those here, who can disguise themselves as Marquis Petia's representative better than me? Here, there are women. Some are too big, some are too small. But the knight was still a bit concerned. Your appearance is very suitable, but he hesitated slightly, about to voice his other concerns. The next day was the meeting about the change in salt prices. Rebel prepared to depart with utmost confidence. I've memorized everything. 9 cautiously inquired. Are you ready, Duchess? Her spirits were quite relaxed about this mission. More or less, I've remembered the information about Luina. What about you? Have you found anything else? He also brought good news. Yes, the identity of Noble A. Rebel immediately became excited. Really? Who is it? The information 9 provided coincidentally aligned with Sistine's plan, Marquis Petia, but his representative will attend this meeting. Rebel immediately became highly vigilant. Will the merchants in the Tuba region provide this information to reporters? Also, his stature and voice are very familiar. 9 quite agreed with his point of view. It's very possible.
If the person in the black mask is truly a reporter infiltrating this place alone, regardless of how much they're paid, just to report, they should be working for the supervisory board rather than a newsroom. Elsewhere, Sistine suddenly sneezed loudly for no apparent reason. After disguising herself as a man, Rebel had been freely roaming this place. I've taken enough photos in this mansion. 9, have you found anything yet? He hesitantly reported. Yes, while you were in the meeting, I searched all the rooms, but the top secret book, her objective, remains a question mark.
Rebel couldn't help but be startled and wanted to confirm again. Really? It should be there, shouldn't it? No rooms are locked? But 9 could only deliver a sad piece of news. No, all rooms are open. This perplexing obstacle made her fall into contemplation. Nevertheless, Rebel still hadn't given up the idea. There aren't any secret mechanisms either, like pushing a bookshelf to reveal a room. 9 carefully recalled. It seemed there was no such place. She had to resort to her last resort. If that's the case, after a moment of silent compliance, he was forced to speak up. I trust your intuition, my lady. But aren't you trusting it too much? Rebel stubbornly insisted on pushing and pulling the bookshelves. What else are we supposed to do? Besides intuition, what else can we trust? They said this mansion could only be used if there was some conspiracy, meaning the ledger must definitely be hidden here. Have you searched Ricus's study? 9's answer remained the same. Yes, but I haven't pushed any bookshelves yet, Rebel said, finally abandoning her current idea. All right, let's go back there then. He suddenly called her back to hand her a carefully wrapped item. Wait, take this. This is a magical item. Just a strong shake can turn it into a cloak. I will always stay close to you, but if anything happens, just run first.
Rebel felt no anxiety whatsoever. With him here, what could possibly go wrong? 9 had taken care of everything for her. This time, he was the one who needed to be extremely cautious. Besides us, there are still others lurking around this mansion. Fortunately, I haven't sensed their presence yet, but they are definitely masters. Only then did Rebel feel the danger. Oh really? Those nobles are playing for such high stakes? He carefully reminded her once more. Be careful, no matter what. She no longer dared to be as carefree as before. Understood. Rebel moved alone to Ricastilla's study. In the end, she still held firm to her nascent intuition. Clearly, something must be hidden in here, she thought. As the elders say, the most dangerous place is also the safest. Let me try pushing. Why is it so dusty? Wait, there are a few books without any dust. Perhaps these are the ones frequently taken out, so one of them might be the ledger. But after wasting time and effort, Rebel only met with disappointment. No, that's not it. These are just the books he likes to read. She almost decided to give up immediately, feeling there was no more time for these meaningless things. Just then, a sudden movement sounded from behind, and the bookshelf slowly slid open, revealing a mysterious room. All of Rebel's fatigue and helplessness instantly vanished. There really is a secret room? So those books were the key to opening it. She still remembered to call her partner. 9, are you there? Come in quickly. Unable to wait, Rebel rushed down first.
The moment she stepped in, the bookshelf door immediately slammed shut very quickly. A few seconds passed, and the room returned to its usual quietness. Rebel remained oblivious to this, engrossed in her search. Not this one either. Or is it this? Can't reach it. Just then, a taller hand offered help, so she instinctively replied, 9, thank you. He's fast. Rebel's smile instantly froze as she saw the figure before her. Wait, this person is... Before she could even process it, she was questioned. Who are you? What are you looking for here? Thanks to the mask, Rebel quickly recognized his identity. It was the dark young master. This person seems to be a spy too. How ironic that we'd meet here of all places, right? Sistine continued to exude immense pressure. Answer me. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Rebel repeatedly told herself to encourage herself. Don't panic. If this is truly a spy, he definitely won't be on their side. Considering he's come this far, his objective must be the same as mine. Her confidence was fully restored. Why are you asking? I'm also looking for what you're looking for. He threw the question back at her. You know what I'm looking for? Rebel's demeanor suggested she had already won. Not exactly, but I can be sure we're in the same predicament, aren't we? It seems we both came here for the same reason, so let's stop wasting each other's time, find what we need, and get out fast. I won't bother you either.
As soon as she finished speaking, she turned away to dedicate herself to her career, leaving Sistine's earlier silence ignored. Finally, he also seemed to have compromised and cooperated, saying, all right. Outwardly, Rebel tried to remain calm, but inwardly, she had chanted 800 times, thank goodness it's over. Why did this person react like that? So much like Sistine. It couldn't be, but the demeanor was very similar. The voice, the way of speaking, the height, the physique, everything was like Sistine. A rather plausible theory slowly formed in her mind. Sistine was currently on official duty, but could his objective be to come here? Her train of thought was suddenly interrupted by his reminder. Don't stare at me anymore. Go find your things. Little did Rebel know that Sistine was also making a connection to her. Was it because they both had purple eyes? They looked so alike, it was like Rebel was looking at herself. Are purple eyes that common now? At least among everyone he knew, only Rebel had that eye color. Luina wore colored contacts, and if this guy was here to steal, why would he go to the trouble of wearing something so easily identifiable?
Above all, the fresh aura I'd felt since early morning and Rebel's cheerful voice seemed to awaken Sistine from his daze. Found it. Then, if you'll excuse me. He suddenly pulled at the other's sleeve to stop them. Wait, that ledger is also what I need. She, operating on the ethics of the marketplace, said, is that so? But usually whoever finds it first gets to keep it. As for Sistine, he operated on the ethics of the underworld when words failed him. Rebel seemed to sense danger. Wait. Just then, the bookshelf above suddenly moved. She, unlike him, remained completely unaware. All right, you can take it. But I also need this thing so I can take a few pictures. Sistine flatly refused. Absolutely not. Rebel also stubbornly refused to give up. What? I've already compromised a lot. Is that still not enough for you? He had no choice but to explain further. That's not what I mean. I just detected the movement of a magical item. Her face immediately turned pale. A magical item?
Sistine gently announced a red alert. The bookshelf had opened. Someone frantically reported to the outside. Someone broke in here. Go catch them quickly. His mood remained calm as usual. Others would arrive soon, while Rebel just wanted to evaporate on the spot. No way. Immediately, bodyguards were dispatched. Get downstairs quickly. Don't let anyone escape. Sistine calmly suggested, if we hesitate any longer, we'll definitely be caught. If you want to take pictures or do anything, do it outside. Rebel was already frantic, wanting to run for her life. But where do we go? Is there any other way out besides that bookshelf? Just then, she suddenly stopped, sensing a change.
Huh? Why did everything suddenly go dark like this? This is the symptom that occurs 3 minutes before I return to my original form. Sistine repeatedly called out to Rebel's bewildered soul. Hey, did you hear me say we don't have time? If you're going to spend time daydreaming, I'll take the ledger. She quickly regained her composure, clutching her achievement. No, it's not like that. She couldn't help but feel unlucky inside. Why now? But at least it still lasted for 3 minutes.
Then we need to escape before then. Rebel decided resolutely. Let's go. But besides the entrance, where else was there a way? How were they supposed to get out? Sistine was helpless in the face of this naive question. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? If a cave only has one entrance, it's best not to enter it in the first place. With just a glance, she detected magic. While Rebel was still in awe, he had gathered a small energy orb in his hand. However, the power it unleashed was incredibly fierce. Countless fragments and dust rushed towards her, making it impossible for her to open her eyes. At least by the time she could see, she was met with an absolutely cinematic sight. Facing Rebel was the outside view. The wall had shattered. He calmly turned and gestured. Let's go out. She immediately affirmed with certainty. This person is definitely Sistine. Just then, Rebel hesitated right at the first step of their escape. Wait a minute. It's great that we have an exit, but we're on the second floor, aren't we? The moment the words left his mouth, he received a judgmental look from Sistine. So your expression means you don't want to go, I suppose. She secretly encouraged and comforted herself. Well, there's no other way. Even if we don't land safely, it probably won't be fatal.
Next, Rebel took a deep breath to fully steel herself. Then she gathered momentum and screamed as she plunged down quickly. Let's go! After successfully escaping the scene, Sistine remained waiting for a while. Rebel was the reason for his slow progress. How much longer do you intend to keep this up? The guards still haven't found this spot yet. If you keep your promise and come here to do what needs to be done. She harbored a private sorrow she couldn't express. I really want to, but the transformation spell had worn off, but I can't keep hiding forever. Above all, Sistine won't stand for it if I keep delaying. Salvage what you can, and keep your voice as deep as possible. Having made her decision, Rebel immediately stood up. She attempted to maintain a calm demeanor to complete the final step of the mission. Got it. Rebel swiftly raised her gear and took a rapid succession of shots of Laya. As she did so, Sistine seized the chance to scrutinize her more carefully, and he quickly detected oddities. Wait, fewer words. Is it somehow connected to that cloak? The immense pressure weighing on her shoulders made Rebel break out in a cold sweat. Please don't ask these questions. Merely standing before you looking like this is enough to make me anxious. At that very moment, Sistine's hand actually settled on her shoulder. Is something bothering you, preventing you from answering me? Were you the person who was with me earlier?
Her face couldn't help but turn pale. No, this is too dangerous. Rebel thought, I've also gotten the pictures I needed, so fleeing is the best course of action. Rebel used his maximum speed to escape the interrogation. He also had no intention of chasing. He had already seen what he needed. Soon the group of knights gathered. Commander, there you are. We've been looking for you. Young Master Bach, Count Danon's representative, thought everything was over, so he quickly confessed. Sistine wasn't too surprised by this result. Just as I thought. This is the ledger, and there are contracts of those involved. Put them away carefully. Ciel immediately nodded in compliance. Yes, but who was that person with you? Why were they rushing off? If you give the order, I'll chase them right away. A young man with eyes exactly like Rebel's and the ability to suppress magic. Ciel was also very curious about his identity, but Sistine had a different plan in mind, to temporarily let him be to finish this matter. She also didn't ask further. Yes.
Before Rebel, Nine was respectfully kneeling and apologizing. Please kill me. I couldn't protect you here, and death is the punishment I deserve. She quickly waved her hand to comfort him. It's okay. I wasn't hurt at all, and Nine isn't someone who would do that intentionally. He felt even more remorseful and touched by her kindness. My lady, you trust me so much, yet I feel I'm to blame for failing my duty. I couldn't even break through the magic barrier. Rebel didn't understand what he meant. Magic barrier?
Now, to explain the process in more detail, when the mansion guards rushed into Ricus's room, I'm certain I was the one who went in. As I tried to blend in with the guards, suddenly there was a very loud noise and I couldn't move. A massive magic barrier blocked all exits. That's equivalent to the magic of a high-level mage or swordsman, but it seems you didn't notice it? Rebel hesitated slightly as she recalled. I didn't feel anything at all. How could I not have noticed that massive magic field? She immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be related to the ability Sistine mentioned? It was already late when she returned to the ducal mansion. Rebel breathed a sigh of relief, clutching her anxious heart. It's a good thing I arrived first. Remember not to say anything about me going out today. Helia, being very perceptive, didn't ask any further questions. Understood, my lady. At that time, Sistine and I were too close. He probably didn't know I was in disguise, but it would still be wiser to have an alibi. Just then, she suddenly noticed someone approaching.
Helia quickly and respectfully bowed. Your Highness, you're back. Rebel's expression remained as natural as ever. Welcome back. He also didn't reveal any hint of weakness. Yes, you were still awake waiting for me. She skillfully made an excuse to slip away quickly. Today is Sistine's return, so I had to see him before going to sleep, didn't I? Now that I've met him,
But before she could act, she failed when Sistine called her back. Rebel, wait, I have a question for you. Today I met someone who has eye color and abilities very similar to yours. Do you happen to know anything about this? The sense of danger within her immediately shot past the alarm level. He asked her like that. Could it be that he had discovered her identity? Hearing Sistine say that, Rebel was stunned. She turned around, smiling innocently, her voice full of amusement. You're saying there's someone who looks like me? Rebel thought to herself again, deciding to feign ignorance for the time being. She pretended to be excited. How interesting. Abilities aside, but having the same purple eye color as mine is truly too strange. I've never met anyone like that. He was slightly startled by Rebel's words. Never? So no one in your family has that eye color either? She asked back, puzzled. What? Sistine revealed. I thought that person was a relative of yours. Rebel froze.
He continued, if they were a relative, then their abilities and purple eyes could be explained. Countess Isabella doesn't have that eye color, so I thought they might be a relative on your mother's side. Sistine startled her, and she felt a great sense of relief. What? She thought he had found some evidence, but it turned out he was just asking if she knew someone like that. To dispel his concerns, she stated firmly, eye color probably isn't purely genetic. None of my relatives have the same eye color as me. Sistine then offered a conjecture. So, not letting him finish, Rebel interrupted. It's probably just a unique birth trait. At least everyone has something that no one else in their family has, right? My case is just rare. But, Sistine nodded. Is that so? She secretly reassured herself. Surely he won't suspect me and that reporter, right? He had no further questions and simply suggested, I understand. You must be tired from waiting for me all this time, so let's rest. Rebel told herself, I'll reveal my identity another time. The next morning, it was unclear if that was all Sistine wanted to ask, but he didn't mention the business trip at all.
As usual, I finished dinner and then went to work at the night space. With the information and photos I collected yesterday, the article was sent to the editorial office. I thought such a big story would naturally attract attention, but to my surprise, my article was published in the morning newspaper the next day. She was holding the newspaper in her hand, questions constantly popping into her mind. What is this? Why are these people who usually boast about their achievements so quickly, so quiet today? Shouldn't they have put the article on the front page? And what's more, whose article is this? It wasn't even printed on the front page. Wait, if young Master Bach's true identity is Daniel, then where did I get that information? Who could have written this article? The article stated, Inspector CL clearly stated that although there has long been information about the aristocracy dealing with the two families, it still requires time to obtain concrete evidence. The inspectorate will not take this matter lightly, implying that there will be consequences for Viscount Petya, Count Daniel, and 3 high-ranking members. The information was revealed by an inspector, so the people Knight 9 mentioned, his words still echoed in Rebel's mind. Besides us, there are still others spying on this mansion. Fortunately, I didn't feel any threat from them, but they are all masters. So are they part of the inspectorate? Sistine suddenly appeared from behind with a calm voice. Today's newspaper has been published, hasn't it? Let me see it for a moment. She smiled brightly. Of course, here you go, sir. Scanning the news in the paper, he wasn't surprised. It seems to be all about the price manipulation scheme, just as I thought. Rebel secretly wondered to herself, could Sistine have infiltrated the inspectorate? Is it normal for the head of the military order to do such things? Sistine intently looked at the newspaper page. This photo.
A secret transaction between 2 nobles and a merchant. The boy who snatched the ledger is reporter Bell, the author of this article. Seeing him standing there silently, she gently spoke up. Sistine, what is it? Sistine softly said, Rebel, the person I told you about yesterday seems to be reporter Bell. She feigned confusion. Huh? Oh my, no way. He insisted. I'm sure. The ledger in this picture belongs to him. Rebel froze, thinking to herself, I clearly told them not to publish this photo. These people blinded by sensational news. She said, flustered. The evidence seems reliable, but what if I'm not him? Reporter Bell might have many collaborators under his wing, right? Sistine replied. Even so, they are very close to Reporter Bell. If we catch him, we can find out who that person is. Rebel thought to herself, I guess I won't dare to transform into a man anymore soon. The two sat down next to each other. He said calmly, My mother sent a letter, Empress Dowager. She asked curiously, What is it?
Sistine gently replied, The speaker wishes to enjoy tea with us at the palace soon. Suddenly, Rebel made a suggestion. On second thought, it's been a long time since I last saw the Empress Dowager. How about we go together? He looked at her with regret. I probably won't have any free time this week. Rebel understood and was very sympathetic to his busy schedule. You mentioned you've been very busy lately, so I guess I'll have to go by myself. To avoid putting her in an awkward situation, Sistine made a suggestion. If Rebel doesn't wish to, she doesn't have to.
She is my mother, but to rebel isn't she the Empress Dowager, the one whom everyone in the entire empire must respect and fear? Even though we have become family, making things comfortable is truly not easy. I will postpone the tea party until a more suitable time.
Rebel secretly admired him. The more she looked, the more she realized he was truly a meticulous person. When they first met, Sistine, who always stuck to his plans, was cold towards her. He couldn't not have her. Rebel didn't need to ask for his opinion on everything. Because he had taken advantage of Rebel, he wanted her to do the same to him. Rebel used to think he was the type of person who wouldn't care about anyone, only caring about achieving his goals. She remembered him at that time, thinking that knowing that place was dangerous, she couldn't let him stay in that mansion. The longer she stayed with him, the more she felt he was incredibly thoughtful. Sistine became gentler day by day. Because Rebel had endured so much, shouldn't he be the same? He also prioritized her health, but he still brought it here, thinking she would like it. It is said that he always tries to take care of everything. There was one thing she had never had an answer for in her heart. Why did such a person have to disguise himself with an indifferent facade? Rebel said softly, "It's all right. The Empress Dowager and I have met a few times already, and she has been very kind to me, so I feel completely comfortable. I will come because I also have a few things to discuss anyway."
Thank you for your continued concern. Sistine turned and left. It's nothing. 2 days later, Rebel and the Dowager sat having tea together. She bowed her head and sighed. It's understandable. That child is always busy, especially with the duties they've taken on recently. It's quite all right. I wanted to see you anyway. I have more to talk about with you than with Sistine. So, did that child catch you in the act of investigating? I heard that the inspectors arrived at the place where you also went to gather information. How interesting. Did you meet Sistine? The Dowager's words surprised her slightly. I did meet him. But what do inspectors have to do with Sistine? She looked puzzled, then explained clearly to her that Sistine was the head of the inspection department. Rebel exclaimed in surprise. What? Isn't Sistine the head of the military command? The Dowager calmly replied. He has held both positions all this time. It's not strange that you didn't know. Profile update. Name, Sistine von Duranta. Gender, male. Occupation, head of the military command and the inspection department. Special note, possesses magic. Declared, I can help control it. The inspection department does not disclose information about its members, except for external agents, so it's natural that you wouldn't know. Rebel realized something. So the external agents are also involved in the work of the inspection department, so they cooperate with the inspection department.
Her hand slowly lifted the teacup as she spoke. So, are my requests progressing well? The articles seem very tightly written. And how are Sistine's emotions lately? Rebel reported back to her. Yes, he's been showing more emotion than he used to, but he doesn't seem very comfortable yet. It's as if he's still trying to hold back. The Dowager frowned, a hint of sadness crossing her face. I understand. I knew things wouldn't be easy. He's used to controlling his own emotions, living like that for a long time. But there is progress, isn't there? Which means you still have a chance to break down that wall. Even if it takes a long time, I believe you can do it.
If Sistine still suppresses his emotions, then perhaps pushing them to an unbearable limit would be a good idea. At this moment, she could only listen in silence. She continued, if you two can stay together longer, try going to the Duchy of Duranta, just the two of you. A trip? That's a good idea. But is the Grand Duchy a suitable place? Sistine flatly refused. No. Monsters are engulfing the Grand Duchy. I had no other choice but to go there, because to suppress the mana, I had to fight them. But I cannot take you to such a dangerous place. If you want to travel, we'll go somewhere else. Rebel silently lowered her head and softly confessed, I don't care about traveling. I just want you to take me to the Grand Duchy. At Rebel's plea, he wavered slightly. She, disregarding all risks, spoke with determination. Even if it's dangerous, it's still the Grand Duke's territory. Caring for our duchy is our duty. How can I not go? As the future Grand Duchess, I want to fulfill my responsibilities, not just enjoy the privileges. So please help me, Sistine. Those privileges were in exchange for me exploiting her abilities, so Rebel doesn't need to fulfill the duties of a Grand Duchess.
Sistine reluctantly accepted Rebel's request, but at the same time he proposed a compromise. Starting today, I will go to the Grand Duchy for 1 week. You won't be able to escort me, as the time after that will be for monster hunting. Or we can plan our trip for a week after that. She joyfully exclaimed, Oh, wonderful! This time your highness can go with your knights, and then go with me. He was dumbfounded and asked again, Knights? Mine? Rebel immediately replied, I know you're strong, but how can you fight monsters alone, right? After all, you're only human. Sistine nodded. Right, that's common sense. So when I return with the knights, I will take you there. In his study, he gave an order to Ciel. I have a request. I want the inspection team to participate in the upcoming expedition to the Grand Duchy. She was surprised by the request. The inspection team? Your highness doesn't need us. You can handle all the monsters by yourself. Sistine clenched his fist, his voice low. Ordinary people need weapons. Ciel was still puzzled. What? He instructed her. Just say it's to reassure Rebel. You only need to escort me to the Grand Duchy. You don't need to participate. Ciel was confused and didn't fully grasp Sistine's true intentions. She turned back curiously and asked, Your highness, what are you trying to hide? The princess already knows you possess mana, doesn't she?
He coldly replied with what he had always been worried about. But she doesn't know how dangerous it is. She only knows that if I can't control my mana, my body will waste away.
What if she found out this could put her in danger? What should I do? Would she still stay by my side? I don't want Rebel to know anymore. It's the only way to control my mana and protect my normal life. A week later in the Grand Duchy, Steen ordered the team of investigators. From here, I can go alone. The journey there was very smooth. He had never brought any knights with him before, so everyone was confused, except for those who understood the whole story. Rebel merely wished him good luck without any suspicion. Rebel leaned in, gently reminding him, "It's important that you don't get hurt." He carefully calculated in his mind, realizing that he still hadn't resolved the issue of Rebel being secretly photographed, and thought it best to deal with it while he was away. Steen called out, "CL." She respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He asked in an inquiring tone, "Have you found the source of the pictures I requested?" CL presented all the information she had investigated. Yes, the photographer is an anonymous reporter specializing in clandestine news hunting, and of course, the one who hired him is Roland Dealin. Steen was furious upon hearing this. "I knew it. After this expedition, we will go straight to the Dealin estate. Remember to be ready." The sky at this moment was a heavy, gloomy gray mass, the forest of shadows.
As Steen had previously surmised, the atmosphere in the forest was terrifyingly suffocating. He thought to himself, it's even more ominous now. The increase in monsters is no longer in doubt. But thanks to this, I can unleash a lot of mana. Without further hesitation, Steen swiftly dashed forward. Steen was in a battle-ready stance, his face showing intense concentration. The sword in his hand was enveloped by a powerful energy. He decisively swung his sword to unleash an attack. The surge of energy flared even more powerfully, forming swirling streaks. The power of the attack startled the monsters in the forest. Elsewhere, in a peaceful setting, a servant's voice was heard from inside the house. "Young master, I've brought dinner." Roland sharply rebuked the servant. "Do I look like I'm in the mood to eat?" His face was full of resentment. His teeth clenched.
Since that day, Vanika completely ignored me. The merchant associations that worked with me left one by one. Perhaps it was because of the strained relationship between me and the royal family, as well as the Duranta family. Roland raised his voice and shouted, "Have you sent the pictures I told you about?" The servant, trembling with fear, replied, "Yes, sir. I personally saw the Duranta household's butler bring them into the mansion." He looked displeased. "Then why haven't I heard anything from him?" The other man stammered in reply, "I don't know either." Suddenly, from outside, a maid ran in, her voice panicked. "Young Master Roland, Grand Duke Duranta is here to see you." He thought to himself, "Finally," then ordered them to lead his grace to the living room immediately. Roland stepped out, his voice cordial. "Your grace, what brings you to my residence?" He looked at Steen, who was calmly seated on the chair, and his face immediately changed.
The last two words finally managed to escape his lips. "Your Grace." "What's wrong? You're covered in blood. I'll bring some clean clothes right away." Steen's gaze remained unwavering as he spoke in a cold voice. "No need. I need to be presentable in front of someone who has secretly taken pictures of my wife." Hearing him say that, Roland felt a pang of guilt. He tried to remain calm as he replied, "Secretly taking pictures? I don't quite understand." Steen threw the evidence in front of him, his voice accusatory. "I know you sent these pictures to the reporter you hired. Don't even think about denying it." Roland lowered his head, not daring to utter a word, his heart secretly cursing. "Damn it, I spent a fortune, and now I still have to sit here and be scolded." Out of options, Roland spoke up, making an accusation. "That was the only way to inform your grace about how immoral Rebel Isabella is." Steen showed no surprise. "What? How else could I tell your grace that the Grand Duchess, known for her virtuous image, leads such a promiscuous lifestyle, frequently visiting commoners' homes like that?" Roland thought Steen believed what he said, secretly gloating. He's in deep shock because of her ex-lover's testimony and the photographic evidence. He'll soon cut ties with Rebel. Before Roland could rejoice, Steen slowly spoke. "Are you done talking?" He turned in a panic, looking up at him. "What?" Steen slowly stood up, his words as cold as ice. "I hope so, because if I hear one more word of slander against Rebel from you, I'm not sure what I'll do." Roland hastily explained. "Slander? Aren't these pictures clear enough? I'm just trying to show your grace Rebel Isabella's true nature. Think about it. She often dresses like a commoner and goes to other people's houses alone, and late at night too." This could only imply that there were many illicit relationships. Steen could no longer maintain his composure. His sharp, cold eyes struck fear into anyone who looked at him, and he roared, "Roland Dealin!" His rage caused the mana in his body to spiral out of control, devastating the surroundings with the aftermath of the recent blast. Roland was flung backward, trying to shield his head, his eyes wide with terror. "What is this?" Panic surged in Roland's eyes, his pupils constricting. Amidst the desolate ruins, Steen's silhouette stood towering, glaring at him. Roland's voice trembled as he said, "Your Highness?" He fearfully sat on the floor. "Are you all right?
But in response to his fear came only a cruel declaration from him. I can no longer patiently listen to you speak. It is your mouth that is tarnishing Rebel's reputation, not her actions. Do you truly think I would believe you and then doubt her? Do not approach Rebel for any reason. If you ignore my warning, I will make you suffer the same fate as this mansion. Roland gasped, collapsing onto the floor. He thought in shock. What did he just do? So he was the one who destroyed my mansion. Monster. He is a monster. The next day, inside the royal palace, Rebel asked Helia, "So I have to attend this party?" She bowed and confirmed, "Yes, all the important figures of high society will be present. Your attendance will improve the reputation of the Duranta family, who have always lived reclusively." She immediately agreed. "All right then, I will go." Hearing footsteps outside the door, Rebel felt a little suspicious. Is someone approaching, or am I just imagining it? Helia smiled and replied, "I hear footsteps too. Your Highness must be back." Knowing Sustain had returned, she immediately ran to open the door. Filled with happiness, Rebel called his name. "Sustain! You're back early, Sustain." CL quietly stood behind, observing.
She helped him back to his room to rest, where light streamed in, filling the entire room. Sistine was still fast asleep, his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, he woke up. Rebel was already sitting beside the bed. She spoke softly. "You're awake. It seems the expedition exhausted you. You were in a deep sleep." Sistine, bewildered, asked, "Rebel, how long have I been asleep?" She gently replied, "You arrived yesterday morning, and now it's already the morning after, probably around 20 hours. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "What?" Sistine mused inwardly. "It's true, I fell asleep as soon as I got back." He pressed a hand to his forehead, still looking not fully recovered. "I must have been too tired." Rebel immediately reassured him. "It's understandable. The expedition was challenging enough, but you also used mana on Dellen." Sistine was astonished. "How do you know?" She held up a newspaper in front of him and spoke. "There's an article saying that Dellen's mansion was half destroyed. Roland and his associates are making it seem like the explosion was caused by a magic prop. And I also heard that you confronted Roland because of his actions. Why didn't you tell me?" After a moment of silence, Sistine's gaze shifted away, his voice mournful. "I had hoped he wouldn't find out about anything concerning him." Rebel seemed a little surprised. "I appreciate you thinking of me like that."
"But since you directly participated, even using mana, how could I pretend not to know?" Sistine hesitated slightly, seemingly having understood. "I didn't think that far ahead. When I found out Roland was behind it, I felt compelled to go find him immediately. Besides, I didn't intentionally use mana. It was just an accident. I had no intention of using mana on Dellen. It wasn't just that humans couldn't contend with such power, but also because I went to his house merely to warn him rather than to deliver punishment. That's also why I had to go to the duchy first. I believed that after releasing a huge amount of mana, I could control my emotions in front of Dellen, no matter what he babbled. But contrary to my thoughts, every word he spoke made my emotions more chaotic. By the time I felt the mana surging and tried to control it, it was too late. Dellen's mansion had collapsed. Rebel's eyes widened as she looked at him, showing surprise and concern. An accident. Ultimately, I couldn't control my mana in the face of his insults towards Rebel. To explain the situation to her, I suppose I'll have to reveal that I've become a monster, incapable of controlling my emotions.
"Most people who know about this have left me, and I'm afraid you'll become one of them. When did you become such a part of my life? I hope I can protect you." Sistine didn't want to tell her, but he promised another time, "So I'll tell you more later." Right at Roland's mansion, he hunched over, listening to Duke Dellen scold him. "Now you've even destroyed this mansion."
"Our family has lost everything because of you. Power, honor, it's all gone. What are we going to do now?" Roland silently stared intently at the card in his hand. A captivating voice suddenly echoed in Roland's mind. "You can spare some time to meet me here. This is where you can have it all. Honor, power, anything you desire. All it takes is money." He seemed to be drawn in by the invitation. Money. The captivating voice continued to sow seeds into that wicked nature. "Yes, this is both an invitation and a business card. I very much look forward to meeting you at the Rella basement in the near future. If it's a financial issue, I can still sell the mansion to secure funds. Once I regain power and honor, I'll be rich again." Rowan walked towards Duke Dellen, declaring resolutely, "Father, let me handle it." The old man asked suspiciously, "How will you handle it?" The Duke hastily called out, trying to stop Rowan's retreating figure. "Roland, don't go. Roland Dellen." He arrived at the Rella boutique. A mysterious woman warmly greeted him. "Welcome to the exclusive Rella store. How may I help you? We have a special guest here. Allow me to escort you to the basement." She softly offered instructions. "Please come in." Rowan thought to himself, "This is the Rella store's basement. It looks too shady, but I have no other choice." He gripped the doorknob tightly. "Please, let this place be the light at the end of the tunnel for my stormy life."
Just as he stepped in, he heard a man's voice. "Aren't luck and misfortune separated by just a hair's breadth?" Roland was startled. "Huh?" A group of people were discussing. "I'm betting on 7, the man replied mockingly. "You can shout all you want, but you'll still end up picking the lucky number 7. The young man also chuckled. You can't bet on the ominous number 6, can you? He wondered in confusion. What is this place? A casino? Damn it, I expected more than this. Just at this moment, Moore approached and spoke. Young Master Roland, is that you? Hearing his name, Roland cautiously turned around. He was a little unfamiliar. Who is this person? The man happily greeted him. It's great to see you here. Roland immediately recognized him. Moore, the head of the Merchant Guild. Of all people, why did I have to run into him? I still owe money for the recent banquet. He said politely. It's been a long time since we last met. Things aren't as they seem. I didn't come here to gamble because I ran out of money. However, Moore just patted his shoulder and said, Are you talking about the money you borrowed from me? Forget about it. You don't need to pay it back. That statement caught Roland by surprise and made him flustered. What? But that money was a lot. But he just waved his hand. It's nothing.
I've already been handsomely rewarded by the head of the Salon family for helping the Dealin family. Consider your debt repaid. Now, let's go over there and continue our conversation. The Salon family is waiting for you. Meanwhile, at Rebel's house, she tried to figure things out. So Roland had secretly photographed her, and when Sistine found out, he went and destroyed Roland's mansion. Rebel thought to herself. In other words, Sistine, who is normally always calm, had lost all patience just because of this incident. This means she had become important to Sistine. Rebel suddenly recalled Sistine's words. Now that you are the Grand Duchess, your enemies are my enemies too. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So every time it involved hatred, he became like that. She should get used to it. And he said using mana was an accident. Considering the sudden surge that tormented him last time, it seemed there had been a problem with his mana control recently. She wanted to talk frankly, but Sistine didn't want to delve deeper, so she could only stand by and watch. She really wanted to help.
While she was lost in thought, Helia suddenly announced, Princess, it's time for tea. Rebel replied, All right, I'll be right there. She then complimented, That necklace suits you very well. It's incredibly elegant. It must have been a gift from the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing her, I could only offer a faint smile. Lately, I've been dealing with a tricky predicament. The number of social engagements I have to attend is increasing day by day. Where did the princess buy the outfit she wore to the banquet? It was a gift from the Empress Dowager. And the necklace? That was also a gift from the Empress Dowager. And because I often wear gifts from the Empress Dowager, all eyes are increasingly on me. Although I've accepted that I'll have to get used to it, I'm starting to feel worried. If I continue to be the center of attention, Rebel imagined Kara saying, Why does she always wear things my mother gave her? Is she flaunting my mother's affection for her in front of the nobles? Or is it a way to pave the way for Sistine to become emperor? She screamed internally, That's not it. The emperor might misunderstand.
Seeing this, Helia offered, If it's a bit much, I can find another design for your highness. Rebel just gave a forced smile. No need. I'm already attracting attention anyway, so I'll just endure a little more. Everyone will surely lose interest soon enough. At the afternoon tea party at the Bang family estate, everyone exclaimed in admiration, Oh my, the Empress Dowager used to wear this. Didn't she pass it down to your highness? How enviable. Rebel beamed but maintained her composure. I am very grateful to the Empress Dowager. A week later, at the Belrun family banquet, the princesses gathered around her with great interest. This dress was also a gift from the Empress Dowager. She must be so proud of your highness. At this point, her composure had begun to waver. I am very grateful to the Empress Dowager. 10 days later, at a gathering of nobles at the Cannon household, a noblewoman exclaimed, Heavens, your highness is wearing gifts from the Empress Dowager again. She expressed, How admirable, your highness, to be so beloved by the Empress Dowager. I wonder what that feels like. At this point, Rebel's composure was gradually wearing thin. Upon returning home, she lay helplessly in one spot. I probably won't go to any more banquets or tea parties for a while. Everyone keeps noticing me. Even if I don't wear anything given by the Empress Dowager, they'll still notice me just the same. Sistine immediately encouraged her. That's just how high society is. You've done very well. I was so worried when you pushed yourself so hard. Now just rest. But if you suddenly stop attending, people will speculate even more. Or should I announce that you're ill? Rebel immediately sat up. That's probably the only reasonable excuse, isn't it? But then I won't be able to go out for a while. What about the trip to the duchy? He gently replied, We can postpone it. The monster hunt is still a month away. We can arrange to go then. I have to go out now. I'll see you later. She obediently agreed. Yes, all right. Nowadays, the Empire is very peaceful, but Sistine remains ever busy.
It's hard to avoid. Bad things can still happen at any time, after all. A moment later, Rebel took the newspaper from the study table. She flipped it open with anticipation, wanting to see if anything unusual was happening in the Empire. Since she would be home anyway soon, she figured she might as well spend some time reading the newspaper. Suddenly, Rebel saw something and stopped short.
She exclaimed in surprise, What the hell is this? The newspaper reported, Crybury, the formidable return of the Dealin family to reclaim their former glory. A month ago, in the basement of Rila's shop, I arrived with a profound sense of uncertainty, but I had already grasped the golden rope. On my first day here, my debts were cleared, and I even befriended high-ranking nobles. People I wouldn't have even bothered to acknowledge before had opened their arms and treated me like family. Roland was extremely pleased, eager to collaborate, and also help me reconnect with my previous business contacts. He smirked, secretly self-satisfied, having never imagined he could reclaim power, honor, and money all at once like this. Coming here was truly the best decision. Suddenly, she spoke from behind him. "Sir Roland Dealin, the salon master requests your presence. Today, he wishes to meet you in person." Hearing this, Roland started and spun around. Me? Only those who received an invitation could meet the salon master, and even then he always sat behind a screen. But now he suddenly wanted to meet me directly? At that very moment, he knocked on the door and announced, "It's Roland Dealin, sir." The other person gestured, "Come in." "Welcome, young Master Dealin. We haven't met in person before, have we?" Roland gasped. Oh my God. He had a feeling he would meet an extremely important figure, but this was the Emperor's cousin and Grand Duke, Duke Peel. He then quickly bowed. "Your Grace." He quickly offered, "Relax, we've spoken before, haven't we? Please, have a seat. It's time we address this topic." Roland, a little puzzled, asked, "What topic, Your Grace?" He stated frankly, "I hear there's a conflict between you and the Duranta family as well as the royal family. Isn't that right?" Hearing this, he became flustered. However, Peel suddenly changed to a sharp tone. "I'm not reprimanding you. If anything, I sympathize more with what you've been through. On that note, would you like to change the power structure of this empire with me?"
Roland hesitated slightly. That is, Peel, however, was decisive and precise. "I propose appointing a new emperor. What's your opinion?" He pondered silently, thinking, "He's asking me to commit treason. The risk is too high." As if guessing his thoughts, he smirked mockingly. "Or are you afraid to die?" Hearing this, Roland was speechless and immediately denied. "No, but—" However, Peel flatly threatened, "This is also a matter of your own survival." He exclaimed in surprise. "What?" He immediately reasoned. "Even if you regain your business partnerships, you still can't host parties because you're afraid of upsetting the royal family in the House of Duranta. No one will want to invite you. Money, power, and honor all come from the upper class. How long do you think you can last? When you step into that circle, you won't be able to do anything, but if the current regime collapses, it will be different."
Pele quickly poured out honeyed words. "You no longer need to walk on eggshells, and you will enjoy all the glory beyond your wildest dreams. The new son of the empire will elevate your family. So, do you want to reform with me?" Roland's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Rebel Isabella," he mused. "To change one's life by marrying a Grand Duke. So what if I lend a hand to help Duke Pele become the new emperor? If I accept this risk, my life might also turn a new page." He quickly agreed. "I am honored to assist the new son of the empire." At this time, nobles everywhere were gossiping. "Lately, the Grand Duchess hasn't been seen," one said. Another replied, "I heard the Grand Duchess isn't well." She continued to speculate. "But why would she be bedridden for a whole month? Maybe it's not due to health. Something must have happened at the Duranta household." In the castle hall, Helia recounted, "That's the rumor everyone is spreading." Rebel angrily slammed the table. "These cursed elites. Even a little quiet leads to all sorts of rumors. Don't they understand I need some rest?" Seeing this, Helia comforted her. "The higher your status, the more they like to gossip." Still fuming, she quickly planned, "It must be because I wanted to rest a little longer. I'll probably have to reappear next week."
Helia, could you bring the invitations? Choose a party with at least about 100 guests. They will spread the news of my recovery even faster. Under the fresh air, with blue skies and white clouds, Rebel carefully considered. House Tien, House Ruella. These two houses aren't bad, but I'll probably go to House Mitia's party. Marquis Mitia is also close to the Duchy of Duranta and is the most powerful of the three houses. Considering future relations, this is the best choice. She stood up, making a decisive choice. All right then. A warmth suddenly filled the luxurious room. Without hesitation, Rebel directly threw the letter into the fire. The remaining invitations, goodbye. I also want to imitate Sistine. Just as she was feeling smug, she suddenly paused. Huh. Rebel was surprised. What was that light? The goodwill party at House Ruella. This text wasn't there before. She decided to check carefully again. I was right. The content of the letter appeared. The goodwill party at House Ruella. We cordially invite you to a special goodwill gathering at House Ruella. On the rooftop, the fourth door on the left. She quickly confirmed that this invitation had a hidden meaning. Nobles usually wouldn't burn invitations. Even so, the fact that the invitation appeared as it burned must be a summons for those who knew this secret to a specific location. However, Rebel was extremely decisive. Her journalistic instincts were tingling. To House Ruella's party then.
At the party at the Ruella mansion, she said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Marchioness Ruella." Marchioness Ruella was overjoyed. Heavens, when your grace replied that you would come, I still couldn't believe it. What an honor. Welcome, your grace. She cheerfully added, "Although it's not overly grand, we have prepared as best as we could, and we hope your grace enjoys the party." The nobles immediately began to whisper, "Look, it's the Grand Duchess. Has her grace recovered? It must be so. She looks perfectly healthy. Those rumors must have been completely false." Hearing this, Rebel was delighted. Today's mission, dispel the rumors, check the secret meeting location. Excellent. One down, only the other remains. Marchioness Ruella quickly noticed. Today, her grace has also brought a handbag. It must be a gift from the Empress Dowager. She smiled faintly and replied, "I bought this myself. I don't usually carry it much, but today I have something I need to bring." Earlier, Rebel had instructed, "While I'm attending the party, please scout around Sir Nine." He happily accepted. "This time you won't be operating in secret, will you?" She replied brightly, "Of course I will be."
As dusk falls, I will pretend to leave, then disguise myself as a maid working here. Meanwhile, you should find the place where they secretly meet and wait for me to join you. The sky through the window had now turned dark. The nobles began to converse. "I heard the Grand Duchess has arrived. Where is she?" Lady Ruella expressed, "I thought you wouldn't be able to make it. It's a pity the princess left 10 minutes ago. You should have come straight here instead of attending Mitia's party." Rebel subtly glided past with a different appearance. A moment later, Nine quickly realized, "Here's the princess." She then speculated, to find him so quickly, this must be the only meeting point.
He continued, "That's right, the top floor of the mansion, the 4th door on the left." Rebel eagerly pushed the door. "Okay, let's go in." But Nine stopped her. "Wait, princess, let me go in first," he reminded her. "If I don't come out, please leave here with the Dark Knights waiting for their mission. If nothing unusual happens, I will return." Rebel reluctantly complied. He probably hasn't gotten over the shock of losing himself last time." Nine took the doorknob and said, "All right, I'll be right back." As soon as he opened the door, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing this, Rebel also wondered, "What's wrong, Night Nine? Are you going in?" As soon as she approached, she was utterly astonished. "It's a portal. Why is it here? Or will it take me to the meeting place?"
Where will this gate lead? Rebel clenched her fists, thinking to herself, if she didn't go inside, she wouldn't know where it led. Having thought it through, she made up her mind. "Let's go, Night Nine." Then a dazzling beam of light made her shut her eyes tightly. Suddenly, a voice chuckled softly. Then a loud laugh rang out. "Right? This time I'm betting all my assets. I'm sure to win. Just watch." "You only have 1 gold coin?" Rebel was stunned for a moment. This place was a casino. As for that voice, a man sitting in the casino smugly spoke up. "Who do you think I am? Though I can't say specifically, my son-in-law is very powerful, you know." That man was Viscount Isabella. Seeing this, Rebel immediately became furious. This old man still hasn't come to his senses? And just then, Nine suddenly spoke up. "Lady, look!" Hearing this, she followed his gaze. Across from them, a man who also looked handsome said, "I've won again. These past few days, I've been invincible, understand?" That scene utterly shocked Rebel. Roland Dealin is here too, so he completely recovered thanks to gambling? I'm utterly impressed. And just then, a voice suddenly spoke up. "Why are you two just standing there?" Nine quickly responded, "Excuse me, we are on our way." Before he could finish, she immediately cut him off. "I specifically instructed not to let the guests' wine run low." Hearing this tone, Rebel suddenly realized, could that be? She continued, "They are striving for my glory, and I need to provide the best service, Lady Jury." I had been so engrossed in my own life that I overlooked an important truth. I was living in the world of a novel. Not only that, why did you betray me, Jury? Because I wanted to be Empress rather than waste time on romance. But it was still a non-romantic fantasy novel, where everything turned into hell just because of Jury's betrayal.
A moment later, Rebel spoke up, calling, "Night Nine, I need you to do something." Hearing this, Nine immediately replied, "What is it, lady?" She quickly ordered, "Go see where Lady Jury went. I will stay here and observe the guests more closely." Receiving the order, he softly replied, "Understood." Of course, not everything would unfold exactly according to the original storyline, but Lady Jury had said that the guests here were striving for her glory. If Duke Pill and his retinue were also present, chaos would surely erupt soon. At this moment, at the mansion, a respectful voice softly echoed, "Welcome back, Your Highness."
Sistine approached and asked, "Where is Rebel?" Hearing this, Helia replied somewhat timidly, "The princess went to Ruella's banquet and hasn't returned yet." Sistine then frowned slightly. "What? Let's wait until dawn. She'll return by then." Meanwhile, at the casino, Rebel quietly asked, "Is anyone else coming in here?" He calmly reported, "It's late, so the entrance to the mansion must be closed." Hearing this, she excitedly said, "All right, let's go. Where's that gate?" At this moment, Nine stammered in response, "I've searched everywhere, but I still can't find it. I believe it's a one-way gate." Hearing him say that, Rebel exclaimed in alarm, "Huh? Then how do we get back?"
Seeing that reaction, Nine immediately reassured them, saying that surely at some point the guests would also have to use this exit to leave, and perhaps things were simpler than they thought. At this moment, the two went somewhere, and Rebel secretly thought the basement of a shop. And that was also the shop featured on the cover when reporter Shu suddenly took down the article. She sighed softly in helplessness, having spent a hefty sum to advertise a shop that might be owned by a wealthy noble. So I guessed correctly, she thought. This is not an ordinary shop. Suddenly, Nine exclaimed in a panic, "We're in trouble!" Hearing that, she startled and asked back, "Trouble?" He glanced around. "I've looked around. It seems this place is very far from both the capital and Marquis Ruella's estate. Even if we leave now, it would take a whole day to get back to Duranta Manor." At that very moment, on Sustain's side, he thought, "If you have other plans, you should let me know, or at least have Night Shadow inform me. But there's been no news from her all day. Could it be? It's not that I haven't thought about this. I'll let you know later. I always decisively avoid important issues. I can't say yet, nor do I encourage curiosity. Surely that's enough to make her worry. I've come too accustomed to everyone leaving me, but Rebel, just the thought of you doing the same frightens me immensely. Perhaps I had hoped that at least you would." At this very moment, Rebel pushed the door open and shouted, "Sustain!" She anxiously gripped his hand. "I'm sorry, you've been very worried, haven't you? I intended to tell you I'd be late, but I couldn't." Seeing her, Sustain stammered in astonishment. You really are late." By then, it was late at night outside. Rebel awkwardly pointed at herself. "Did you think I left? Why would I suddenly abandon my husband, my family?" Then his face relaxed a little, and he thought, "There must be many things that make me feel too guilty."
Seeing his expression, she was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Then Rebel gently sat down next to him. "Sistine, I don't know what's troubling you, but if it's so terrible that you're afraid I'll leave, wouldn't it be better for us to clarify it?" Sistine asked back confused. "What?" Rebel placed her hand on Sistine's hand. "I married you, determined to spend my entire life by your side.
Depending on the nature of the truth, it might take me some time to accept it. However, I won't leave because of it, so please don't worry about my reaction anymore. Just tell me directly." Rebel then looked a bit awkward, but cheating is out of the question, okay? I'm still recovering from the shock of Roland's betrayal, and I don't think I can endure it again. That statement made Sistine feel a bit helpless. "I'm not having an affair. You're absolutely right, Rebel. I should tell you the truth, even if it makes you leave. Ultimately, the decision and judgment are all yours," Sistine said to her in a doting tone. "I will tell you everything, even the things I've always hidden." When Sistine was young, a voice suddenly called out, "Sistine." He turned towards the voice. "Karis," Sistine said. The other person continued, "What are you doing here alone? Come on, father is calling us." Sistine then happily clasped his hand. "Yes. His Majesty and I were once close brothers. He was my flesh and blood and my best friend. Growing up together, we trusted and respected each other, until one day I suddenly fainted when I was only 9 years old. The dowager looked extremely worried. "Sistine," he replied. "Mother, Karis?" She continued to ask, "How are you, son? Fainting so suddenly made us so worried. Have you found the cause yet? What are the mages doing here? Where is the physician?" The emperor then slowly spoke up. "There's a reason for everything. Explain."
The mage, hearing this, quickly reported, "Your Majesty, Prince Sustain's fainting spell doesn't seem to be due to poor health, but rather because of the mana within him." The dowager couldn't help but be surprised by this information. "Mana?" The mage continued, "Actually, when the prince was born, I only sensed a very small amount, but now his mana level is equivalent to that of a mage. The prince's body cannot handle the mana that is accumulating day by day. If he learns to control it, he will undoubtedly become a great mage of this empire." The emperor was overjoyed to hear this. It was truly a miracle for the royal family. I was so happy. If I could become a swordmaster, I could support my brother greatly. But contrary to my wishes, mana drove my brother and me further apart. Father even declared that I should be the crown prince because of that awakened ability. Mother objected, fearing that we brothers would turn into enemies. My brother, on the other hand, feared that his position was being threatened. And that was when he changed. He kept his distance as if I were an enemy, and we never held hands like we used to. What I had suspected finally became clear. My brother was influenced by rumors and misunderstandings that grew larger by the day. A year later, I decided to speak with my brother.
No matter my father's intentions, I never craved the throne. All I ever wanted was to be a swordsman to protect him. I believed that this would clear up all misunderstandings, and my brother and I could mend our relationship, returning it to what it once was. But no, Karis, his face devoid of emotion, questioned, "How am I supposed to know you don't care about the throne? You possess such terrifying mana, and father favors you. Aren't you here today to employ a tactic to make me drop my guard?" My faith shattered like a knife piercing my heart.
I couldn't even remember what I wanted to say. All that remained was a suffocating heat in my throat, a warmth growing from my chest that ultimately engulfed my mind. And then I snapped, indiscriminately attacking everyone present, including the servants trying to stop me, and my brother's guards. The only survivor was His Majesty. His eyes were filled with disgust and a sense of betrayal. Karis struggled to speak, his voice laced with contempt. I knew it. It was then I realized. He rasped, "You monster! Possessing uncontrolled mana is nothing short of a curse."
3 years later, I fled to Duranta, the land of monsters. I thought that if the problem was my inability to control mana, then I should resort to releasing it on the monsters until the remaining mana was insufficient to cause me trouble. But no matter how many monsters I killed, the depletion of mana was only temporary. It would quickly replenish itself. That was when I realized there was no way to control my mana. After a few years of isolation in Duranta, people began to speculate. Everyone kept gossiping about him, saying, "Will Prince Sistine ever return? It's been so many years already, and it seems the royal family never summoned him home. If even his own family would do that, then there's clearly something wrong." What problem? Just look at how they sent the prince to Duranta, a monster-infested hell, and you'll understand. They confidently whispered, "I bet the prince himself is a monster." Such insulting rumors were simply accepted as truth.
The rumor spread all the way to Duranta, causing all my retainers to abandon me. Upon hearing the rumors, my mother ordered me to return to the royal palace, but I couldn't. I still didn't know how to control mana, and even after hearing that my father had passed away and my brother had ascended the throne, I never once left Duranta. It felt as if I would never be able to reunite with my family. My mana reacted to my despair. Back in reality, as Sistine recounted his suffering, I flew into a rage again, and only then did I realize it was entirely due to overwhelming emotions. It was then that Rebel finally understood why he had to suppress his emotions at all times. Then he finally revealed, "You once asked why I married you." Sometime later, I returned to the capital and received the title of Grand Duke. Karis declared with a cold expression, "Duranta is the most suitable place for you to govern." Sistine was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. He continued to order, "Establish a Grand Duchy and stay there for as long as possible."
Your Majesty remained unchanged, and I dedicated myself to my role as commander of the capital's Night Order. But deep down I still feared that if I couldn't find a way to control my mana, I would be cast aside again. One day, defying the expectation that things would get better, something inside me shattered, and I went to a hidden tavern. That was also the day I met you. Your power saved me. Ultimately, to ensure my survival, I concealed my mana and kept you by my side. You sought revenge, and I gave you the most luxurious things, thinking it was the best way to compensate you. In the event of an uncontrollable incident, you would bear all the risks. Finally, Sistine, suppressing his anguish, expressed his feelings. "If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. If you want compensation, I will give it to you. I will do everything I can to make amends. I am truly sorry. I didn't tell you I was a monster, Rebel." Rebel silently called his name in her mind, Sistine. Sistine, saddened, gently lowered his gaze. She took Sistine's hand, gently reassuring him. "You have nothing to apologize for to me. I'm fine. You also don't need to feel guilty. I married you hoping to gain something in return." If she accepted this proposal, she would gain the following benefits: protection from the Empress Dowager, revenge against Roland, discovering the true identity of reporter Chu, and marrying an incredibly charming man. Rebel leaned back in her chair, stating nonchalantly, "You said you exploited my power, but I didn't even know it existed, and I suffered no loss, so I'm fine. This marriage isn't based on love, so it's only natural for both parties to gain benefits from the arrangement."
Honestly, I'm perfectly fine. It was then that Sistine spoke up seriously. "Even though you say that, I haven't told you about my wrath until now. I am a monster who can lose control at any moment. Are you truly okay with that?" Rebel blushed, mumbling shyly, "What a strange question. First of all, you are not a monster." That statement surprised Sistine. What did you say? If not a monster, then what else? Those are all—" Before he could finish, Rebel loudly interrupted. "You are wrong. Did that happen because you are a monster? Not at all. It was merely because your mana went out of control, and at that time you didn't even know what was happening. That wasn't your intention. It was just an accident. You've already suffered for it your entire life, haven't you?" She looked at him worriedly and asked, "So why do you act as if everything people say is true when the reality is far different?" Sistine silently wondered. The truth? Mother chose not to reveal the truth about that incident, fearing the consequences, so anyone who knew or spoke about it was silenced by Mother, and the story was fabricated into something else. Moreover, Mother never even asked me what truly happened, not when I arrived at the Grand Duchy, nor even when I returned to the Imperial Palace. I can understand my mother's plight.
If what I've done is proven to be deliberate, Mother will no longer have the courage to love me.
I understand, at least I've tried to understand, but deep down there's a question I've never dared to ask. Sistine asked himself, does Mother not believe me? He lowered his gaze, saying sadly, no one has ever wanted to hear my side of the story. Do you believe me, Rebel? Rebel replied firmly, I only believe what I've witnessed myself, she said with certainty. The person who has been with me all this time cannot possibly be a monster.
Again and again, emotions had to be suppressed, until at one point they seemed completely paralyzed. I believed they had vanished, until my mind was stirred again, reminding me that a state of emotional numbness could not be maintained forever. Emotions were always lurking somewhere, waiting to return. Sistine quietly wiped away his tears, while I silently comforted him. She held him tightly, ensuring Sistine's sorrow wouldn't transform into something else once more. Rebel shyly spoke, I can do it myself. Sistine immediately cut in. It's very late. You should go to bed and rest. You must be very tired. She smiled and replied, Thank you, sir. Oh, Sistine, she began. I was just thinking. You said I could soothe your mana back at the hidden tavern, right? Sistine quickly replied, Yes. She blushed, her face red as a tomato, and stammered, But that day we, made love. You were still able to control your mana then, and our entire wedding night was perfectly fine.
Rebel wondered, doesn't that mean you control mana better than I thought? It should have been enough to drive you mad. She shivered. Wait, so is it possible that when we're intimate, you don't feel anything either? Sistine replied, feeling helpless and frustrated. No, that's impossible. As long as I'm with you, I won't fall into a rage. What worries me is when you're not by my side. What will happen then? In that state, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my mana. Hearing him say that, Rebel immediately stood up. Then you don't need to worry anymore. As long as we're always together, nothing bad can happen. Sistine wondered slightly. Always? Rebel raised her hand, full of confidence. I promise, unless you cheat on me, I won't leave your side. I'll be here forever, so let's go to bed. Sistine thought to himself, Rebel, do you know that when you soothe me, you also stir my heart, and I can't suppress the feelings that are blossoming for you? Suddenly, Sistine called out, Wait, Rebel, there's one more thing I haven't told you. She replied, full of curiosity. Yes? Sistine said sincerely, I love you so much, to the point where I can't imagine what life would be like without you. Will you say that everything will be all right? Rebel was stunned, gave a forced laugh, and stammered. I'm really sorry, but Rebel, anxious and flustered, made a suggestion. Could you wait a moment? My back is completely exposed right now, so I'm a little self-conscious and afraid of ruining your mood. Sistine chuckled when he heard her say that. You once told me that romance is very important. I know a place where your attire would perfectly suit the mood. She laughed and asked, Do you mean this dress with the undone buttons? Where is this place?
Sistine walked towards Rebel, ignoring her calls of his name. He decisively pushed her onto the bed. Sistine seriously asked, What do you think about a confession made in bed? Rebel smiled back. I love it. It's so us. After a passionate night, faint rays of light filtered into the room. Rebel absently called out, Sistine. He gently replied, Yes? She expressed her confusion. Why did you say I could leave when you also love me? Sistine hesitated and said, I don't know.
Perhaps because today, finally, he recalled the moment they sat together, Rebel holding his hand and confessing, I married you with the determination to spend my entire life by your side. Whatever the nature of the truth may be, it might take me time to accept it, but I will not abandon you because of it. Sistine explained to her, I can also affirm my feelings for you. No one can bear to see someone they care about being deceived. Rebel paused slightly upon hearing this, then agreed with him. You are right. Sistine gently caressed Rebel. I love you. Meeting you is the best thing that has ever happened in my life. She smiled happily, wanting to say she loved him too. Rebel replied to him, Thank you. However, she still felt a sense of unworthiness. But do I deserve this? Rebel dreamt of their first intimate night, Sistine calling her name. Belle, Rebel. As she was lost in ecstasy, Rebel caressed his face, but unconsciously called out, Roland. Rebel jolted awake from her dream, screaming in fright. She looked around, asking herself, Where am I? Sistine asked with concern, Rebel, did you have a nightmare? Rebel turned to look at him in bewilderment. A nightmare? It was just a dream. Oh, thank goodness. Why did it feel so real? She quickly composed herself and explained, It wasn't a nightmare, just a strange dream. When we first met, I didn't say anything weird, did I? Sistine replied with a straight face. Are you referring to the time you called me Roland Dellen? So, you've remembered. Rebel froze solid upon hearing this. Rebel von Duranta, utterly mortified.
She was utterly mortified, pulling the blanket over herself and profusely apologizing to him. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I don't understand how that disgusting name just slipped out again. Sistine gently comforted her. Forget about it. I barely remember it anymore. Rebel panicked internally. Almost. So he hasn't completely forgotten then. No, why am I remembering that terrifying memory? He gently pulled the blanket down from her head and reassured her. It's really okay. You also called my name yesterday, quite a few times. Rebel's face suddenly flushed crimson. He did. Sistine chuckled at her reaction. Sorry for teasing you. She wondered silently. Is he always like this? As night fell, Rebel sat thoughtfully at her desk, as if the calm after a storm. Her life had become peaceful again. The only thing different from before was Sistine. He had suddenly shifted from stoic to affectionate. It seemed he was gradually becoming comfortable expressing his emotions in front of her.
I'm curious about the childhood the Empress Dowager spoke so much about. Is it similar to how she is now? He complained softly. Why haven't reporter Bell's articles been seen lately? Rebel quickly sprang up, stammering. Is that so? Sistine immediately replied. Yes, they haven't been posting articles as frequently as before. They might be investigating something big. Rebel suddenly realized that's truly the case. A shocking story could overturn the entire nation. According to Nine's investigation, Miss Jury often meets Duke Pill at a place called the Salon behind the casino. As for the casino's regulars, some simply come to gamble, but most are involved in the treason described in the novel. There's definitely a conspiracy, but I don't have enough evidence to expose them. Now I can only monitor them until...
But who can be trusted to supervise them? I can't leave the house for long. Besides, if I'm alone, I can't handle it. And if Nine does it, it might alert His Majesty. Shadow absolutely cannot be involved. The most potential resource right now is only Sistine and his inspection team. Sistine noticed Rebel seemed tense and offered, "Is there anything you need to discuss?" Her mind was utterly chaotic now, but how could I explain the treason? And how could I explain being at the casino? Having no other choice, she had to say, "No, there isn't." Just then there was a knock at the door from outside. "Your Highness, Princess, the Empress Dowager has sent a letter." Sistine immediately responded, "I'll be right there." He went out to open the door, not forgetting to turn back and ask Rebel, "Do you mind if I read it first?" She immediately replied, "Not at all." Rebel feigned calmness, but inwardly she was in a panic. "But I can't just sit still and do nothing. How can I bring up that topic?" Sistine returned inside, reading the letter while informing her that the Empress Dowager invited them to a tea party. Rebel softly asked, "Can you come with me this time?" He hesitated before replying, "Yes, but lately I've been having difficulty controlling my mana, so I want to avoid going to the palace. I cannot risk that happening again." Rebel pondered for a few seconds before deciding, "Then I'll go alone." Sistine was still uneasy. "You had to go alone last time too."
You don't have to agree. I can answer for you that you can't go, she cheerfully reassured her. But I can go. I have too much free time now, ever since I temporarily stopped attending parties. Perhaps the person who invited us is concerned about us. I will go and let them know that we are still doing very well. A week later, at the royal palace, Rebel slowly entered the palace at the invitation of the Empress Dowager. A servant opened the door for her and announced loudly, "The Grand Duchess has arrived." She thought to herself, "Sistine worries too much. I'm here to meet his mother, not His Majesty." Rebel respectfully bowed. "Thank you for inviting me, Empress Dowager." Suddenly, another voice rang out, "Grand Duchess Duranta." She suddenly froze. That voice. Karis was sitting on the sofa, his eyes sweeping over Rebel before he said, "Long time no see." Rebel panicked internally. "Emperor Karis, what is he doing here?" She nervously looked at him. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Karis calmly asked her back, "Do I need a reason to have tea with my mother? Aren't you going to greet me?" Rebel then awkwardly bowed. "I am deeply honored to be in your Majesty's presence, the son of the Empire." He unexpectedly said, "What?" The Empress Dowager appeared at this moment, interrupting Karis. "Here you two are. I called His Majesty because Sistine couldn't come. The three of us have never sat down to chat together, but if you feel uncomfortable, I will send His Majesty away." Rebel reluctantly replied, "Of course not. I am very honored. It's also a pity that Sistine isn't here." On one hand, Rebel smiled and chatted with the Empress Dowager and Karis. On the other hand, she regretted internally. "Oh no, I should have listened to Sistine and not come."
The Dowager Empress's voice echoed through the palace. "Is that so?" Rebel quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am." The Dowager smiled happily and said, "It makes me very glad that both of you are happy." Meanwhile, her inner thoughts were in turmoil. How could I possibly know anything that would make it so easy?
Rebel managed to laugh, but it was forced, truly awkward. The Dowager Empress didn't need to know her inner turmoil. She was simply enjoying a happy moment with her son. Rebel noticed the empty chair beside them. If not for that incident, perhaps Sistine could have shared this moment too. Did they understand his feelings? His Majesty was too wary of Sistine, so even if he understood, he wouldn't care. But what about the Dowager Empress, if she still wasn't aware of the long-standing resentment? The more Rebel thought, the more troubled she felt. The two sons would never be able to reconcile. She glanced at the Dowager Empress, looking melancholic. Should she tell the Dowager Empress? After all, it was she who asked Rebel to help Sistine return to his former self. No, on second thought, it would be better for him to bring up the issue himself at the appropriate time. As Rebel was lost in thought, the Dowager Empress interrupted. "Do you agree?" She looked bewildered. "What?" Then Rebel quickly gave a thumbs up in agreement. "Oh yes, of course." Inwardly, she chastised herself. What were they talking about? I missed everything. Hearing this, the Dowager Empress took her hand and said tremblingly, "I knew it. Of course you'd feel lonely." She uttered a sentence that made Rebel's face darken. Sistine always prioritizes work above all else. Whenever he has a task, it's very difficult for him to focus on anything else, isn't it? Rebel awkwardly admitted, "Actually, I haven't been listening to what everyone was saying." Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted her. Today, he also used work as an excuse.
Karis, showing her displeasure, said, "There hasn't been anything noteworthy recently, so what could be bothering Sistine so much? But then again, it's not surprising. He never cared about his family." Those words stunned Rebel. Never cared? How could he say that, when Sistine has sacrificed everything for him all this time? He knows nothing about Sistine. Seeing her acting strangely, the Dowager asked worriedly, "My dear, it seems like you have something to say." Rebel startled and replied, "Huh?" She stared at Rebel and explained, "You've been mumbling to yourself the whole time. I can't hear anything." Cog red-handed, Rebel quickly waved her hand. "It's nothing." Seeing this, Karis was curious. "No one's forbidding you from speaking, and you don't have a language problem, so why don't you just say it directly?" She sat there restlessly, pondering, what should I do? There's so much to say, but suddenly bringing it up might ruin the atmosphere. If she had to say it eventually, Rebel would still tell them that yesterday Sistine had talked about his childhood. The atmosphere became tense. Rebel sat to the side, observing the other two. The details should be revealed by Sistine. She just wanted to know their thoughts on this. A moment later, the Dowager also spoke up. "Childhood? What did he say?" She immediately replied, "He talked about the accident."
Karis scoffed, taking off his shirt. An accident? Is he still spouting that nonsense? Karis lifted his shirt, revealing a long scar across his abdomen. "This is the scar he gave me. You tell me, does it look like an accident or a deliberate attack?" Witnessing the scar, Rebel couldn't help but be astonished. She knew the scar wouldn't be small, but this was still worse than she had imagined. He continued to scold. Instead of reflecting on his actions, he deliberately covered it up by calling it an accident. "I'd say he wanted to hide his true nature from you." The Dowager couldn't bear it any longer and intervened. "Karis, that's enough. I don't know why Sistine brought up that story, but that incident frightened all of us. We finally put the past behind us, so you don't need to—" Rebel suddenly spoke up, interrupting. "That's not it. Sistine," she bit her lip at this point. Rebel gathered all her courage and said, "He has always felt immense torment over that incident, which is why he volunteered to leave for the Grand Duchy and spend most of his time there."
If you summon Sistine and listen to his perspective, I'm sure all misunderstandings will be cleared. Karis couldn't listen anymore. He stood up abruptly and walked away. "Enough. I understand why Sistine decided to marry you. He merely wanted to find someone to justify this. I hope he won't betray your trust in him, as he did with me." Later, Rebel also got into a carriage to return. Sitting in the carriage, she couldn't help but feel melancholic, her chest tightening, completely exhausted. His family, who should have been his supporters, didn't even want to hear the story told by him. Now I understand why Sistine couldn't explain further. Trying to clear up misunderstandings or resist suspicions would only make his mana surge. What happened afterward must have been the result of mana accumulating due to him enduring all sorts of gossip. To ensure my own safety, I had to write another article, a nonsensical one, to encourage other reporters to overcome their fear of the Duranta family and publicly write about Sistine's personal life, which was considered taboo at the time. In the end, I was the one who pushed Sistine into a corner. Why do I possess the ability to suppress his mana? Rebel burst into helpless tears. After all, I am completely unworthy of being with Sistine.
I have to fix my mistake. If I truly love, I must do something. I will find someone who can control Sistine's mana like me, and then I'll leave, even if it means Sistine will hate me. At this moment, Nine noticed that the carriage in front had been going in the same direction all this time. This was the only path leading to Duranta Manor. He quietly asked, "My lady, do you have guests visiting today?" She replied, puzzled, "No, why do you ask?" He then explained, "Miss Jury's carriage is also heading towards Duranta Manor." Hearing this, Rebel exclaimed in surprise, "Jury?" She quickly looked out the window to check. Why would she? Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, causing Rebel to lose her balance, and then it quickly came to a stop.
Nine anxiously ran out to check. "Is your ladyship all right? Please forgive me." The carriage in front suddenly stopped. At this moment, Jury also stepped down and sincerely apologized. She put on a pitiful expression and said, "I told myself I wanted to greet the Grand Duke, but perhaps the coachman misunderstood that I wanted to stop the carriage. Please forgive me. If it's not too much trouble, may I speak with your grace for a moment, Grand Duke Duranta?" Rebel pondered. Grand Duke Duranta, how is she so sure that Sistine is here? Wait a minute, she must have heard that I was invited to the Imperial Palace. She immediately opened a door, an action that left Jury utterly stunned. Rebel saw her and immediately greeted her with an extremely friendly attitude. "Lady Jury, what a coincidence to meet you here. Currently, I am the only one in the carriage, or perhaps you could speak with me instead." Jury couldn't react in time, so she replied awkwardly, "Please forgive my mistake, your ladyship." She casually cleared up the misunderstanding while probing the other person. "It's all right, Sistine and I share a carriage, so a misunderstanding is common. Are you perhaps heading to the Duranta estate?" She stammered a refusal.
No, I'm not. Isn't the Shua residence right ahead? I am on my way there after receiving an invitation from the Viscount. Hearing that, Rebelle burst out laughing, then began to voice her doubts. Really, but Viscount Shua, due to poor health, went to his resort villa 2 days ago, so how could you have been invited there?
I don't know what motive brought you here, or if you're lying about something, but don't let me catch you doing this again. I will not tolerate anyone secretly meeting my husband. Yuri's expression darkened further as she listened. Rebel then turned and got into her carriage, leaving Yuri rooted to the spot. Let's go. She clenched her hands into fists and muttered to herself, I didn't expect her to return so early. What bad luck. Turn the carriage around. Since she doesn't want me to secretly meet the Grand Duke, I'll just have to change my plans. In her study, upon hearing the knight's report, Rebel was very surprised. What? Lady Yuri wants to approach Sistine again today? She reevaluated the situation, just as she thought. There was no way she wouldn't try to make contact after that day. Of course, Lady Yuri never appeared in person herself.
But whenever I'm away, I receive urgent messages for Grand Duke Duranta, often delivered by her subordinates who come to the mansion. There's something I absolutely must tell you, Your Grace. Please meet me tomorrow at 1 a.m. at that place. And sometimes she sends letters with mysterious abbreviations. The reason Lady Jury had to travel such a long distance to meet Sistane was to draw him into her schemes, as Sistane was still in line for the throne, even though in the novel she had relationships with both Sistane and Duke Pili, and until the very end she was still weighing her options on whom to choose. But now that Sistane was married, I thought at least things wouldn't follow the original plot anymore. What's a little infidelity in the name of power? Who knows how far she would go? All these things were giving her a huge headache, so Rebel immediately ordered, You there, I want you to send make that 2 shadows to Sistane. Neither her letters nor her subordinates must ever reach him. A few days later at the capital's military command, Sistane sternly interrogated 2 suspicious individuals. Both of you are wearing military uniforms, but neither of you is a true knight. Explain why you've infiltrated this place. One of them immediately blamed the other. I just wanted to deliver a letter, but this one tried to stop me. The other retorted. I came to prevent this because you shouldn't read it, Your Highness. He countered. Where is that letter? They fearfully replied. No, Your Highness, you mustn't. It's in my jacket pocket. Sistine took the letter to read its contents, addressed to Grand Duke Duranta. I have something to discuss with you privately. Please tell the location and time to the person who delivered this letter, and I will come there. G. He immediately noticed. Who is G? The other quickly explained. That person will come to the agreed location, and you will be able to learn their identity. He disagreed with this idea. No, I'm certain the one who came to intercept this letter already knows. Your master is Rebel, and you are Shadow, aren't you? When night fell, in the study, Rebel was surprised to hear the news. Shadow had been captured while trying to stop Jury's spy. Ney immediately bowed his head, admitting his fault. It is my fault. Please forgive me, Princess.
Even so, that person was already the most humble. I was convinced His Highness wouldn't know who sent it. You also anticipated the situation. Are you very doubtful? If Sistine receives a letter from Lady Jury, he will definitely go to the meeting point to find out what she wants. This meeting will be ready to be part of the plot when the rebellion is discovered later. Even if Sistine does nothing now, how would you know? Can you see what he's thinking? But the Emperor is already suspicious. What should we do? No, that's not right. In the novel, after Sistine quelled the rebellion, even though he was Lady Jury's lover, no one suspected him. Well done. Thanks to you, we were able to deal with the rebels. On the contrary, his actions were even praised. I will help him achieve that. I must tell about the Ruella store and the casino. If those places are investigated, everyone involved will be exposed, and I don't need to mention that I'm Reporter Bell, or that I saw this in the novel. If the rebellion is stopped, the relationship between the Emperor and Sistine will also be restored, and then I will feel more relieved. After careful consideration, Rebel spoke up. Night 9. I think I should tell Sistine about what I saw at the Marquis's mansion. He was a little surprised. What will you say? She continued to explain. I'll make it seem like it was just a coincidence. What do you think would be the best possible reason? 9 offered his opinion. In that case, Sistine met with Rebel and inquired. The day you went to the Ruella mansion, you discovered the gate leading to the casino. She recalled his words and continued. While looking for the restroom, I need to find the simplest possible reason. I'll just say that while looking for the bathroom, I accidentally saw it. Yes. They are definitely plotting something. There were no ordinary citizens there either. This is the list of people present at the casino.
Holding the book in his hand, he flipped through it, revealing high-ranking nobles and powerful merchants, Roland Dielen, Lady Jury, and Duke Pili. He was there too. This is quite serious. Let me handle it. Well done. Rebel hesitated, explaining, It wasn't me. Night 9 deserves all the credit. Sistine smiled indulgently. Ah, right, you said that, but you still did very well. Seeing his confident expression, she felt a little worried. What was that smirk about? What did he know? The next day, Sistine began his investigation, but because Rila's shop was quite far away and there were many names on the list, he hadn't returned home for many nights. Although saying so felt a little guilty,
His busy schedule had given her time to look into other things. Afterwards, she also used her identity as a reporter to ask people in the city, "Have I ever suppressed a mage's mana?" Yes, but where could that ability be used? Her hand trembled slightly. You wouldn't expect it. Upon hearing the information, Rebel also left. I'll be in touch soon.
I've prepared myself to leave him, but that's only my second priority. My first is to make him hate me so he won't be sad when I'm gone. Revealing that I'm reporter Bell would probably be the most effective, but that's too cruel. Is there any other way? Or should I ask to borrow a large sum of money, like my ex-boyfriend did? My love, you really love me, don't you? Lend me 3 million won, darling. Or do things that no one could possibly tolerate, which would definitely end it. I've got it. She excitedly ran to his room. Sistine, I have a favor to ask of you. I want to host an extremely lavish party. In the novel, these were the 3 things Sistine despised most: noise, superficial gatherings, and the best place to waste money and put on a show. That's right, a banquet. This method had also been proven effective in the novel. Sistine, I want to host a really grand banquet to show everyone how powerful the Duranta family is, and that I, the future Grand Duchess, will be praised by all.
The moment Sistine's affection for Juri began to wane was when she revealed her arrogance and lust for power at the banquet. After recalling what had happened in the novel, Rebel excitedly expressed her wish. I want about 700 guests. It definitely has to be grander and more luxurious than our wedding, and adorn the grand hall even more splendidly. Hearing her request, Sistine paused for a moment, then curiously asked, "Is there a special occasion?" Rebel exuded an aura of confidence. She adopted the air of an arrogant noblewoman and replied, "Does there have to be one? I am the Grand Duchess. I'll host a banquet whenever I want." He stared at her with a look of disbelief, but Sistine still decided to agree. "All right, go ahead. When do you want the banquet to take place?" Rebel quickly replied, "The sooner the better."
Immediately after, the news exploded throughout the upper echelons of society as the Duranta family caused a sensation with an unprecedented grand party. The Duranta family is hosting the biggest high society event of the season. The newspapers often exaggerate, but this time it was completely true. The party was incredibly lavish, attended by all the nobility of this empire. Her face darkened as she saw the number of attendees, but she still tried to maintain a dignified demeanor to welcome everyone. 700 guests. It looked more like over 1,000, with people everywhere. "Thank you for attending," she thought, her face aching from constant smiling, feeling like it was about to cramp. Sistine must be furious. Rebel immediately shot a glance at him, speechless at his cheerful demeanor as he greeted guests from afar. "Thank you for taking the time to attend." Or rather, no, that's impossible. In the novel, he was furious from the very beginning. Sensing Rebel's gaze, Sistine spoke up. "What's wrong, Rebel? Is there something on my face?" Embarrassed at being caught, she quickly made excuses, deliberately changing the subject. "No, it's just, look, Viscountess Tian has arrived." Rebel secretly reminded herself, "This won't do. I need to be more outrageous."
Tian approached, politely greeting both of them. "We are deeply honored to be invited by your highness, even from such a distant place." She offered a friendly, welcoming smile, then began to execute her plan. "No need to mention it. Thank you for your kind words, madam. But it seems you've come empty-handed. Step 1. Become a snob." Viscount Tian found herself in an awkward situation. "Please forgive me. It's been a long time since we attended a banquet, so we weren't adequately prepared." Although she felt guilty inside, Rebel still tried to appear indifferent on the outside. "Please don't apologize, madam. Your acceptance of the invitation is truly enough. Oh, I apologize. I personally don't mind such things. But the Empress Dowager places great importance on mutual respect, you see." Step 2. Fabricate a story about her mother. She couldn't stop feeling guilty. "I'm truly sorry." She quickly reminded her, "Please be more mindful next time, and enjoy the party, madam." Then Rebel secretly cried inside. "I'm sorry, Viscountess Tian. To make up for it, I'll send you many gifts. Sistine must be fed up with me by now. He looks perfectly normal."
But when Lady Juri did the same, he clearly looked bored, didn't he? Why isn't anything working? Rebel was very shocked by his attitude at this moment. After that, everything continued as usual. She began handing out gifts to everyone. "Thank you for attending." Those who received them were also very happy. "We are deeply grateful, your ladyship." Rebel continued to address the next guests. "Thank you for coming." She inwardly sighed, her throat already parched. Beside her, Sistine continued to converse with other guests. The banquet hall was truly magnificent. We had redecorated for the party, and with such meticulous preparation, the guests were very pleased. Oh dear, she continued to ponder. How could she make him hate her when Sistine was so tolerant of everything she did? Now there were no other options left. While she was deep in thought, a guest timidly spoke up. "May I receive one?" Rebel quickly replied, "Of course, all guests are welcome." Immediately after, she was startled by the crestfallen expression on the woman's face. Viscountess Tian.
Feeling guilty, Rebel gave a lot of gifts to Tian. "Here, take all of these." "I can't take so many." The surrounding crowd also began to murmur. Seeing that she refused to accept, Rebel felt very awkward and pleaded with the lady, "Please." Just then, a voice cut through the air. all subjects of the Empire, His Majesty Emperor Karis, the son of the Empire, has arrived. Seeing this situation, Rebel was very surprised. Usually, invitations are not sent to the royal family, as they can attend any party they wish. But why had the Emperor come here when he had never attended any banquet before? Everyone quickly performed their bows. We are honored to greet the son of the Empire. He noticed Rebel standing dumbfounded and questioned, "Are you not going to greet me again?" She quickly greeted him. Your servant is honored to greet the son of the Empire." "That's more like it." Sistine, who was beside her, also spoke up. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, allow your servant to escort you." Looking at his calm demeanor, Rebel was a little confused. Why was Sistine so composed? Did he know the Emperor would come? Karis raised his hand, signaling refusal. "No need. I don't intend to be here to dampen the festive mood. The Grand Duke and everyone here need not concern themselves with me. Grand Duchess Duranta, who often forgets etiquette and manners, will be responsible for receiving me." Sensing that something was amiss, Rebel felt extremely uneasy. Esteemed guests, especially members of the royal family, are usually escorted to a luxurious private room. The reason His Majesty insisted on having her escort him was because
Immediately after, he instantly proved her thoughts. "What are you plotting?" Rebel cried inwardly. "I knew it." Entering the room, she spoke first. "It's nothing, Your Majesty." Karis naturally didn't believe her. "Do you think I'll believe that when you have over 700 guests gathered here? Don't make me angry. Tell me the truth." Rebel really wanted to cry. "Fine. I organized this banquet so Sistine would hate me. Are you satisfied now?" The plan had fallen apart, and this person only made things worse. If I told the truth, I'd have to confess that I'm planning to leave Sistine. The Emperor wouldn't care, but the Empress Dowager couldn't know about this. "I'm trying to ensure I never have to host another banquet." He wondered, "Are you trying to be funny?" Rebel quickly explained, "It's not like that. Please, Your Majesty, hear me out. I'm certainly not plotting anything. I suggested this, not Sistine. I've been postponing this for a long time because I'm not much of a party person, but as the Grand Duchess, it would be strange if I never hosted a banquet in my life, so I invited everyone here to make this event truly grand." And so her duty was done. Karis calmly repeated, "So you're hosting this lavish banquet today to avoid having to host any more in the future?" Rebel hesitantly agreed. "That's right. This is my first public event since my wedding." Seeing her attitude, he mused, feeling she was like a loach trying to wriggle out of trouble.
"But it's fine. I've already spread my people throughout the banquet hall. If anything unusual happens, someone will report to me immediately. I'll make a decision once the party ends. Are you keeping a close eye on your husband?" Rebel was momentarily stunned by his sudden question. "What?" "Well, Sistine is a decent man, so I don't need to do that." Karis then announced a shocking piece of information, leaving her petrified. "Perhaps in this era, a man having an affair is still considered decent. I just received news that Sistine is currently alone with Lady Jury on the balcony. First, he declared he would never marry, and now he's having an affair." Rebel immediately protested. "It's not an affair. Finally, I must inform you, Lady Jury is encouraging the moral decay of this empire." Rebel looked at her constantly trembling hands. "This isn't the first time I've caught Lady Jury secretly meeting Sistine. Most recently, she even cut in front of my carriage. I issued a warning, but to think she would brazenly appear at our banquet. Lady Jury has repeatedly attempted to secretly meet a married man. If this isn't moral decay, then what is it? Your Majesty must look into this matter."
Hearing this, Karis suddenly burst out laughing. He seemed to understand Rebel's innermost thoughts. "Moral decay is certainly a long-winded way to ask me to get rid of the woman who's having an affair with your husband. All right, leave it to me. I have just thought of a brilliant idea. But for now, it's better if you go out there and give them a good scolding. You may go now." Rebel was inwardly astonished beyond belief. "I just blurted it out, but Emperor Karis will really handle this?" she asked again. "Really?" Karis rattled on. "But don't think I'll help without expecting something in return. Before she successfully seduces." She didn't let him finish speaking before she quickly ran off. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Rebel inwardly affirmed, "It will definitely succeed." Looking towards the door where Rebel had left, Karis felt a little helpless. She never lets me finish my sentence. The silent night enveloped the entire sky above the mansion. A voice spoke up, catching Sistine's attention. "Finally, I get to meet you, Grand Duke Duranta. There's something I absolutely must tell you." Sistine turned away, his voice cold. "Are you Lady Jury?" "You'd better go. If they see me alone with you, people will talk." Rebel hurried through the mansion's hall, where everyone was buzzing with conversation. Grand Duke Duranta and Lady Jury were there. She rushed past, startling two ladies. "Excuse me, coming through." On the balcony, Sistine remained expressionless. "Whatever you want to tell me, wait until Rebel returns." Jury struggled to confess her feelings. How can I possibly say that I've loved you for a long time?" Rebel froze upon hearing those words. What did she just say? Jury's face was flushed, and she no longer dared to look up at Sistine.
I know I shouldn't confess my feelings to a married person, but if I don't, I can't unburden my heart.
Rebel's face turned ashen. Lady Jury, what are you doing here? Internally, her inner calm was completely shattered. With a heavy heart, yes, she wanted to see if he cared. Hearing Rebel shout, Jury shivered. Princess, long time no see. How are you? Rebel lightly dismissed her. Not very well. I don't recall sending you an invitation, so what are you doing here? Jury quickly explained. I came to substitute for my sick cousin. I should have informed your ladyship sooner. If my presence displeases your highness, I will leave immediately. But I hope we can continue our conversation next time, Grand Duke Duranta. Seeing Jury leave, she immediately called out, Lady Jury! Sistine raised a hand to stop her. Let her go, Rebel. I know you're upset, but arguing with her will only fuel rumors. Rebel sighed helplessly and agreed. All right.
You must know that Lady Jury is trying to approach you, right? Sistine replied, I know someone wants to approach me, but I didn't know it was Lady Jury. You even sent Shadow to follow me to prevent it. She looked surprised. Shadow? But Knight 9 said. Rebel recalled 9's words. That person has always kept a low profile. His Highness certainly wouldn't know who sent him. Rebel couldn't hide her surprise. How did you know? Sistine smiled faintly. I'm too familiar with your guards, of course, so that no stranger can harm you. She shyly just managed an, oh. Sistine continued. Since Jay is Lady Jury, I understand why you wanted to stop me from investigating further. Are you worried something might happen between her and me? Rebel clenched her hands tightly. Of course, she thought. I'm afraid she'll drag you into the rebellion, and I don't even dare to imagine what would happen if I were just 1 second late. She looked up at Sistine. But you don't need to worry anymore, because someone has promised. His cheeks flushed. Indeed. Rest assured, no matter who approaches me, my heart belongs only to you. Rebel stood dumbfounded. Those thoughts swirled in her mind. He thinks I'm worried he'll fall for Lady Jury? I suddenly realized that Sistine was entirely focused on his feelings for me, which is why he wanted to prove his love and reassure me. How could I possibly leave him? Candlelight flickered in the bedroom, and Rebel's curious voice rang out. The banquet is finally over. I wonder how much money was spent on it. Sistine replied, crossing his arms. 4,928, 1,042. The numbers struck her like a bolt of lightning. Why did they sound like system error codes? What a waste. Sistine doesn't even hate me. I've hurt others, and now all that remains is a sense of turmoil. It's a total failure. Seeing Rebel silently crying to herself, Sistine spoke up. As long as you're happy, the money doesn't matter. But I still don't understand. Are you satisfied with the party? Rebel flinched and turned away. Of course, I'm more than satisfied. In fact, if I had the chance, I'd like to organize another one. Sistine easily noticed. But why do you seem uncomfortable to me? Rebel's hand tightened slightly. She questioned him back. Or rather, do you mean you are the one who's uncomfortable? He paused briefly. What? Rebel, slightly annoyed, said, You've never liked large gatherings, and on top of that, you spent a fortune on it. Or is this your way of being sarcastic with me because you're truly displeased? Sistine looked at her with concern. Rebel, She cut him off. I'm tired. I'm going to rest now. Rebel silently turned and left, leaving Sistine rooted to the spot. I need to be this cruel.
I would never choose to stay. If that's still not enough, I'll have to resort to drastic measures to make him no longer want to be with me. Sunlight danced on the green canopies. A day after the lively party, a shocking piece of news appeared in the papers. Sir Diamond, a man who had always kept to himself, had suddenly proposed to Lady Jury. He wasn't the type to secretly court Lady Jury. Could it be that the Emperor ordered it? It must be so. After all, Blythe Diamond was a distant relative of the imperial family. Although Diamond's lineage had somewhat faded, he was still a relative of the Emperor, meaning Jury couldn't easily refuse his proposal. She wouldn't dare be as audacious as she was during her last encounter with Sistine. Rebel folded the piece of paper, muttering to herself in admiration. I must admit, His Majesty's ideas truly brilliant. Sistine walked over to the bed. Are you awake? I had the chef prepare your favorite lobster dish. Let's eat together. She hesitated, deep in thought. Sistine, was he doing this because he thought she was upset about last night? But Rebel replied indifferently. No, I won't eat. Eating butter-grilled lobster first thing in the morning would be too heavy. I'm fine not eating. You go ahead and enjoy it. He said, concerned for Rebel. Then I'll tell the chef to prepare something else. But she just waved her hand and replied, I have things to do, so I probably won't have time for breakfast.
I might be late today. In fact, it will probably take a few days, so don't wait for me. She walked away coldly. They say absence makes the heart grow distant, and now is a perfect opportunity to start keeping my distance from him. Although I'm a bit worried about Sistine's mana. Yesterday was relatively calm, so I'm sure he'll be fine for a few days without me. Sistine only managed to grasp empty air. Rebel, why must you do things against my will? During the party, Sistine quietly observed Rebel. He understood that Rebel might be a good actress, but she lacked the skill to fake emotions. Despite wanting to host a grand banquet, Rebel offered a forced smile as she greeted everyone. "Thank you for attending." He clearly saw her discomfort. It was evident that the more people arrived, the more exhausted she became. Rebel acted haughtily towards Viscountess Tion.
But then I felt incredibly guilty when she gave a pile of gifts to the Baroness. Clearly, her previous actions were not malicious. Even yesterday, though she was unreasonably angry. The image of Rebel, restless in her sleep, turning over, flashed through my mind. But then she still affectionately snuggled close to me. No one could believe her actions were genuine. I wanted to understand why Rebel did that, but at the same time, I also wanted to ignore it, as if she wanted to create a rift between us. He slumped, his face darkening. "Helia, has Rebel been acting a bit strange lately?"
Helia rubbed his chin, sweat trickling down his cheeks. No, the princess was still the same, continuing her daily work and enjoying her hobbies. He pondered in silence. Hobbies. Lately she hadn't mentioned where she was going, and by the time he returned, she was already home. He recalled Rebel's somewhat unnatural smile every time he returned. Sistine, her demeanor made him wonder if she had gone out. At that moment, Rebel was trying to hide newspapers behind her back. "You're home early." Sistine's face was cold, as if he was already anticipating a day he would return late. A few hours later, in forest near the capital, 9 pressed. "What, you won't be returning home for a while? Are you planning to abandon His Highness?" Rebel, annoyed, asked him. "Things have turned out this way. Please don't tell the Empress Dowager." 9, confused, asked again. "But must you really do this?" Rebel's every word was choked with emotion. "I wish I could be by his side as if nothing had happened, but my articles have hurt Sistine. I don't deserve his love, and I can't shamelessly continue to live with Sistine." His call just came out. "Princess." Rebel reached into her pocket and pulled out a notebook. "I've made my decision, but I complete what I've caused. After handing over the list of names, I still haven't had a chance to investigate the casino. Now that I have some free time, I will personally go and find out about Duke Pill."
A moment of surprise. "But you've already handed that task over to the inspectors, haven't you?" She smiled excitedly. "Yes, but they only investigate the surface. We'll have to dig deeper." He asked again, puzzled. "Deeper? Do you mean illegal transactions?" She immediately replied, "Exactly. No matter how discreet, there must be records of expenditures somewhere. Just by investigating what they spent, we'll definitely find something." To Peel's domain. Obtaining the transaction ledger, tailing Duke Peel, and sneaking into his mansion have all failed. Rebel has disguised himself to hide his identity, and I know dealing with a duke is never easy. At least let's check the goods bought and sold by merchants in his territory. 9 took a list out from his cloak. "Yes, my lady. Currently, the 2 of them are in the shadow area within Peel's domain."
Seeing the piled-up list in her hand, she was heavily shocked. The list was incredibly long. 9 explained that this territory had the second-largest volume of traded goods, second only to the capital. She flipped through each page, searching, hoping to find something, but the chance that Duke Pill would use his own name for transactions was certainly very slim. He might have conducted secret dealings with local merchants. The answers we need would be with those who received military supplies. However, in the end, no results for military supplies were found. Rebel wondered in astonishment. "What? How could they stage a coup without military supplies?" she asked, puzzled. "What on earth are they buying so many animal organs for? And dead insects, what are those for?" 9 immediately explained. They were bought by farmers raising kaisa in Pill's territory. Kaisa are birds of prey, so it might be for feeding them. Rebel still couldn't help but have doubts. But organs spoil easily. Are they raising enough to consume all of this in such a short time? And what about dead insects? Why not live ones? Both frowned, staring at the paper, discovering suspicious activity. Rebel went and knocked on the door of a shop, asking, "Excuse me, I want to raise a kaisa." She reasoned that while animal organs and dead insects might not be enough for a rebellion, with no other leads, she decided to investigate this angle. The shop owner, annoyed at seeing her, said, "Not for sale, go find somewhere else." Rebel secretly resolved, "I've decided I have to investigate this no matter what, even if the clue turns out to be wrong." And it turned out, after investigating, 9 immediately provided information. "You were right, my lady, there are only a few kaisa, and they have their own food source. The organs and dead insects they bought are stored elsewhere. I've also found the houses supplying those items. The organs are from the house of Asas, and the dead insects are from the house of Canilla, the heads of both houses."
They were all at the casino. Upon returning, Rebel's mood became cheerful. "That's great, so there's some progress. I should dig deeper. If all the evidence is given to Sistine, he could not only stop the rebellion, but also become a hero." Helia's call interrupted her train of thought. "Princess, where have you been these past few days? I thought something had happened to you." Rebel reassured Helia. "I'm sorry, were you worried?"
Helia clutched the collar.
Yes, but not as much as your highness. You should go inside. Rebel opened the door and stepped inside. It was past midnight, but the lights were still on. That wasn't... She recalled a previous interview. Have I ever restrained a mage's mana before? Then Rebel realized that notebook was her investigation into people capable of restraining mana. Suddenly a hand picked up the notebook, startling her. I found this in your office, Rebel. Although I know this is an invasion of privacy, when I found it, I thought it was the right choice. Rebel stammered. Sistine, I can explain. His voice quieted slightly. This must be information about people who could replace you. Do you want to leave me? Is that why you wanted to organize the party, even though you weren't happy, and said hurtful things to push me away? He bowed his head, hiding the sadness on his face. Sistine said bitterly, Your silence is an admission. I don't know why you suddenly made such a decision, but if you want to leave me, you should at least be honest with me, because no matter how unpleasant your words or actions are, I can't bring myself to hate you, Rebel. She seemed to have found the answer to her questions about Sistine's attitude that day. Now she understood why Sistine had been so calm at the banquet, even in a situation that could have provoked him. It was because he had seen through her actions. He wasn't affected because he knew she didn't truly mean it.
Whatever I do next, he will figure it out, meaning the only way to cut ties can only be to reveal the truth that I am reporter Bell. The room was already bathed in sunlight. Rebel rubbed her sleep-filled eyes. Is it morning already? Where's Sistine? Sistine's voice startled her awake. You're awake? It's already lunchtime. Can you eat? If you don't want to eat yet, then wait a bit. She was still dazed and couldn't reply. I still don't know how to face him. After he discovered my plan to find a replacement, it made him hate me. But Sistine still acted as if nothing had happened, and the past few days were just a dream. What should I do? After what I've done, I can't just continue as normal. No, because the plan had failed. The only option was to reveal my identity and leave him. But until the rebellion is resolved, I still have to be by his side. For now, let's consider this a reprieve. After a long thought, she spoke up. I want to eat right now. It's lunchtime. I guess I'm in the mood for lobster. Is there any left? She still harbored her thoughts, even though it was a bit selfish and brazen, knowing that we would end up parting ways anyway. Sistine chuckled at Rebel's cuteness. I'll tell the chef to prepare it right away. Deep in her mind, she always wanted to be by Sistine's side, but she wanted to savor this precious moment, even if it was just fleeting.
Sistine and Rebel were strolling around the mansion grounds. Have you heard the news? Rebel turned to her. It seems Lady Jury is getting married soon. Hearing this news, she was extremely surprised. Really? She turned her face away, lost in thought. It's true that she couldn't refuse now. He too has no interest in power similar to Sistine's, so Jury will have to give up her political ambitions. Finishing her thoughts, she spoke softly. Now that she has found a suitable partner, it's best for her to restrain herself, avoid creating any more scandals, and live quietly. Sistine looked up at the deep blue sky. In truth, she's still the talk of the town.
Rumors are spreading that Jury is still secretly meeting Duke Peel behind her fiancé's back. Rebel found it hard to believe. What? He continued. I thought you read the newspapers regularly, so you'd already know. She felt a little startled, forcing a smile. Lately, I've had too many things to deal with, so I haven't had a chance to read the papers. Sistine remained silent, his heart heavy. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke. Would you mind if I asked what you've been dealing with? A question arose in her mind. Is he worried about me looking for someone who can control mana like myself? In response to Sistine's question, Rebel softly said, I went to Peel's territory. His gentle gaze lowered to her. You went there yourself? Rebel lightly stroked her cheek with her finger. While I was out, I thought it was a good opportunity to investigate and delve deeper into the matter. She softly reassured him. But please don't worry, I didn't put myself in danger. The security there is so tight that I couldn't even get close to Peel's mansion. Sistine smiled gently. I understand. I apologize if my question was unnecessary. If you wish to investigate further, just let me know. He paused for a moment, then continued. Ever since you told me about the casino, my side has also conducted some investigations, and I will send people to infiltrate whenever you need. Rebel quickly turned away. I'm very grateful, but are you sure my words are trustworthy? He immediately replied without hesitation. Yes, your information is very reliable. She found it hard to believe. What? Rebel wondered to herself. How does he know? This is the first time I've given him information. Could it be that he already knows my identity?
She thought to herself, the inspection agency and the Public Authorities Advertising Council trusted all information submitted by her assistants. In the study the next day, Nine spoke up and asked, Your Grace, have you seen the newspaper yet? Rebel sat with her hands clasped. Last night's special edition, right? Of course, Duke Pill completely denied the rumors about his relationship. Nine subtly curled his lips. I knew it. He wouldn't want all the attention on him when he's plotting something bigger. Rebel pondered, then softly said,
But I bet he'll still secretly meet Lady Jury. 9 held up the newspaper in his hand. No, I'm talking about this. He placed the newspaper down in front of her, his finger gently tapping the page. This is an advertisement, but it feels a bit off, doesn't it? Looking at the advertisement, Rebel's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Indeed, even though it's a newly opened workshop, it doesn't mention the location, and it's on the front page, exactly like what Rayla's store advertised. 9 seriously explained. Something isn't right here, so I sent Shadow to investigate that workshop, and this is what we found.
Rebel hastily flung open the door to Sistine's room. Sistine, do you have a moment? Sistine tossed the poker chip in his hand, which had also been found nearby. He examined it closely. It was something used in casinos. He nodded seriously. Yes, your hypothesis. Then without hesitation, he firmly stated, the casino in the Rila store has been converted into the Casilo workshop. He intently looked at the piece of paper. I will send people from the Capital Command to investigate immediately, Rebel suggested. If it's not too much trouble, could you send inspectors? He was surprised. You also know that I am the chief inspector? Rebel replied. That's right. Hearing that confirmation, Sistine pondered. I see. A heavy feeling rose in Rebel's heart, and her gaze deepened. I can't keep pretending not to know. I really need the inspector's help. Should I say that the Empress Dowager told me? Sistine rubbed his chin. It's understandable. Since CL, who manages the external operations of the inspection agency, works at Duranta Manor, I even gave you the accident report about the incident in the Western District. It's not surprising that you know, he said casually. I was going to tell you anyway if you hadn't figured it out yourself, but you're one step ahead.
Before Sistine's words, Rebel stammered, Your Grace, aren't you upset that I know? He replied softly, Even the veteran servants at Duranta Manor know. As for Chef Helia, you certainly have the right to know. She secretly grumbled, Then why didn't you say so sooner? I wasted my efforts on the performance. Sistine questioned, Why must it be an inspector? A melancholic, gloomy expression appeared on Rebel's face. To be honest with your Grace, her voice dropped slightly, tinged with worry. I suspect Duke Pill is plotting rebellion. He was slightly shocked. What did you say? She continued, Although there's no concrete evidence yet, the gates, the casino, the secret meetings, the influence of the participating nobles and Duke Pill, the owner of that reception room they revere, all of it is highly suspicious. Her eyes gleamed and her voice cut like a sharp knife. He also carries royal blood. If your Grace and His Majesty were no longer here, Duke Pill would ascend the throne. Isn't that suspicious? Sistine's hands clasped together slightly. I haven't received any reports about Duke Pill's gatherings, but it certainly cannot be treason. She lost her composure and slammed her hand on the table. It's not certain, but it could still happen. Sistine suddenly realized. That's why you requested an inspector instead of a holy military order. Rebel made a plea. Before that place is built, please send someone to infiltrate and uncover the truth.
Her voice grew softer. Was that the forte of detectives? He bent low, his hand gently squeezing. That's true, but did you say Pile is also a royal relative like me? Of course, I also feel confused. Sistine's eyes became resolute, his voice deepened. But with all the evidence pointing to Pile, even if it's my own relative, I must investigate. I will have investigators infiltrate the Casila workshop. Rebel sighed softly. The small house housed countless different types of weapons. For that reason, I cooperated with Sistine in the investigation.
As soon as the sun rose, Sistine sent inspectors to the Casila's workshop for a secret mission. Upon their arrival, someone asked, Are you new here? There's a lot of work to do. Get started right away. Louis scratched his head and smiled, replying, Yes, sir. What should we do first? CL, a random inspector, and Louis, who often suffered from stomach aches, disguised themselves as workers to help build the workshop for their investigation. Fortunately, the upper floor was already completed, and the workers in the workshop were always busy with their tasks. Come on, let's go downstairs and get to work. In their capacity as workshop workers, they were sent down to the basement where Duke Pill's living room and casino had been relocated. After completing their work, the inspectors returned with some information. First, the basement was a labyrinth. Second, each worker was assigned to a different area, so they couldn't know the structure of other areas. Third, the gates in each area used mana stones. The people who came to set up the gates looked very much like mages, but because they all wore cloaks, their identities couldn't be determined, and an unsettling aura emanated from them. The fourth and final piece of information was that after CL returned from the investigation to report the situation to Sistine, all the workers involved in the construction were killed.
Rebel was stunned. She couldn't help but worry and shouted, What? What about the inspectors? Seal replied, If we weren't trained knights, we might have died too. Sistine remained calm. They want to hide the structure of the basement, the existence of the gates, and their creators. Seal hesitated slightly. Agreed, but should the princess be hearing these things? Sistine replied, She was the one who requested this investigation. Continue. Rebel pressed, Did you notice anything unusual? At this moment, CL recalled. Unusual was, she thought for a moment, then continued. That basement was too large for a workshop. Its colossal size made me think it was meant for a giant monster. For example, a human. Rebel mused.
large enough to contain a giant monster. Her gaze drifted to a distant space, then she continued. It could also just be for show, but wasting manpower and resources solely for that purpose doesn't seem very logical. There's something else that's been bothering me. The one who funded and oversaw that underground project, the evidence found points to Marquis Patia. Patia is the family of the Black Knight, whom Sistine disguised herself as. I just read an article about them being on the verge of bankruptcy due to their involvement in a price-fixing scandal. So where did they get the money? Clearly, after the price-fixing case, it would be very difficult to find investors. The fact that Marquis Patia managed this Casilla workshop project.
Perhaps it's due to his alliance with Duke Pill. Then perhaps the Patia family is handling the funds. Everything will be resolved then. Even though I haven't seen him at the casino, I'll request an investigation into Marquis Patia and his associates as well. Helia's voice interrupted her thoughts. Your Grace, she politely asked, are you very busy? These are all new invitations that have just arrived. Helia entered carrying a box full of letters and documents. One of them seems important. Perhaps you should take a look. Rebel wearily looked at the stack of documents filling the box. Lately, I've been so preoccupied with investigating Duke Pill's case that I've neglected my duties as a Grand Duchess. I should probably deal with these first. She flipped through each envelope. Most were merely formalities. As the Grand Duchess holds the second position only after the Emperor, people sending invitations is merely a duty. This means they don't expect a reply or my participation. Once I've looked them over, I can freely burn them. Ever since I found that secret letter, I've become addicted to this game. Rebel suddenly paused. What is it, again? Sistine looked at the letter, a small corner of which was burnt black in her hand. You threw the invitation into the fireplace, and this message appeared again. She confirmed, yes. Sistine read it carefully. It seems they want to gather those who know this code. The Estia family cordially invites the Grand Duke and Duchess to attend our ball, on date at 7 p.m. at the Estia estate. He looked up, asking for her opinion. Do you intend to participate? She affirmed, of course, I must witness it myself.
Seeing her like that, Sistine decided, then I will go with you. She was surprised. What? Rebel tilted her head slightly, her voice hesitant. You've been very busy lately, so I thought you wouldn't have time. Sistine didn't deny her words but explained, considering the potential dangers of that place, I cannot let you go alone. Besides, I also have business with the Estea household. Simply put, the Estea territory is very close to the center of the empire, making it the shortest route to the capital. With well-paved roads and a large river, they are earning a lot of money from tolls and shipping fees. Although that business is legitimate, they are still accused of transporting illegal goods. She hesitantly asked again, You mean smuggling? He nodded, agreeing with her point of view. Exactly. The Estea household is merely a temporary storage place for goods before they are sent to their final destination. Recently, no incidents have been reported, but merchant guilds frequently transporting goods to their location makes me very suspicious. She wondered, merchant guilds? He provided the answer, Nia and Tilla. Hearing those names from his mouth surprised her. What?
They've already been arrested along with Petya, haven't they? And both those societies are sending goods to Astia's house right now? How can that be? She declared firmly, there's definitely something suspicious. We must investigate. He sighed helplessly. I was about to ask you if the inspectors could escort us, but I suppose you've already agreed. Come on, let's take advantage while the other nobles are busy choosing their costumes and masks.
We also devised a strategy. A week later at the Marquis Estea's ball, our tactics were as follows. Due to the nature of the masquerade ball, everyone would wear masks when attending, and we would seize the moment when it was most crowded. Who is that? I heard the princess is also coming. Could it be her? The guest immediately became the center of attention. At that moment, she made a small gesture, her strap slipped, and she accidentally revealed her identity, drawing everyone's focus to her. And as everyone at the banquet began to murmur at the sight, did you notice? Those ruby eyes, and the person walking beside her, whose figure was also very familiar, they were none other than Grand Duke Duranta and his wife. She leaned into him and whispered, They already know who we are, don't they? He smiled and replied, Now they won't leave us alone. So the inspectors, along with Shadow, were assigned Mission 109. While all attention was focused on them, we were ordered to leave only a few personnel in the hall, and the rest were to search the entire mansion. We would start from the highest floor, while the inspectors would search from the ground floor, conducting a thorough search throughout the mansion to uncover the true purpose of the gathering or any corruption. Rebel must be feeling triumphant. That's the greatest spirit of solidarity. Just then, someone gently tapped her on the shoulder. My lady, there's a piece of lint on your shoulder.
She turned back and said to the other person, Thank you. A voice called out from an unknown source. Madam! Strangers wearing mysterious masks appeared and invited her. Would you like to try this wine? I knew that once my identity was revealed, they would surround me. This mansion is very large, so it would take them a long time to find me. She refused. I can't get drunk today. So to buy as much time as possible, she cheerfully switched to another invitation. Are there any desserts? Someone immediately pointed. Right over there. She responded enthusiastically and took his arm. Wonderful. Let's... Why did you suddenly... She looked at the awkward stranger. Who is this? This isn't Sistine. He said, It's nothing. Let's go.
She quickly made an excuse to Lee and dragged the strange man along. "Let's go to the bathroom first." Then she immediately questioned him. "Aren't you a knight from the inspection department? Since when did you switch roles with Sistine?" Lewis was often sent on infiltration missions thanks to his superb acting skills, but he was too sensitive to unexpected touches. He avoided her gaze and awkwardly replied, Five minutes ago, he instructed me to impersonate him and simultaneously protect the princess. He told me, once the investigation is over, I will join the knights. In the meantime, I want you to wait in the hall. That's what he said, but she quickly questioned him. There's no way the investigation is already over. What happened? Lewis looked at her awkwardly. The commander said he sensed an extremely powerful flow of mana in this mansion. Sistine confirmed with Ciel. So there's a room that can't be entered? She confirmed his words. That's right. Although there are no locks or chains, the door cannot be opened.
This is the room. You can see for yourself. He gestured for her to stop. Wait, no wonder it wouldn't open. His hand touched the mana on the door, confirming the reason. It was locked with mana. However, there was an issue that bothered him, as the mana he sensed in the hall wasn't just a spatial locking spell. Ciel hesitantly called out to him, Commander, look. Looking at the scene before him, he confirmed his suspicion. Just as he thought, it was a gate, and specifically, he turned to Ciel and asked, Is the gate at the Casilla workshop exactly like this one? She denied his question. It's completely different. I've never seen a gate like this before. Hearing that relieved him. Actually, that's good. Do you recognize it? Of course.
It was identical to the gate in the Duchy of Duranta. A century ago, the Empire had waged war against the demon race, and the Empire had won. The gates leading to the demon realm that had appeared in several places also vanished. Humanity was freed from monsters, with one exception. No one understood why the gate in the Duchy of Duranta was still preserved. Currently, Sistine was deep in thought. If this place was also like that other gate, it meant that someone with a power to summon such forces existed here. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. We need to gather more information. If we don't prepare thoroughly, this empire will be crushed by monsters once again. Amidst the party, a solicitous voice asked, Do you like this cake? It's made from premium berries brought from the territory of Briedo. Revel finished enjoying the cake and said with a smile, I love it. It's so soft and sweet. Are you sure you don't want more? Then Roland was seen to smile gently and say, Please help yourself.
She saw that, laughed, and replied, Okay. After saying that, Rebel couldn't help but ponder. She even imitated Sustain's voice, truly deserving of her reputation as the best actor in the detective agency. She might even be able to fool me. Sustain, if he hasn't returned yet, does that mean he's found the source of that mana energy? Or is he still searching? I want to investigate too. I'm so tired of just standing around. And if I eat another piece of cake, I'll throw up. Countess Astia, where is she rushing off to? And the person with her is too suspicious. He was behind me, observing my every move. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Elsewhere, while 109 was vigilantly looking in all directions, it's done here. I'll probably search around for another 30 minutes and then join the detectives. Footsteps. Just a servant. I thought I'd been caught red-handed. Wait, isn't that the lady? He noticed that the person who had just appeared was Rebel, so he walked over and whispered, What are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to be in the banquet hall. She calmly let out a soft sound. Then Rebel smiled and explained that she had switched roles. I've swapped with Mian, who is pretending to be a servant. Her build is similar to mine, and since I've already changed my appearance for the masquerade ball, there's no way I can be caught. After hearing this, 109 helplessly exclaimed, Lady! Meanwhile, she cheerfully spoke up. Anyway, Sir Nine, have you seen Countess Astia anywhere? We're invited. The detectives would suspect us. Besides, we don't know all the members of the drawing room. Don't worry, no noble would accidentally burn an invitation. After hearing this, he spoke up. That makes sense. Rebel was the noble who had burned the invitation, currently hiding in a corner.
The information he heard was too suspicious to be confirmed. She suddenly spoke up again, asking, Is that right? The snake emblem on the back of the cloak, the salon she just mentioned, especially her confident tone. Moreover, we don't know all the members of the salon. It's clear that all these people are connected to the rebellion. This banquet seems to have been organized to summon them. After that, Astia walked over, opened the door and said, Please come in. Rebel watched her every move. They are entering the room. Let's go into the next room.
From the next room, Astia's voice could be clearly heard. Luckily, we had left before they appeared. Hearing this, Sistine exclaimed, That was a close call. Ciel suddenly offered, Let me get closer and see if I can overhear anything. She then leaned against the wall, trying to eavesdrop on the situation in the next room. Ciel heard something and couldn't help but frown. Seeing her reaction, he felt a little worried. What is it? He asked, then saw Ciel let out a soft gasp. She honestly replied, I can't hear anything at all. It seems they've used soundproofing magic. Ciel only vaguely heard the woman say, I heard you are very meticulous, and indeed you are. Seeing no progress, Sistine stepped forward. Let me try. Immediately, he heard the priest explaining, Since it's not yet complete, it's not functioning normally. I will adjust the incantation to finalize the connection with the other side. This information made Sistine wonder, Not yet complete? The invitation had a triangular symbol, which might represent incompleteness or imperfection.
The purpose of this party is to complete the gate, and connecting with the other side means... Seeing the situation was not good, she warned, "Commander, that's a mana wall." He calmly raised a hand to cover his eyes. "It's all right. It will disappear soon." In the next room, after he finished performing his martial arts technique, he announced, "It's complete. Now we can travel between 2 dimensions." Sistine was very surprised to hear the priest say that. Both dimensions?
Meanwhile, Astia said with great satisfaction, "Thank you, you've all worked hard. The master of the reception room will be very pleased. Please stay and have some tea." He immediately left and politely replied, "No need, we can't relax right now." When the room door closed, she smiled. "Then I should probably inform him that the gate is ready." Afterwards, Astia left the room, happily singing. He walked over, took the doorknob, and mumbled, "I'll go closer to the gate and see." He then saw Ciel respectfully bow. "I will stay here and guard." Then Sistine, while casting a spell, pondered, "I left a mana trace to track one of those cloaked figures. Now the mana is reacting at a location near the Casila workshop and north of where the gate is. I never thought that gate was two-way. If monsters pour in through the gate at the Casila workshop and spread throughout the Empire, then disaster is inevitable. Then Rebel, my brother, and my mother will all..." Just then, she called out loudly, "Commander, we're in trouble. Duke Pill is coming." Ciel struggled to take each step. Why now of all times? Seeing that the situation didn't look promising, Sistine spoke up, "Ciel, hide." She suddenly paused. "What?" He reassured her, "I'll get out on my own. Hurry." Ciel replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Be careful." He walked along the corridor, pondering as he went. Terrible timing.
It's too late to get out of here now. If I open that door, I'm sure to run into Duke Pilly. And this mana flow, it shows someone has already passed through the gate. I'm trapped. If I can't escape, then the only option left is to face him with my head held high. My hand grasped the doorknob and slowly opened it.
Pillay asked cautiously, "Countess Astea, is there anyone else here besides me?" Sweat trickled down Astea's cheeks. "What do you mean? As you can see, there's no one." He turned to look at the adjacent wall. "I sense someone's presence. Perhaps it's just my imagination." On the other side, Sistine was pulled backward by someone. He frowned deeply. "What was that? Someone just pulled me." Sistine cautiously glanced around. Rebel still held Sistine's collar tightly. "Are you all right?" Seeing her in an unfamiliar appearance, he immediately sprang up. "Who are you? Were you the one who pulled me out?" Rebel flinched. "Yes, I saw you seemed to be in trouble. Don't worry, I'm not on their side." A few minutes earlier, the room door slowly creaked open. Rebel pointed at the wall, which was supposedly a listening area. "All right, it's time to gather intelligence. Just pressing an ear close to that wall should let us hear a little something. Let's see what those people are plotting." 9 pressed his ear against the wall. "Huh?" He looked at Rebel and said, "My lady, I can't hear anything at all. They must have used soundproofing magic." She replied, "I can hear a little." 9 were surprised. "What?" Rebel recounted. "They're just talking, and now they're saying something about the gate." And 9's face changed, becoming panicked. "My lady, perhaps you..." She still didn't know what was happening. "My body? What's going on?" 9 rushed forward. "My lady." Rebel collapsed through the other side of the wall. She sat up abruptly. "What is this? Why is the wall so soft?" Suddenly, Rebel froze. "Huh? What just happened?"
On this side, 9 pounded on the wall. "Princess, can you hear me?" Seeing this, Rebel wondered to herself, "Sir 9 can't get in here?" She spoke to reassure him. "Sir 9, I'm fine." Suddenly, she slipped through the wall. "Again?" 9 was startled. "Princess!" Rebel still didn't understand what had just happened. What was that? 9 stated his deduction. "When I touched it, it was just a very solid wall, but a hidden space opened up when you got close to it. It seems they tried to make this wall look normal and used mana to create a barrier." She crossed her arms, a slight frown on her face. "Is that even possible? But why am I the only one who can access it?" 9 explained. "It seems you can resist mana. That's why the mana wall doesn't affect you, and you can even hear through the sound-insulating magic. There's no mistaking it. Princess, you possess an extraordinary ability that renders magic and anything created by mana useless." Rebel felt a surge of excitement. "I knew I could suppress Sustain's mana, but in this magical world, it doesn't affect me either? I truly am invincible. Perfect. This means I can take advantage of this. I'll adjust the spell to complete the connection to the other side. I was too distracted by the wall and missed part of the conversation." With that thought, she immediately jumped to the other side of the wall. "Anyway, I'll stay here and listen in more. It's very safe, so you don't need to worry about me." 9 replied, "Understood."
She looked around curiously, wondering what this place was. She could see the entire room on the other side through the wall. She could observe everything outside. It was great to gain a different insight into their plans. But after they left, Sistine entered, and she soon heard that Duke Pille was heading this way. Her face turned pale, and her heart was filled with dread. Even though she had changed her appearance, she still felt a little afraid when she had to face or interact with him, but she couldn't just stand by and watch.
What now? Even though I don't regret saving him, this situation is too dangerous.
At such close proximity, he will surely sense Sistine's mana calming down. I must get him out of here immediately. Rebel stood up, dusting off her dress. I saved you from a critical situation, but all you do is ask who I am. Now is not the right time for introductions. You don't need to thank me, just go. Since this room was created by mana, your mana will allow you to pass through easily. Sistine's words stunned her. My mana? How do you know about it? I've sensed it. My mana has been calming down for a while now. Do you possess that ability? Rebel was tense, mixed with a hint of panic. Damn it, things shouldn't have happened this way. Her face clearly showed her discomfort. Let me go. Looking at her, Sistine questioned. These eyes remind me of someone I know. Who are you? How did you help me? Do you truly have a connection to me?
Several days have passed since the child left, but I still can't stop being preoccupied with what happened that day. That day, I sat on a chair, saying with a restless and anxious expression, "Let's put an end to this." I'm not sure why Sistine brought that up, but it has left deep wounds in all of us, and there's no reason to dig up the pain we've only just temporarily buried. Just then, a voice cut me off. Things are not over yet. If your Majesty were to summon Sistine and listen to what he has been through, perhaps the long-standing misunderstandings could be clarified. Hearing this, I fell into deep thought. Unresolved matters. What ultimately had prevented Sistine from speaking? I closed my eyes and wondered, what have I buried that remains unresolved? At this thought, I remembered what the previous emperor had said. Even if he is my own son, plotting to murder the heir is an unforgivable crime. I will investigate the truth thoroughly and punish him accordingly. With that, just as he was about to leave, I hastily said, "No, Your Majesty. If he were to be tried for plotting to murder the Calm Prince, he would hardly survive. I have dealt with all those involved. No one knows about this. If we cover it up, everything will be buried." He replied to me with a cold voice, "A trial alone doesn't necessarily mean death, unless evidence is found proving he truly intended to kill Karis. Empress, are you afraid of the truth?" I didn't reply, but my silence was the answer itself. I knew Sistine wasn't the kind of person to do such a thing, but I was still afraid of the truth I might have to face.
So I buried the truth. To Karis, it was just an accident, so I ordered everyone to forget about it. The emperor, who once called both of them useless and intended to find a new heir within the court to replace the crown prince, eventually withered away. Many years later, when Karis ascended to the throne as emperor, it seemed as though he had escaped all his anxieties. When Sistine recovered, I thought we could return to being a happy family, and I imagined it wouldn't be difficult. I believed that if we simply welcomed Sistine back as if nothing had happened, the child would return with a radiant smile. But reality was not as I had imagined. The Sistine who returned was no longer the same. The person I once knew had vanished. At that moment, Sistine replied to me with an emotionalist tone. "I have controlled my power. There will be no more incidents like before. Please don't worry." It neither smiled nor cried, only tried to reassure me, hiding all its emotions. All this time, I thought it was because of its lingering guilt. But it wasn't just that. It was also because I hadn't trusted it, hadn't bothered to listen to the truth. "Give the order. Summon Sistine to the palace. Tell it I wish to speak with it."
Meanwhile, Sistine was grabbing a maid, his face serious, as he asked, "Who are you? Why do you know how to help me? Are you truly a stranger?" Confronted by his gaze that seemed to pierce through everything, she quietly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. She wondered to herself, could it be that I'm not the only one with the magic suppression ability, and you found me after investigating the systems list? If so, why are you approaching me like this? It must be because of my eyes. Even with magical spectacles, the color remains unchanged. I couldn't conceal them, and now they're revealed. They say that even by changing clothes, hair, or appearance, one can never truly hide. But I cannot be caught at this moment. My vision is blurring. The transformation spell is about to wear off. I must find a way to escape. It's so quiet. It seems Duke Pillier and the Countess have left, which means... At this thought, she said, "Regarding magic, I know that Grand Duke Diranta is rumored to be a magic swordsman."
"The Grand Dukes you've met? I don't understand what you mean. Who are they?" With that, she forcefully flung his hand away. As she ran away, she said, "I don't even know." Then she completed the thought in her mind. How to escape this corridor? If I run like last time, maybe I won't get caught. Just open the door and leave. Just as she thought she was about to escape, Sistine's hand suddenly reached for her. She could only widen her eyes and watch his hand about to seize her. Immediately after she was caught, his cold voice rang out, "If you know I'm a magic swordsman, why are you so surprised? And if you're not carrying anything, why do you need to run away? Where are you going in such a hurry?" Feeling the strength of his grip, she wondered with a hint of surprise. "So strong. Last time, did you not catch me, or did you intentionally let me go?" Sistine then continued, "You resemble someone I despise. At the same time, you also remind me of the person I once loved the most."
Your appearance and voice are quite different, but the way you speak, every gesture, every expression reminds me of her.
Hearing this, she suddenly realized it wasn't because of her eyes or magic. It was that feeling of familiarity that reminded him of her. She couldn't think of any excuse or way to escape. Time was up. As soon as she thought this, a burst of light suddenly erupted from her body. Seeing the light emanating from her, Sustain, with a look of doubt, wondered, what is this? What is this sudden light? Then, what appeared before his eyes filled him with both shock and joy. Seeing the familiar figure before him, he couldn't help but ask her, "Rebel, what's going on here?" Rebel lowered her head, her eyes downcast, and replied, "As you can see, I used a transformation spell to disguise myself, and the time is up, so I've changed back. I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry for deceiving you." Besides that, not letting her finish her sentence, Sustain couldn't help but ask, "The man I met at Ruella Manor, was that you?" She turned away, avoiding his gaze, then replied, "Yes." Recalling an article he had read before, he continued, "Back then, that man, or rather, Rebel, I secretly took a picture and published it in an article under the name Reporter Bell. Rebel, you truly are Reporter Bell."
Sistine leaned in slightly, his tone inquisitive, mixed with a hint of confusion. "Are you Reporter Bell's intern?" Rebel flinched, her face aghast. She inwardly exclaimed, "Huh?" She still pretended not to understand. "What?" Sistine frowned slightly, calmly explaining, "I thought your recent clues and excursions were all part of your role as an assistant inspector, but if you're Bell's intern, that would explain why you've had to conceal your identity." She froze, sweat beading on her temples. She thought to herself, "What is this? I thought he was convinced I was Reporter Bell. Why would he come to such an absurd conclusion? Is it because of the rumor that Reporter Bell has countless interns? Or does he simply not want to believe I am Bell?" This was her chance, regardless. Rebel said nothing, bowing her head in apology to Sistine. "I'm sorry," Rebel told herself, concealing the truth, if that's what he thought. She spoke softly, apologizing for hiding this from him, thinking it wasn't the right time yet. For now, she wouldn't correct him, because she couldn't leave him yet. Sistine's face darkened, his jaw clenched. He took hold of the doorknob. His voice, cold, echoed in the room. "Duke Pillay and Countess Astea have returned to the party. We should continue checking the gate. We'll discuss this matter when we get home." They both entered another room. Rebel looked at the magic gate in front of them. She asked him curiously, "This?"
"Like the gate in the duchy connected to the Casilla workshop. Don't tell me." Sistine slowly and thoroughly explained it to her. "That's right. First, monsters will invade the Astia territory, and some will be sent to other places. Through the gate of the Casilla workshop, the Imperial army will be dispersed to deal with the invasion, leaving only the royal guard to defend the Imperial palace. If Duke Pillay then attacks, demanding the throne in exchange for the citizens' lives, the Emperor will have no choice but to surrender." Duke Pillay's objective was now clear. He would use monsters through the gates to orchestrate a rebellion. Rebel's eyes widened in astonishment, a wave of panic rising within her. Using monsters and gates? She had already found it strange when they collected insect corpses and animal organs, but now that everything had deviated so far from the original novel, she couldn't rely on the plot for reference. A solution was needed. What was the safest and most reliable way to curb a rebellion? The best way was to eliminate the source of supply. Wait, the source of supply? Rebel stepped forward, pointing towards the gate, and asked decisively, "Sistine, can you close the gate?" Sistine's face remained calm. He slowly replied, "If it were a normal gate, I could close it. But this accumulates a mysterious and dangerous flow of mana, and if we try to close it, we don't know what will happen." Rebel looked down, her face reflecting worry, and asked hesitantly, "So what about destroying it completely?" Sistine immediately replied, "That's even more difficult. I can't think of anyone who possesses the power to destroy such a mass of mana." She looked up at him with a confident expression, her voice firm. "That person is right here. I am the one with that power." Her words stunned him. "Huh?" Rebel was flustered, forcing a wry smile to hide her inner embarrassment. "Go ahead and laugh at me, but I have the ability to suppress mana. You said that this gate is a concentrated source of mana, so isn't my power capable of destroying it, since it's effective on you as well?" Sistine said in a low voice, "It's worth a try, but if you are the one to do it, I object." Rebel replied in surprise, "What?" Sistine objected, concerned for her safety. "I don't want you to face any risks." His concern deeply moved her.
Rebel clenched her fists, her voice filled with determination. "The Empire is in danger. We must do whatever it takes to save it. I truly want to put an end to this. Please help me." Sistine tracked a look at her, his face now somewhat gentler. He had to be frank with her. "I need blood." Rebel gasped in surprise. "Blood? My blood?" Sistine nodded in confirmation. "Yes, because your power is a divine gift.
It's very likely already present in your blood. I don't want you to touch the gate, but even with your presence here, it shows no reaction. It seems merely standing close won't work.
So, to see if your power is effective, the only way is to drip blood directly into the gate, Rebel mused, her voice serious. I see. Then I'll have to cut my own hand first. Sistine hesitated slightly. Yes, but... Rebel didn't let him finish a sentence, her eyes shining brightly with determination. With a knife this sharp, just a small cut will be enough to draw blood, right? Fearing she might be in danger, he tried to dissuade her. Give it to me. Her hand gripped the knife handle tightly. You said you needed my blood. Let me do it. It'll only hurt for about a second at most. In a flash, Sistine snatched the sharp blade from her hand. If it must be done, then let me help you. Rebel was filled with doubt internally. He's going to cut his own hand? Why did he kiss my forehead? Ah. She looked down at her palm, which was slowly bleeding. Oh, it's bleeding. Sistine looked away, feeling guilty mixed with a touch of sorrow. I only intended to make a small cut. I'm sorry if I hurt you. Rebel was confused by his recent action. Did he distract me to cut my hand? She immediately reassured him. It doesn't hurt at all. Come here. Rebel silently prayed to herself. Please.
It seemed her blood had taken effect, weakening the gate. Rebel was overjoyed, and Sistine was astonished. It worked. This success made her even more determined. To destroy it completely, many more drops of blood would be needed. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said softly, At least we know it's effective. For now, let's head back. The party is almost over. The party had ended, and the two of them got into the carriage to return. Sistine took her hand to check the recent wound, asking worriedly, Has it stopped bleeding? Let me see for a moment. Rebel gently reassured him. It's just a scratch, so small it's already dried up. His face visibly relaxed. What a relief. Seeing Sistine so worried about her, Rebel felt a turmoil of emotions. He always cared about her. Sistine probably thought she was Reporter Bell's intern, meaning she was essentially his right-hand person. Did he hate her? Suddenly, she asked him, Sistine, are you all right? You were shocked when you found out my identity. Perhaps Sistine's actions were driven by an emotion he himself wasn't aware of. I didn't know what I was thinking then, but I'm fine now. I'm just a little sad. The two of them had arrived. At this point, Sistine had a request for everyone present. I'm sure you're all tired, but please take a moment to review our findings. Rebel, did you see the people repairing the gate? She immediately nodded and replied, Yes, it seems they used mana to repair it. Although their faces were covered by cloaks, there was a snake symbol on the back of their cloaks. Sistine placed a photo on the table for her to confirm. The snake symbol, is it this one?
Rebel looked closely and then confirmed. That's right, I think that's it. The gate in Estia's mansion is identical to the gate in the Grand Duchy. The symbol carved on the stone tablet at the Grand Duchy's gate belongs to the Demon Temple. Sistine reiterated the information he had investigated earlier. I've been wondering what kind of strange mana that gate emits, and it seems to belong to the priests of the Demon Temple. She was utterly astonished by what he had just said. What? But didn't they all die along with the temple in the war 100 years ago? He crossed his arms over his chest and spoke in a low voice. Some must have survived and continued their training while waiting for the right moment to return. Ciel spoke up, offering his opinion. There's also evidence that they are colluding with Duke Pillay. While the two of you were in the room, I overheard a conversation between Duke Pillay and Countess Estia. She said cautiously, My apologies, Your Grace, for the gate taking so long to repair. Since you are the only one I can contact, I had no choice but to host a banquet.
Pill turned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. His voice had a wheedling tone. It's all right. It's not too late. They have always lived in seclusion, so contacting them is quite complicated. But once the task is done and everyone receives their share, there will be no more problems. Madam, please rest assured. Ciel emphasized that what she said was completely trustworthy. That was exactly what he had said. Rebel felt a bit confused internally, thinking, received their share. This meant Duke Pill had made a pact with the priests, proposing to protect the Demon Temple when he became emperor. In the original novel, Duke Pill and Lady Jury had gathered an army to rebel.
But since Lady Jury is about to marry Lord Pill, that won't happen anymore. I thought the rebellion had died down. Now the focus has shifted to utilizing the priests of the Demon Temple. Before, I was just a minor character, but now I've gained extraordinary abilities and even married the male lead, so it wouldn't be strange if things changed. Sistine held the picture and handed it to Ciel, ordering, Ciel, when dawn breaks, gather information about the Demon Temple and launch an investigation focused on the old location. We will also expand the investigation into the southern forest of the Grand Duchy in the southwestern region of the Empire. Why there? Before, I left mana traces on the priests, and those two locations are where the signs faded. They must have left some evidence. Go check it out quickly. Ciel respectfully replied. Understood, Commander. The inspection department reported on the secret investigation of the Estea family's party. Location, Estea Mansion. Date, Imperial Year 585. Purpose of the secret investigation and results.
I have to record everything that happened, but that would require mentioning Rebel's name in her shapeshifting ability, as all the information gathered was thanks to Rebel's ability. This means that when His Majesty and Mother read this report, they will know everything about the rebellion, the Demon Temple, and Rebel's secret. I've never hesitated when writing reports before. Sistine's mind was in turmoil at this moment, but now was not the time. For Rebel, for this family, perhaps I should still keep it a secret. The results of the investigation will be recorded after further information is confirmed. Investigators, the inspection department, and its associates. He opened the door and entered their bedroom. Looking out the window, he thought to himself, "It's too late. I wanted to ask Rebel a few things, but..." Rebel was still awake. She sat on the bed and called out to him, "Sistine, you're back."
Sistine said softly, "Are you not asleep yet?" Rebel slowly stood up and replied, "I can't sleep. We agreed to discuss this when we got home, and now is your chance to ask me anything you didn't get to ask. Each transformation will last 2 hours and can change into 3 appearances: a normal girl, a normal man, and a girl with platinum blonde hair. For some reason, my eye color cannot change, but everything else, including my voice, does." After a moment of contemplation, Sistine began to speak. "I remember the normal girl and the normal man, but what about the platinum blonde?"
During the meeting to discuss salt prices, the real Lady Luina was tied up in bed. Did you impersonate her to come to the mansion? Rebel tilted her head slightly. Scratching her face awkwardly, she admitted, "I had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, how could I have gotten in?" Understanding what he had been wondering about for so long, Sistine smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, I understand why no one has ever discovered the true identity of Reporter Bell." She bowed her head and confessed everything to him. "Yes, it's thanks to that ability of mine." Sistine continued to ask, "Do the shadows know about it?" She replied, "Ah, yes." He stated his opinion. "Then the Empress Dowager must also know." Her hands clasped together, her words a little hesitant. "I'm not sure about that, but she knows I'm a reporter." He said sadly, "So I'm the only one who knows nothing." Rebel felt guilty. She explained to him, "Sistine, it's okay. I know they didn't find out about it from me. The Shadows report, the investigation into Rebel Isabella, they must have investigated my background before that."
Sistine still had a lingering question he wanted to ask her. "I have one more question. Did you write the article about me and Leah Zerb?" Realizing he already knew, Rebel trembled as she spoke. "Oh, yes. I had to resolve a few situations, but couldn't think of any other way. I apologize for writing that false news about you, and I'm sorry you were hurt because of me." Hearing everything directly from her, Sistine showed no expression of anger. "You said it was due to circumstances. Considering your difficult living conditions, you needed a sensational story. It's all right. Since it's you, I can understand." Rebel didn't understand his meaning and asked again, "What do you mean?" Sistine looked at her and made an offer. "I want you to help me with something. Next time, let me personally meet Reporter Bell." Sistine said she could continue being a reporter if she wanted, and promised to keep her secret. He also swore he wouldn't tell his brother and mother about her abilities. Even though she had hurt him, he reached out as if to embrace her, speaking in a gentle and warm voice. "From now on, you can share anything with me. I should be the one who understands you better than anyone else." He pushed himself to be better, instead of blaming her. She had expected Sistine wouldn't forgive her once he knew the whole truth, but he didn't act that way. This is why her heart was deeply conflicted. I had truly hoped he would say that this was not okay. I wanted him to explode in anger, yell, and say harsh words to me. Every time she felt Sistine's sincerity, she became even more afraid that this relationship, which was wrong from the start, would end.
I had too many worries to be able to sleep. Suddenly, Sistine made a disturbing noise beside her, pulling her out of her own sorrowful thoughts. Rebel anxiously asked, "Sistine, are you still awake?" She thought to herself, "Is Sistine having a nightmare? Or is it because I'm too stressed to control his mana?" She tried to shake him awake. "Sistine!" Rebel decided, "I must take him to Laya Garden immediately." She yelled loudly, "Wake up, Sistine!" The Emperor's second son, an exceptional talent in both swordsmanship and magic, the only one who survived the monster invasion of the Imperial Palace.
And Cribbery's exclusive, Where is Prince Sistine Now? Today, the 6th, marks the grand coronation of Emperor Karis. Many influential figures have gathered to witness this historic moment, but Prince Sistine is suspiciously absent. His continued stay in the territory of Duranta, a forbidden land teeming with monsters, raises concerns that this could affect the prince's mental health. Most people believed the prince would surely attend the coronation, the outcast prince, exiled to the territory of Duranta. I don't know when the press started dissecting a stranger as if it were me. Sistine could never forget the horrific night many years ago. 2 maids walked down the hallway, gossiping. Didn't the royal family say that the crown prince's injury that day was due to a monster invasion? But I heard there were no monster corpses at the scene. The other maid questioned, "Huh? Then why did those people die?" The first maid continued, "I heard that there were no monsters that night at all. In fact, it was Prince Sistine, the only one who left completely unharmed, who also attacked the crown prince." "What? Are you saying Prince Sistine is the murderous beast?" Just because they dared to speak such nonsense about Sistine, an elderly maid eliminated them. Someone with an authoritative voice ordered her, "I thought you had already taken care of everything. Clean this up quickly before anyone sees." The elderly maid respectfully replied, "As you command. Anyone who speaks of that incident, of course, will be killed."
The death toll was so high that I couldn't even count it myself anymore. He covered his mouth with his hand to stifle any sound, slumping down helplessly. My hands were already covered in enough blood, and everyone near me met a tragic end. Whether it was my doing or my mother's, just as my brother had said, I was indeed the monster that brought death wherever I went. Not long after, I unleashed another fit of rage. One side of the eastern castle was completely blown away by me, and anyone nearby was killed. Once again, I was the only one left alive. Of course, even more people died to cover up this incident. If so many people had already died because of me, it would be better if I were the one to die. Unfortunately, I still couldn't die that time. This second fit of rage was also disguised as another monster invasion. But only my mother knew the whole truth. From outside, a man in a black hood entered. He bowed respectfully and replied, "The Dowager Empress wishes to see me. She has summoned a sorcerer to the palace." The Dowager turned her head and questioned him. "You once said my son possesses mana, didn't you? I'm concerned it's affecting His Highness's body. Quickly, examine him." The sorcerer complied, "As your majesty commands." Oh my, the amount of magic flowing through His Highness's body is truly incredible, far surpassing what it was before. Furthermore, the mana is expanding his flow upwards towards the head, which is quite unusual and could put His Highness in danger.
The Dowager's face was incredibly tense, even dangerous. He calmly explained to her that if the mana flow was moving up to his head, there was a high risk his mind would be taken over, leading to His Highness losing his sanity and flying into a rage. Your Majesty should keep an eye on His Highness until he learns to control his own mana. The Dowager interrupted. "So he is responsible for the recent explosion?" The mage flinched and replied, "What?" She continued to question, "Are you saying that because he hasn't learned to control his mana, he might go mad again and continue to rage?" He ventured to express his opinion to her. "Yes, Your Majesty, but wasn't it Prince Sistine who caused the incident you said was due to a monster invasion?"
At this moment, Sistine suddenly sat up, witnessing another life pass away right before his eyes. Sistine, his face pale and dazed, uttered two words, "Mother." The Dowager wiped the blood from her face and said reassuringly, "You shouldn't have seen this. Once this information leaks, it's impossible to contain. I know this is a bit cruel, but it's all to protect you." Sistine hugged her tightly, shaking his head and blaming himself. "But Mother, you know it's all my fault. No matter how hard you try to stop them, everyone already knows. They call me a monster." The Dowager gently comforted him, dismissing his self-blame. "No, that's not right. That's utter nonsense. You are not a monster. You just don't know how to control your power. I will send you to an uninhabited place, a place where, even if you fall into a frenzy, you won't be able to harm anyone. You can learn to control your power there, and then all those ridiculous rumors will simply disappear."
I decided to leave the royal palace at my mother, Crimberry's suggestion. Prince Sistine will be going to Duranta. The royal family announced that the purpose of this trip is to lay the groundwork for monster extermination. However, the news of the prince's visit to Duranta, a land teeming with monsters, has become an irresistible source of gossip. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two men were discussing something shady. The man wearing glasses, whose face was unclear, exclaimed in surprise, "Prince Sistine will go to the territory of Duranta." The man sitting opposite him replied, "Indeed, to kill monsters." Hearing such shocking news, he grew suspicious. "I don't believe it. What about you?" The man opposite him remained calm and responded, "He might be a genius swordmaster, but he is also the emperor's beloved second son. If it's not for political reasons, then he himself must be a monster." After hearing the other's words, he showed great interest, subtly curving his lips as he made a suggestion. "There are many suspicious things surrounding that monster invasion incident. Let's try to connect again. This could be truly shocking." If I were to respond to every article, I would only fall further into their trap, so I chose to remain silent. In truth, there was nothing else I could do. After several years of peace, my life was once again besieged by rumors. When I returned to the royal palace, my mother believed I had mastered my mana, and thus allowed me to return to the capital. The day I set foot in the capital after a long absence, I appeared on the front page.
"The second prince has returned. How is he now? According to all the newspapers, his demeanor has changed. There's something very strange about him. So many rumors about my face and body. They say I lack humanity, as if the land of monsters had stripped it from me for having mingled with them for too long. Could he have become one of them? They fear that I might have been influenced by monsters, and they insist on reinvestigating the monster attack on the palace. Everyone openly discusses me without any reservation. In that whirlwind of rumors, I could only remain silent once again. but the reason is a little different from last time. I've noticed that if my emotions are stirred, I might lose control again.
The number of articles written about me gradually decreased, possibly due to my mother's intervention. I discovered that as long as I didn't cause any more incidents, I wouldn't be the center of attention anymore. And then reporter Bell appeared, with an article that sparked a completely new rumor. The quiet space was torn apart by the shattering sound of the crystal chandelier, struck by a burst of mana, startling Rebel awake. Realizing the situation was dire, her heart sank. Oh no, he's lost control of his mana. He might be unconscious. Is this the rage Sistine mentioned? Overwhelmed by anxiety, Rebel heard Sistine's voice echo in her mind, as if from a deep memory. As long as you're by my side, I won't go mad. What worries me is what will happen when you're not near. She told herself. Sistine had said that back then. Even though I'm with him now, the stress must have harmed Sistine. I have to wake him up. Rebel tried to shake him awake. Sistine, please. Will his mana cause chaos? No, the chandelier. Sistine's mana once again lost control, striking directly at the chain holding the chandelier.
Seeing the chandelier fall, Rebel cried out desperately, "Your Highness!" The chandelier lay shattered on the floor, followed by Helia's anxious inquiry. "Princess, are you all right?" Rebel struggled to sit up, her face pale. "I must have stepped on some shards, but I'm fine." Deeply concerned for Rebel's safety, Helia turned to the person next to him. "This won't do. We have to break down the door." Hearing that, she immediately cried out to stop him. "No!" Helia grew even more anxious. "Princess, what's wrong?" Fearing Helia would actually break in, Rebel quickly reassured him. "Something just broke, so I was a little startled, that's all. I can handle it. You can all go now." The footsteps outside the door gradually faded away. Rebel sat on the bed, sighing in relief. That destructive sound. No wonder Helia panicked. She looked at the unconscious Sistine and mused. But Sistine is still asleep. The chandelier fell with such a crash, yet it didn't even faze him. Waking him with noise is impossible. Can I remove the mana surrounding him? Just getting close probably isn't enough. In that case, I'll just have to try. In another space, Sistine's subconscious seemed to be sinking deep beneath the sea, his mind truly hazy. It's as if I'm traveling back in time. Am I dreaming? Suddenly, a voice beside him caught his attention. "Yes, you are in a dream, and you are also seeing the past. Has the past always been a nightmare for you? And whenever you're distressed, the past always floods back. Long time no see, Sistine. It's really no surprise that you're having nightmares. You found the girl you love, and in your moment of happiness, you discovered she was one of the reporters who wrote slanderous articles about you.
Because you were the subject of those scandalous, exaggerated articles, everyone paid even more attention. The entire capital went wild with stories about you, enough that your brother, who always hated hearing about you, could no longer ignore it. You were terribly anxious that your brother might get angry and banish you back to Duranta. Oh, and then there were Rebel's articles again. The man holding Rebel's newspaper in his hand was Grand Duke Sistine Duranta. "Is he the monster prince who once ate people?" the other person added, making people start calling you by that offensive nickname again.
On the other side, Rebel was still holding Sistine tightly, even though her face was cut and bleeding. "As long as he wakes up, my injuries don't matter. I can do it." She frowned, her voice a little weak. "Sistine, Sistine." Hearing the call, Sistine's subconscious stirred awake. Rebel's voice. "She wants to wake me up. I have to get out of this dream." Seeing Sistine turn his head, about to leave, the other person asked, "Are you leaving? Then you can go back there and say you love her, and everything is fine. Even though you know reporter Bell was responsible for the stigmas you once tried to eliminate. Finally, the pain has faded, and you can live in peace. Do whatever you want. Ultimately, you are the only one who is lonely and hurt." Rebel shouted his name, startling him awake. "Sistine!" Sistine softly called her. "Rebel, how long have I been asleep?" Joy appeared on her face because he had woken up, but it was mixed with bitterness. "You're finally awake. Thank the gods." Sistine sat up abruptly, anxiously touching Rebel's face. "Why are you covered in wounds?" She gradually calmed down and smiled. "Could you help me disinfect them?" Sistine gently helped her apply medicine. "I had a fit of rage while I was asleep. I'm sorry, Rebel. Because of me." Rebel adjusted her clothes. "It's not your fault. You were just having a nightmare. In that state, how could you control your mana?"
Sistine's question left Rebel a little stunned. "Why didn't you run away? You were in such danger." Recalling Sistine's state at the time, she explained, half jokingly, half seriously, "How could I abandon you in that condition? Besides, if I had run away, your wrath might have brought this entire mansion down." "How are you feeling now?" he stammered slightly. I'm fine." Rebel fell silent, her gaze dropping. After a long hesitation, she finally spoke. "Did you have a nightmare because of your conversation with reporter Bell earlier?" Sistine tried to evade the question. "No, I said I'm fine." Rebel gradually lost her composure. "Don't do that anymore.
Your expression when you found out I was reporter Bell's assistant didn't look fine at all. Sistine bit his lip tightly. He had tried to keep it to himself, but she kept pressing him. Rebel looked at him and asked, "You once said that when your emotions become strong, you'll unleash them, right?" He immediately admitted, "Yes, and I can't control it." Rebel's words left him a little stunned. "Then wouldn't it be better to express them every time they're hard to suppress?" He seemed unable to believe what he was hearing. "What?" Rebel's hand gently clenched. "When you're annoyed, angry, or sad, just tell me. If you keep suppressing your emotions, they'll explode. I know talking isn't a magical solution to everything, but it's still better than enduring it alone."
Perhaps that's why you had a nightmare this time. Sistine only replied, "I will think about it." She nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips. "All right, so now we'll figure out how to explain this mess and your disheveled state to the aides." The sunlight sparkled outside the mansion. A few hours later, Helia arrived at Rebel's store. "Your Highness, it's Helia," she replied. "Come in." The room door immediately swung open. "You're all right? What's going on? Why is the princess injured?" Seeing Helia's extreme worry, she found it difficult to explain.
Rebel thought the only reason Sistine and I could come up with was, Sistine interrupted, "We had an argument. It's my fault. I even broke the lamp." Rebel panicked internally. "Wait, that explanation can't cover it up. We agreed to postpone the explanation." She pointed at the lamp and forced a smile. "That chandelier has been malfunctioning for days, and the other lamp was acting strange too. They finally decided to break down." Rebel tried to evade the issue, but Helia remained suspicious. "Your Highness said you two argued so fiercely that the lamp broke, yet only the lady was injured." Rebel maintained her smile. That's right." It was then that she suddenly realized, wait, it seems Helia has figured something out. Helia lost her composure and shouted, "Grand Duke Duranta, I can no longer trust you." Helia was furious, her hands clenched so tightly they trembled. "Even if I serve you, this is still unacceptable. How could you lay a hand on the lady?" Rebel flinched in fright and quickly explained, "It's not like that, Helia." Sistine turned away, avoiding eye contact. "Yes, it's all my fault." In Rebel's mind, she felt fear. No, at this rate, Sistine will be misunderstood as an abusive man. She stood in front of Sistine. "I will be honest with you, Helia. The fight we mentioned." Helia's face showed a hint of bewilderment. "A pillow fight?" Rebel tried to find a reason to conceal the truth. "Exactly. Sistine threw a pillow at me, but I dodged it, so it hit the lamp instead. I was startled by the sound of breaking glass and fell onto the bed, which is why I have so many injuries. That's why only I was injured. Quite funny, isn't it? I didn't tell you the truth because I was too embarrassed, but it seems to have only made you misunderstand more. If you could explain this to others, I would be very grateful." Helia stood silently listening, and then simply let out an, "Oh."
"Seeing the princess injured made me lose my composure. Your Highness would not do such a thing. Please forgive me." Seeing Helia bow her head in apology, Sistine waved his hand. "It's all right. Hardly anyone saw this scene, and they all thought it was just a pillow fight." Rebel immediately blushed, speechless.
Sistine couldn't help but laugh until he trembled. "Rebel, you did great. Your reason for hitting the pillow truly saved both our lives." Rebel blushed crimson with embarrassment. "Don't laugh. I was so desperate then." "Oh, right. Helia gave me this." Sistine took the letter from Rebel's hand, sent by the royal palace. "Mother has invited us to tea again, but there was something very unusual about it. The letter was from the Dowager. Sistine, I cannot recall the last time we, mother and child, had a heartfelt conversation. I miss you dearly. Please visit me at the palace when you have time." Rebel wondered, was it because of what I said? After reading the letter, Sistine immediately stood up, his face turning ashen. "I must report about the rebellion now. If I delay any further, I will be suspected of hiding something." She asked, "When do you plan to go?" He replied without any emotion, "The Dowager said whenever I have time, so it will be when I have clear evidence." The evidence gathered so far is purely based on observation. The Estia family cordially invites Grand Duke and Duchess Duranta to our masquerade ball. Date, time 7 p.m., location Estia Manor. It cannot be concluded that Duke Peel is involved. The investigators are currently tracking the evil monks, so soon we will have clear evidence. But I am concerned about something else.
"I should report directly to His Majesty rather than the Empress Dowager. But will I be able to control my mana when doing so?" "I will be by your side. His Majesty is also accompanied by the royal guards, so there's no reason for them to object to my presence. If they do, we won't speak to them until they allow me to join." Sistine remained silent, recalling the time Sistine was unconscious. In last night's dream, I met my younger self again, from the most painful period of my life. He was very angry with Rebel, and even hated me for wanting to forgive her. Yesterday's shock reawakened the wounded child within me, but I was powerless. When I closed my eyes, I felt resentment, but when I opened them and saw you, my heart was filled with undying love. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you." He pondered thoughtfully and gratefully, then after a moment's hesitation, he said, "I will inform the palace that we will be arriving there soon." A few days later, Ciel stood solemnly before Sistine. "Following your orders, we investigated the area and found a colossal structure leading down to a tunnel." Looking at the picture, Rebel questioned, "Sistine, this is—" Sistine knew what Rebel was trying to say and immediately replied, "Precisely, that is the symbol of the demon temple." Ciel immediately replied, "Have we found the purpose of this place yet?" We've asked the residents living in the vicinity. The man with his arms crossed didn't know what it was, but recently many strange phenomena had been occurring there. Ciel reported everything he had investigated to him. People had discovered human and animal corpses so disfigured to were unrecognizable. A healthy child had suddenly gone blind, and the residents there were so terrified that they gradually moved elsewhere.
Sistine asked further, "Why haven't we heard of this before?" Sio clasped his hands behind his back. Due to its extremely isolated location, even investigators face numerous obstacles. The local residents want to suppress the rumors, fearing their businesses would be affected, Rebel said, feeling a bit helpless. So even in this world, when their assets are threatened, they still choose to remain silent. CL continued, "The entrance to the secret tunnel has been sealed by magic, so investigating it also takes a lot of time." Sistine praised him without reservation. "Well done. If you need more personnel, just let me know."
The door opened and Helia announced, "Grand Duke, you have visitors." He asked, "Who is it?" Helia's answer left everyone bewildered. The commander of the Duranta Duchy's Royal Guard. The commander respectfully knelt on one knee. "Due to the urgency of my arrival, I failed to announce myself beforehand. I apologize for my impropriety." "It's all right," Sistine immediately asked. "What's the matter?" The commander replied, but his gaze was somewhat wary of Rebel. "It's about the monsters in the Grand Duchy." Noticing the commander's apprehension, Sistine said, "You don't need to worry about the Grand Duchess. Please continue." Only then did the commander dare to get straight to the point. "Ah, yes, from what I understand, during your previous visit, you eliminated a large number of monsters, but now their numbers have quadrupled compared to the previous hunt." Hearing that, Rebel couldn't help but worry. "What? How is the Duchy supposed to hold out?" The commander rubbed his chin. "Fortunately, there haven't been any casualties yet. Instead of attacking, the monsters have only poured down a specific path, as if lured by something. They leave behind bloodstains, but the blood is not human, and not a single monster has strayed from the pack or caused any casualties." Rebel's mind raced. Lured by something?
She turned to Sistine. He said monsters only act on instinct and often behave without thinking. His gaze also turned towards her, indeed. Rebel seemed to have discovered something. If they were literally lured by something, was that possible? The commander replied, yes, the scent of their favorite prey would certainly attract them. Things like, she frowned slightly, animal entrails or dead insects would make them even wilder. Animal entrails and dead insects, those were all things that Duke Pili's aide transported. I couldn't figure out why he was collecting those things. Now everything is clear. He wants to lure the monsters. Rebel turned her face away, hiding her emotions. "It's Duke Pili," Sistine asked. "What did you say?" She recounted what she had found out. "Last time, when I went to Duke Pili's territory, I discovered he bought a lot of animal entrails and insect carcasses from other nobles. He must have brought them to the duchy to attract monsters there." He was inwardly astonished. But recently, there haven't been any intruders in the Grand Duchy. "There's no other way. I have to confirm it with my own eyes." Sistine then stood up abruptly, ordering the guard squad to lead the way. "We will go to the Grand Duchy." After that, he went to the dense pine forest. Suddenly, Sistine stopped short. I had followed the monster tracks to the last location in the duchy. As expected, animal entrails and insect carcasses were scattered everywhere. Monsters were gathered there, devouring their food. Furthermore, there was a new gate and human footprints. He used a branch to point at a spot on the map. This is the map of the duchy. The location of the new gate, also where the monsters are concentrated, is right here, and it appears to be a two-way gate. Rebel was astonished and bewildered. Two-way, meaning monsters can pass through that gate? Sistine looked seriously at the map. Yes, it seems that's why they are gathering here. Initially, we believed that Count Estea's gate was the source of monsters, and they would pour into the Empire through the gated Kasiwa workshop, but that hypothesis was incorrect. With the new gate established in the duchy, along with the monsters being bred there, the duchy seems to be the monster supply point. We also cannot confirm it because the new gate is closed, but it seems to connect to Kasila workshop. She nodded in agreement. I agree too. His finger traced the map. The only way to get the monsters to their intended destination.
The hot news map indicates, starting from the duchy, pass through the gate at the duchy, then descend to Kasila Workshop. After passing through gates 1, 2, 3, and 4 at Kasila Workshop, the destination is to use the gates within Kasila Workshop. If that's the case, we must find out where the gates at Kasila Workshop lead. Rebel's eyebrows furrowed. She was a little apprehensive, but what could be done? That basement was nothing short of a labyrinth. Sistine carefully considered. Indeed, checking them one by one would be very difficult. We just need to eavesdrop on their plans. Rebel was what?
The crackling flame devoured the piece of paper. He explained, "To do that, we'll have to infiltrate the drawing room. Ever since the drawing room moved to Kasila, they haven't sent out any secret invitations, so only those they trust can access that place."
"What if I told you I've already planted an operative?" she asked in surprise. "What?" Sistine's eyes started over. "The inspection agency has always been actively investigating." Rebel wondered, how were things in the lounge?
The young man standing solemnly before the door was Leo, a knight of the inspection department. He had always worked in the lounge of Casio Workshop as a server since the workshop first opened. Leo reported on the situation. Meetings have increased significantly compared to before. Most members meet 2 to 3 times a week. It seems the appointed day is drawing near. She then asked, I see. Have you found out which territories the new gates have formed in? He took out a notebook from his jacket. Yes, sir. I heard there are gates in the domains of the nobles listed on this list, so I informed the other knights, and they went to those locations to confirm if the gates existed. And indeed, the gates do exist, but unlike the gate at Estea Manor, in other places, the gates are all located in desolate plains. He stroked his chin. Sistine showed no emotion. The most unusual one is the gate at Estea Manor, unless they want monsters to tear that area apart. Otherwise, logically, they should be placed in open spaces. Have you found out where those gates lead yet? Leo applied. They all connect to Casio Workshop. His finger tapped the table once. I knew it. Considering the information exchange recently, it seems that those who frequently visit that lounge are all traitors.
Suddenly, Rebel had a thought. Huh? Wait, does that mean... Sustained continued. Quickly identify each person and... She suddenly yelled, cutting him off. Wait, is the casino in the living room still operating? He replied, puzzled. The casino is just a front. It's not actually operational. Sustained turned to ask, Rebel, what's wrong? Rebel avoided his gaze, scratching her head in embarrassment. Well, my father is a regular at the casino. Sustained couldn't hide his surprise. What? She quickly explained. I'm sure he only goes there to gamble. Leo's voice spoke up. Since the casino moved to Casila, the new location has never been revealed to old customers. Rebel spun around. So, he nodded. I've never seen Viscount Isabella there. She felt relieved. Thank goodness. He is the Grand Duchess's father after all. What shocking news it would have been if the secret had been revealed that Count Isabella was found at the rebel faction's base. I was so afraid he'd be caught at the casino and end up being accused of treason. He sighed, his expression gentle. So, everything's all right then, Rebel? Rebel smiled. Yes. Then Sustain ordered, arrest all the traitors and make them face the consequences.
That evening his face turned ashen. It was too late by the time the gate opened and the Empire was overwhelmed by monsters. Moreover, the Empire's forces had never fought monsters, so counterattacking would be very difficult. She also intently looked at the map. It seemed the only way to prevent this was to not let the gates open in the first place. Sistine, use your blood. As long as the gate connecting to the Grand Duchy and Casilla is destroyed, the Empire will no longer be prey for the monsters. Sistine struggled to hide her trembling. That gate is enormous, large enough to allow 4 times the number of monsters to pass through. Thus, the mana accumulated there is more than even at Estea Manor. To destroy it completely requires a lot of blood. Do you think you can handle it, Rebel? Rebel was inwardly frustrated. If we had advanced modern medicine, it would be fine. She squeezed the vial in her hand, sighed. Not exactly, but there's no other way, is there? But if you feel reluctant, there's still another way to compensate me. His voice still carried a gentle tone. So you have something you want? Tell me. Rebel smiled, her cheeks flushed. I want you. Hearing the whisper in his ear, Sistine asked in surprise. What? Is that what you want?
In the spacious room, an array of beautiful dishes covered the table, and a skeptical voice asked, Are you sure this is enough? Upon hearing this, Rebel confidently gave a thumbs up. Absolutely. Sistine recalled what happened last night, the reward Rebel had requested. At that time, she had suggested, I want a memorable meal, and this is it. Even though this wasn't a fitting reward for her blood donation, Rebel exclaimed excitedly, Wow, this looks so delicious. I wonder if I can eat it all. He stood to one side, quietly observing her, but she was incredibly happy, and that was enough.
Sistine suddenly spoke. Sit down, Rebel. Rebel sat down at the table and then looked back at him. Sistine, won't you eat with me? Sistine gently refused. I can stand. Hearing this, she was a little bewildered. Huh? His voice was full of determination. Today I will serve you. Rebel thought to herself, and just as he said, Sistine politely cut the meat into small pieces for her. Please enjoy. Rebel was delighted. Sistine actually brought me food and even cut it for me, but it would be even better if we enjoyed it together. She fed him. Open your mouth, Sistine. Rebel mused, so I insisted he sit with me. Warm sunlight streamed through the window. The conversation was simple yet very interesting. His boyish smile, everything was perfect. A while later, after finishing the meal, she exclaimed, It's like a dream. Sistine wondered, That wonderful? Rebel rubbed her stomach contentedly. The food was delicious too. This is exactly the marriage I've always envisioned. Simple, harmonious. My dream has finally come true. I'm so happy. His gentle gaze lingered on her for a long time. Sistine suddenly withdrew his gaze, bowed his head, a hint of sadness on his face. You're right. He continued his thoughts. After that dreamy day, we resumed our investigation. Sistine sat in his study. The new gate was deep within the Duchy of Duranta. We have to confront monsters to get there. We don't know how much blood will be enough, so instead of stockpiling, I believe it would be better if you came with me to the Duchy. Rebel's mouth fell open in astonishment. I've always wanted to go there, but mainly because I was curious about the mansion where Sistine grew up and the people there. But I guess before I can see those things, I'll have to face monsters first. I'm even scared of bugs. How can I possibly deal with monsters?
No, we absolutely must succeed. Let's be brave. She lifted her determined face. Certainly, let's go. Oh, what about the blood you took yesterday? He softly replied. I've already told the knights to try with the most accessible gates. Fortunately, only a small amount is needed, so a few gates leading to Casillas have been dealt with. Rebel cheered happily. Then Sistine continued. As for the report that just arrived today, a guard suddenly burst into the room in a panic. Your Highness, please forgive my intrusion, but this matter is very urgent. We just received word that the royal palace has apprehended a suspicious man. His face immediately changed, and he stood up abruptly. Suspicious? He reported back. A man with a snake tattoo on his arm. She worried. It must be a priest from the demon temple. Is he planning to create a gate in the royal palace? Sistine strode towards the door. I must go there immediately. The guard interrupted again. There's something else, Your Highness. When interrogated about who he worked for, he claimed that the Grand Duke sent him. He was stunned for a moment upon hearing that.
Rebel, startled, slammed the table and stood up. Huh? That's ridiculous. Sistine's face darkened. I haven't even had a chance to report on the treason. If that person has already spoken my name, what more is there for me to say? His Majesty will certainly never believe me. He will believe that man's words more. She angrily shouted. But you're being framed. Are you just going to sit there and do nothing? Even though we know he's not the real culprit, what if the palace really arrests you? We have evidence here. That's enough to accuse Duke Pill. Come with me to His Majesty. We'll let him know who's behind this. A few hours passed at the royal palace. Karis gripped the throne tightly. I was just about to summon you. Did you rush here because you were afraid more of your people will be arrested? You even brought a spokesperson along. I thought Yori was involved, but it seems you have some other scheme.
Rebel hastily defended, Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. But he didn't let her finish before accusing, Stop making excuses, traitor. He, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Duke Pill is secretly planning a rebellion. Karis frowned upon hearing this and asked, Duke Pill? Rebel took the opportunity to present the collected documents. Yes, this is not a baseless accusation. Here's the evidence. He commanded, Let me see. After reviewing them, he grew even more suspicious. If you already had this evidence, why didn't you ask for my help or report it to me sooner? And what if you and Duke Pill are working together? Sistine's voice carried the disappointment he had held in his heart for so long. I didn't tell Your Majesty because I thought you would interpret it that way. No matter how much evidence I had, Your Majesty would never believe me unless I had absolute proof. The Duke's henchman understood this well and used it to frame me. Karis sneered upon receiving this explanation. He pleaded with utmost sincerity, Your Majesty, please trust me just this once. Despite that incident, my heart has never changed. Please give me a chance to prove it. The true enemy of the Empire and Your Majesty is someone else. He remained unwavering. You always say you have no greed, but is that true regarding the Grand Duchess? Sistine heard this and was puzzled. What?
Karis reached out her hand. Rumors of your deep affection for your wife have already reached this palace. They say that the notoriously cold Grand Duke dotes on his wife so much he would pluck stars from the sky for her. Before I would just laugh it off, but now I can see it's truly the case. Recently you've changed your behavior, all thanks to the Grand Duchess. People always say a man can do anything just to make his beloved happy. Tell me, Grand Duchess, did the Grand Duke promise to bestow upon you the position of Empress? She asked back in a cold voice. What are you saying? He leisurely rested his chin in his hand. Isn't it true that instead of constantly clinging to a position where you always have to watch the Emperor's mood, he would rather break the established rules and become Emperor himself, just so you can become the most noble woman in this empire? Karis remained silent, resting her chin in her hand as she listened to Sistine speak. Even if I wanted to, I could never become Emperor. How can someone who can turn into a monster at any moment sit on the throne? Hearing this, he burst out laughing, getting up from his chair. Again, you mean to say you don't know when you'll go mad from being unable to control your mana? As I told the Grand Duchess, I don't believe your previous outburst of madness was just an accident. It happened precisely on the day I began to suspect you, and when my subordinates called you a monster.
It's only an accident if there's no reason, and my stance on that hasn't changed. At this, Karis gritted his teeth, hissing out each word. Your intention is to kill me. Sistine was stunned upon hearing those words, but then he bowed his head without responding. At that moment, Rebel took Sistine's hand to reassure him. Sistine, it's okay. I'm here. Please continue speaking. Don't worry about losing control. Karis turned away, saying with disdain, You claim that you cannot ascend the throne because of your fear of becoming a monster? What sophistry! He paid him no mind, responding in a calm, steady voice. there's something I haven't told you yet. Every time I lose control, it's because my emotions take over. He seemed not to understand, asking loudly, "What?" Sistine calmly continued, "As I said, in a normal state, I can completely control my mana, but when sadness or anger reaches its peak, my mana is completely depleted, and I begin to go mad." Karis raised an eyebrow. "I've never heard of such a thing. Can anyone confirm this?" He calmly replied, "Rebel is the only one who knows the truth."
Since neither doctors nor mages could find the cause, it took me a while to realize it myself. Until now, I've only told Rebel. His words made him even more furious. "This is insane. You're only telling me now? Emotions are the most unstable things. If I had known they were the cause of awakening the monster within you, I would never have let you leave the principality." Though sweating with tension, Karis still appeared calm. "Don't tell me you hid that truth so you could leave the principality." Facing his question, Sistine replied without hesitation frankly, "That's right. I wanted to return here, because in my heart I always cherished the memories of everyone in this capital city." The hand gripping his collar had to let go. "If that's the case..." Karis raised his hand, his face fierce, and said to Sistine, "Even if you didn't conspire with Duke Pille, the truth is you are still a threat to this empire." He suddenly froze as he realized, wait, that hand side is... Rebel also sensed trouble and urgently pleaded, "Your Majesty, please." But it was too late. The two were quickly surrounded by soldiers, and he ordered in an icy voice, "Tie them up and throw them into the dungeon." The situation was urgent, and she urged herself, "No, I have to do something." Immediately, Rebel boldly spoke up, "Wait." Sistine was surprised, only able to call her name. "Rebel." Rebel declared loudly, "I can control Sistine's mana. That is why I married him." Karis turned his head, frowning as he glanced at her. "Didn't you say it was because the two of you spent the night together?" She flinched, awkwardly explaining, "At the time I thought so too, but I discovered that Sistine accepted my marriage proposal because I have the ability to restrain his mana." "Your Majesty, Sistine had to resort to marrying me just to prevent an outburst of rage. If he were plotting rebellion and going mad with purpose, it's unlikely the palace would still be intact like this. Please listen to this truth. All this time you have always suspected Sistine, but what has been proven?" Her words made him freeze, looking at the two of them. Watching him in silence, his tightly pressed lips trembled slightly.
Karis wearily held his head and said, "I truly want to believe you. Questioning your every move makes me incredibly tired, but all I see now is a bloody image that threatened my life. How can I forget that and trust you like I used to?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sistine gently explained, "My intention is not for us to forget that day and return to how things were. It's just that I am not a threat to your life, nor do I covet the throne. I only want to prove to you that it's all right if you continue to hate me, but could you please not consider me an enemy?" Karis suddenly gave a faint smile, then coldly raised his hand and said, "It's been a long time since I've heard you address me that way." Rebel quickly turned around. The knights had already departed. Every word he said pounded in her head. "I'm not saying you've earned my trust. I just agree with the Grand Duchess's opinion that if you had conspired to rebel, you would have already destroyed this palace. If I continue to build this wall, we will forever be stuck in this state of cold indifference. I will give you a chance."
Karis stepped down to face him. Though still hesitant, she extended her hand. "Though it goes against my intuition, I choose to trust you this time. Arrest Duke Pille and his accomplices, then we'll deal with the rest." Sistine seemed unable to believe it, his hand trembling as he reached out. The two shook hands, and his voice firm, he replied, "As you command, Karis." Karis turned and commanded, "Guards, invite the Dowager Empress in." Rebel's eyes widened in surprise, unable to help but ask, "How long have you been standing outside?" The Dowager immediately stepped in, replying concisely, "Since you arrived." She approached and put an arm around Karis's shoulder, greeting her sweetly. "It's been too long, my dear child. I've heard everything." Then the Dowager's gaze flickered to Sistine, and she spoke seriously. "To be honest, I have something else I wish to discuss with you, but I'm afraid we must address the immediate issue first. Let's talk over tea."
Holding a stack of documents, Karis read aloud and spoke, "The intruder in the royal palace must be a demon temple priest." Rebel agreed. "Indeed, did he create a portal in the palace?" He replied, "I had people search the areas he passed through, but found nothing unusual." She then asked, "Was anything stolen?" Karis gently shook her head. "No one reported anything of the sort." The Dowager, who was enjoying her tea, also spoke up. "How can you be so sure? What they stole might not have been a physical object." His voice softened, and he politely asked the Dowager, "Do you mean information was stolen?" She calmly replied, "I believe so." "He wouldn't have had the chance to create any portals in the palace when knights patrol everywhere daily, would he? I suspect he had another objective. It's possible he merely wanted to mark locations to transmit information before officially creating a portal."
The Dowager's words plunged the entire table into contemplation. Rebel's lips moved.
Let's use the blood of the gods to eliminate the gate. There won't be any problems. Then the monsters won't be able to flood into the royal palace. Her plan made Sistine a little hesitant. Rebel, we can't do that. She also rubbed her chin and said, I don't think so. Karis also vehemently objected. Absolutely not. She looked at everyone blankly. Why? Huh? Why not? He gently explained. It must appear as if their plan is proceeding smoothly. If we intervene and give them time to devise another plan, it will only cause more trouble. He casually added, every corner of this palace is under my control. If they are plotting something, I want that place to be under my control. Oh, she said with a cheerful smile. Aren't you curious what will emerge from that gate? Let's wait and see. Rebel now understood. Karis understood, angrily slamming the table and saying, but how dare he send a demon priest to my palace? Duke Pill has always criticized my ruling policies, and now this. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate these filthy, corrupt things. Therefore, Sistine, I, the Empress Dowager, and the Emperor join forces, signifying an alliance between Sistine's inspection team, the Empress Dowager's shadows, and the Emperor's royal guard case. The more people tracking the clues, the faster the information was gathered. The servant's voice resonated clearly in the space. Princess, there is something to report. Someone saw priests from the demon temple carrying bags of animal organs and insect carcasses to control monsters, and they were also spreading scents to attract them. Rebel politely replied, Thank you, sir. If there is any further information, please report it to me immediately. Her request made him pause slightly. Of course, but Princess, I am merely one of His Majesty's knights. You don't need to speak so formally to me. Rebel understood and enthusiastically replied, Oh, all right. All three organizations share the information they collect, and representatives from the three organizations will hold highly confidential meetings. The representative of the CL inspection team, the representative of the Shadows, Nine, and Karis, having just removed her hood and cloak, spoke in a cold voice. I suppose you don't understand why I'm here, do you? I should hear it firsthand instead of through reports. Based on the results of these meetings, I will command the appropriate operations. So wouldn't it be more effective if the person with the final say were present here? The representative for CL asked Karis. Suddenly, his demeanor changed, and he cheerfully said, Can we start now? As the investigations continued, Duke Peel, who had remained silent throughout this period, began to stir up the rebellion. Rebel nervously held the newspaper in his hand. This is Break Street. In the article, a large headline was printed clearly. What on earth will the royal family do? This is this morning's newly released newspaper. The article was very long, but in summary, it was a bold statement that when the royal family faces a crisis, the royals only care about their own safety first. Now that the moment of treason is imminent, they have begun publishing articles to manipulate public opinion, to make people think that when the insurgent monsters attack civilians, the royals will likely have no intention of intervening. The Dowager remained calm and merely asked softly, Do you think so too? I, however, see it this way. The nobles dislike the royal family because they believe the policies are too beneficial to commoners. All citizens, except for the nobles, love the current regime, so the only way for them to justify their act of treason is to give everyone a reason to hate the royals.
Finally, they created portals throughout the empire with the aim of creating as many victims as possible. Upon hearing this, she had to force a strained smile, but she still couldn't suppress her anger and blurted out, Who would dare write an article like this, unless they want to publicly declare their allegiance to Duke Pill, otherwise? Suddenly, Rebel's gaze fell on the end of the article. Reporter Shu. Huh? Reporter Shu is Venica, but I've never seen her at the guest house. But why? Or is this related to Roland? They broke up, didn't they? While lost in thought, she was startled by a sudden clap from the Dowager. The Dowager gently took the newspaper and said, We have many questions, but our top priority right now is to bury this article. That's why I called you here. Rebel forced a smile and replied, trying to sound natural. Of course. Huh? Wait, does that mean... Before she could react, the Dowager continued, I'm very pleased that you and I share the same view. It's been a while, but could you write an article for me, Reporter Bell? As night fell, Rebel tiredly looked out the window.
My mind was full of thoughts. In the past, writing articles was what I did best, but now I hate being a reporter more than anything. More specifically, it's not that I hate being a reporter, but Reporter Bell. That's the name that brought so much suffering to Sistine. I never want to write an article under that pen name again. Sistine suddenly appeared from behind, asking her with concern, Why are you sighing? Is something bothering you? Seeing him appear, Rebel smiled and replied vaguely, You're here? I was just thinking. Before she could finish, Sistine interrupted her. I knew it. Rebel, do you know that whenever someone catches on to your thoughts, you smile to hide your surprise? Rebel gave an awkward laugh, nervously replying, Do I? Sistine gently pointed out, You're doing it right now. Don't worry about publishing articles under the name Reporter Bell. I'm fine with it. Just write. Sistine leaned against the doorframe, gently saying to Rebel,
When I heard my mother summoned you, I had a feeling it was because of Reporter Shu's article, since you're Reporter Bell's assistant. Mother probably wants to use a suitable name to write a retaliatory article. Am I right? 100% accurate. I've always kept an eye on Reporter Bell's articles. They're always about me.
It's not that I hate them. Honestly, most of it is true and very well written. As long as the article is true, I have no objection. Seeing his steadfastness, she excitedly said, "Of course, sir. I don't need to lie to retaliate against someone like Reporter Shu." Sistine asked Rebel with concern, "Do you have a plan yet?" She took out a pen and paper, intending to take notes, and enthusiastically replied, "Somewhat, sir. Because the reporter's article is likely to attract a lot of attention, the editorial office will publish it at all costs, and if the imperial palace tries to prevent it, we will have to face rumors that the royal family has something to hide. That option is not feasible. So I'm thinking of discrediting Reporter Shu. I plan to steer public opinion so that no one will believe the articles she writes anymore. It's like the fable of the boy who cried wolf. If she keeps lying, no one will believe her, to the point where no one will care what she writes." Rebel looked up and asked him, "What do you think, sir?"
The next day, the newsboy, holding a thick stack of newspapers, distributed them everywhere, running and shouting, "Extra, extra! Reporter Bell's brand new article! Reporter Bell's article is being distributed throughout the empire." The title read, "Reporter Bell's exclusive report, shocking news from within the noble family, the secret life of a two-faced reporter." People holding the newspaper were constantly buzzing. "Wait, isn't this about Reporter Shu? I always thought her articles were a waste of ink." But inside the newspaper, every issue was clearly exposed. Sources working for Newspaper B complained that every time Shu and Molly published an article, there was trouble. They criticized the articles as being full of lies. "I know sensational articles sell well, but writing articles based on things that haven't happened is truly absurd," they said. These two reporters were famous for submitting untrue articles. After being proven wrong, they would get angry and demand the articles be taken down. But clearly, the newsrooms were also at fault for publishing those articles. And who is reporter Mealy? What does she have to do with this? Oh, that person who specializes in writing gossip. If they wrote it, then I won't bother reading it anymore. Wait, what's written below? The words printed in the newspaper were sharp and flawless. Meanwhile, a reporter from Newspaper S also said the following about Reporter Shu. "Reporters have a duty to write the truth, but Shu lets personal emotions take over. She even used pseudonyms to try and spread unfavorable rumors about families she had grudges against. Isn't that going too far? I investigated the articles written by reporters Shu and Mealy, provided by staff from Newspaper B. Surprisingly, both of them had published countless negative articles about the Dellin family. Does this mean Reporter Shu is Reporter Mealy?" Everyone whispered in disgust, and the only person with a grudge against the Dellin family in this empire.
Venica read up to this point and shrieked in panic, "That's me!" She crumpled the newspaper. Anxiously, her identity being revealed was one thing. Now everyone knew Shu and Meili were the same person. No one would read her articles anymore. Had the royal family commissioned this article to get rid of her? Venica was so furious she was on the verge of tears, and she spun around to face the side. She snapped at Roland, who was lounging on a chair reading the newspaper. "You can let me go now. Haven't you had enough? You threatened me into writing the article, and now my identity has been revealed." He smirked with amusement, folding the newspaper neatly. Roland walked towards Venica, saying mockingly, "Didn't we agree to speak formally with each other since our engagement was called off, Miss Venica? I mean, Reporter Chu." She could only angrily call out his name, Roland Dealin. Roland calmly continued, "Once the plan is executed, I will let you go even if you don't ask. Until then, have another article published within the next 2 days, as we agreed." As soon as he finished speaking, Venica immediately panicked. "Another article at a time like this? Aren't you afraid of the royal family? What kind of scheme is this?" He was about to reveal the scheme.
But before she could utter a word, someone suddenly entered and a deep voice resonated. "It sounds as if we are the villains, Lady Venica." Roland, startled, immediately spoke up. "Greetings, sir." Venica was also surprised to recognize him, Duke Pili. He bowed respectfully, saying, "I humbly welcome the son of the Empire." Her expression grew even more displeased as she now realized he was behind this. Pili took a seat and began to inquire, "Roland, how are the preparations progressing?" Roland began to report, "They are complete, sir. We plan to install a gate in the palace, using information provided by the Demon Temple priests. The person tasked with the setup has infiltrated the palace under the guise of a maid, and even after the Demon Temple priests were apprehended, security remains very lax." He said with satisfaction, "Excellent. Are there any issues with controlling the monsters?" He smiled and replied, "None at all. Using magical tools makes it easier to deal with them. But sir, do you intend to comply with their demands?" The question caught Pili's attention. "What?" He curled his lips into an amused smile and said, "Oh, their unreasonable demands, as you call them, are to recognize the Demon Temple and allow them to rebuild their sanctuary. Seeing how desperate they are to step into the light, I shall grant their wish." Roland froze and exclaimed, "What?"
Pile continued to speak, stepping onto the execution platform where the sunlight shone brightest. They still didn't understand, did they? He patiently explained, bit by bit, that in this conspiracy they were nothing but small fry. Once this is done, I will execute them all. Considering I spared those who should have been wiped out a century ago, they must now make proper amends. Then everything will fall into place. Although we attracted a few pests while agitating the masses, they pose no threat. Within 2 days, we will carry out the plan as intended. At this moment, Zuri opened the door and entered the room.
Pill embraced her, gently whispering, "As soon as reporter Shu's article is published, the Demon Temple monks will act immediately." Jiri sweetly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, in the throne room, Sistine respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, the inspecting knight operating in the reception room has sent new information." As he opened the piece of paper, Karis read in a deep voice, "The coup will take place in the next 2 days, when reporter Shu's article is published. Once the gate opens, everything will be decided within a single day. Is everything ready?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, the gate and the Grand Duchy will be dismantled as discussed. We have also deployed forces to guard the area around the gate, in the territories of Rella, Thor, and Astia. They will not leave their positions to distract the enemy and protect the people from monsters." Hearing this, he was satisfied, but then asked, "Good, have you found the gate within the Imperial Palace yet?" Hearing this question, Sistine immediately tensed up and replied with apprehension, "Not yet. Among those entering and exiting the palace, no one suspicious has been found, nor has any gate been discovered."
Karis calmly waved his hand. "So be it. I deliberately loosened security to give them a chance to install the gate, no matter where or when it appears. Once it penetrates here, you must be there to deal with it. Put all your worries aside and focus on protecting the palace." He immediately obeyed. "Yes, Your Majesty." He didn't forget to add a reminder. "If the event occurs after the article is published tomorrow, then there's no need to worry tonight. Do a final check and be in position before tomorrow's dawn." Sistine's voice was firm as he replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." Night fell, and warm candlelight flickered, illuminating a corner of the room. Rebel sat beside him, gently reminding him, "Sistine, try to get some sleep. Tomorrow you'll have to fight all day." He then confided, "I'm too worried to sleep." She looked at Sistine with a hint of surprise. "Worried about what?" He replied hesitantly, "It's the same old thing, my love, my mana. I'm worried I won't be able to stay by your side throughout the battle, and about the possibility that I might lose control."
Revel chuckled, a little helplessly. "Last time you said it was enough just for me to be here, but I guess that won't work this time. But don't worry, if you go crazy and pass out, I'll wake you up. Just focus on returning safely to me, and I'll prepare a gift for you." Sistine took her hand and asked, "A gift?" Rebel wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "That's right. This time I'll give it to you. Once you return safely and everything is settled, I'll let you meet Reporter Bell." The next dawn, to prepare for the gate that could open at any moment, Sistine remained on standby in the capital's night barracks. Meanwhile, Nine and I hid in the palace, waiting for morning to complete my mission. The long wait was finally over. The morning newspapers, along with reporter Shu's article, were distributed throughout the empire. It was time. Open the gate and let the rebellion begin. At a farm near the gate in Rayla territory, a farmer tending vegetables spoke up. "We started early today, so unless something happens, we'll finish early." The woman beside him agreed. "The weather is too beautiful today." The old farmer continued, "I also have a very good feeling. Wait, what's that sound?" Something seemed to panic him, causing him to collapse. In front of him, a monster with its hideous mouth wide open charged ferociously towards everyone. Frightened warnings rang out, "Everyone run, it's a monster!" The attack began in Rayla territory and spread to Count Estea's manor. People ran in panic, shouting, "Run quickly, or monsters will overrun Count Estea's manor." A mother leading her child fled in panic. "Someone call the knights, we'll all be eaten." And in Four territory, a careless daughter tripped over a stone on the road, crying out in pain, "Mom, Mommy!"
She fell, and behind her, a monster with glowing eyes was about to pounce. But realizing the danger, the little girl froze. Her helpless mother cried out, "Lily!" A cloaked figure, wielding a mighty sword, appeared before the woman. Ciel turned and shouted, "Quickly, get your daughter to safety. Leave this to us." The little girl quickly ran to her mother, embracing her and crying, "Mommy!" The surrounding people couldn't help but wonder, who are they? Are they knights? No, that emblem. I prayed to God, and then the emperor himself was here to save us. The royal counterattack began, completely refuting what reporter Shu had once attacked. The Royal Alliance had always remained hidden by disguising themselves as farmers, evacuating citizens, and hunting down monsters and demon priests. This was the result of a careful plan based on collected intelligence. Thanks to the Alliance's swift actions, Duke Pill's plan was ruined. All demon priests who had provided information were eliminated.
The nobles involved in this rebellion plot are currently hiding from the monsters, so Duke Pill will receive no reports on the current situation. Pill, holding a glass of wine, spoke with a cold gaze. By now, Rella, Astia, and Thor must have been destroyed. But he was not entirely cut off from information. At that moment, a servant entered and said,
My lord, the priests of the demon temple have sent you a message. He opened the letter and quickly read through it. Those who had lost loved ones to the monsters were now deeply dissatisfied with the royal family. Knights from other territories had joined the battle, but their numbers were still insufficient, and the royal family seemed to have completely failed to anticipate this. Pill exclaimed, "Everything has gone according to plan." He chuckled triumphantly. "Soon the royal palace will be mine." Unfortunately for the Duke, the informant capable of manipulating that intelligence was actually one of ours.
Peel asked, "Is there any news from the demon temple priest at the royal palace?" The servant quickly replied, "Yes, it just arrived." He didn't hesitate to open the letter and read it. Most of the knights tasked with guarding the royal palace were heading south to stop monsters in the territory of Astea. Peel said with cold eyes, "Excellent. It's time. Send it through. It's time to open the palace gates." The raven, carrying his message, flew straight towards the palace. The maid inside received it and thought to herself, the sign came early. She quickly created a magic circle. "All right, let's begin." The room door opened slightly. Another maid quickly ran towards the person in front of her, anxiously saying, "Huh? Why are you out here? I told you it's very dangerous out here. Just stay in your room, did you hear me?" The other maid heard this, turned her face. Scales had begun to grow on her skin. Her tongue had turned into a snake's tongue, and her eyes glowed a deadly red as she replied. "What?" The first maid screamed in terror. In Sistane, a voice called out, "Your Highness." A man spoke. "There was a disturbance in the maid's room just now." He listened and calmly replied, "I know."
"I've sensed a surge of mana from that direction. I'll be right there." A maid's quick footsteps hurried away. Once outside, she called out, "Your Highness, there you are." It turned out to be Rebel. Seeing her, he called out in surprise, "Rebel!" Hearing this, she quickly cut him off in a panic. "No, if your Highness keeps calling me by my name, why would I need to transform? I was near the servants' quarters, so I checked the situation. It seems a demon temple priestess disguised herself as a maid, caused a commotion, and then escaped. I don't know if the gate is opened yet, but when she left, a pungent, acrid smoke filled the air." Sistine listened, then thought to himself, "I also smell something very strong. It's poison mist, a magical tool." In front of them, soldiers were currently evacuating people. "Everyone, quickly move away from the smoky area." Sistine explained, "That's poison mist, not concentrated enough to be lethal, but it will be very troublesome. It's best to get rid of it." With that, he used magic to dispel the poison mist. The mist covering the entire building was completely eliminated by Sistine's fire. Sistine gently said, "It's done. Let's go inside." Rebel couldn't help but marvel at his demeanor. He's amazing, but isn't it a bit strange to speak so formally to a maid? The two of them entered the house. She asked, doubtfully, "Is this it?" Sistine looked around and replied, "Yes, when I entered this room, I felt a very strong surge of mana. The gate must be around here. It's strange. A gate large enough for someone to pass through couldn't be this small. If it's in this room, it should be in an open area." He seemed to notice something and whispered softly, "Could it be?" Rebel, who was currently pushing a bookshelf, turned curiously towards him and called out, "Sistine!" At this moment, a black vortex appeared on the ground, as if wanting to swallow everything. Sistine replied to her, "I found the gate. It's under the bed." Rebel suddenly realized, "Just as I thought, they used poison bones to prevent us from getting close to the gate." Sistine calmly replied from beside her, "Good thing we found it early. I'll destroy it before the monsters crawl out." Hearing that, she turned to look, and at the same time, strange magic appeared in front of them. Rebel called out, "Sistine!" In an instant, she rushed into his arms, softly whispering, "Be careful!" Sistine reached out to stroke Rebel's head, closed his eyes, feeling her embrace, and gently said, "I'll come back." A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Sistine slowly stepped forward, muttering, "It connects to the Grand Duchy." At some point, he had moved behind the growling beast. Sistine drew his sword, thinking, "Good, fewer monsters than I expected." Then he remembered the hug with Rebel. This made Sistine, gripping his sword tightly, happily think, "I'll be able to keep my promise to Rebel now." At this moment, she was also preparing to act. "Now it's my turn." Rebel pulled open the door and called out, "Hey, light it up!" Hearing this, Nine immediately threw the candle in his hand onto the pile of firewood. She covered her face, smiling, and said, "More smoke than I thought." The footsteps of the two echoed through the space. "This is..." As they ran, Rebel and Nine shouted to everyone, "Monsters! Fire-breathing monsters have appeared." That was her clan, enough to deceive everyone. Rebel continued to shout, "Run!" She slowly activated a spell. At this moment, a maid approached Pill and informed him, "The monsters have reached the royal palace. It's time, sir." He tilted his head and asked, "Are you sure?" The maid replied, "Yes, the fire-breathing monsters have filled the entire area with smoke, and everyone is evacuating." Hearing this, Pill laughed heartily. Unbelievably smooth. He slowly drew his sword and said, "Then, before His Majesty dies at the hands of monsters, as a loyal subject, shouldn't I pay my last respects?" The servants were now running around in a panic. Seeing this scene, she thought to herself, "Excellent.
The bait worked perfectly. Rebel and Nine high-fived happily. She rubbed her nose, feeling a slight pang of guilt, and thought, although I feel a bit guilty for deceiving my people, this is the only way to convince the Demon Temple priest and Duke Pill.
Now we just have to wait for Sistine to return safely. Returning to the old spot, Rebel looked at the magic circle, thinking to herself there was still no sign of him. She started to feel worried, although it hadn't been too long, but what if he ran into trouble? Suddenly, a light flashed from the magic circle. Rebel cautiously turned, ready to run, and at the same time wondered, is Sistine back? No, that's not right. It's still too early. If that's the case, a hand suddenly reached out to her shoulder, and at the same time another voice called out, Rebel. Hearing this voice, Rebel's movements suddenly froze. Sistine smiled and said, I'm back. Her eyes suddenly welled up, unable to utter a word.
Rebel moved, rushed into his arms, calling out loudly, Sistine. Sistine chuckled teasingly. Did you think I was a monster? She suddenly became flustered and replied, I didn't think you'd be back so soon, and have you dealt with all the monsters already? He calmly answered, there were fewer of them than I thought. I've cleared all the monsters around the gate. How are things here? Rebel smiled and informed Sistine, we did it. Now we just need to wait for Duke Pilly to take the bait. Suddenly, Nine burst through the door in a panic. Your Highness, Duke Pilly. At the same time, Pilly, who was downstairs, put on a sincere demeanor and loudly declared, Your Majesty, please open the gate. I will drive away all the monsters for you. Please allow me to help keep you safe. Nine continued, the Duke has arrived with his army and is requesting permission to enter the palace. Hearing this, the two of them were both annoyed and amused, having just mentioned him. The scene shifted back to this side. The door slowly opened, and a servant told him, by His Majesty's command, Duke Pilly is permitted to enter. Pilly pointed at the servant and asked, You, where are His Majesty and the Empress Demeter? The person startled and replied, Me? He continued, Yes, you. You are His Majesty's servant, aren't you? The servant immediately replied, Well, His Majesty went to the audience chamber this morning and hasn't come out yet. Hearing this, Pilly smirked cunningly. He ordered, Everyone to the audience chamber.
Peel calculated in his head, if the Grand Duke were here, he would deal with the monster, but his relationship with the Emperor was very bad, so the chance of him being here was slim. This meant the Emperor and the Empress Dowager must be helpless and trembling with fear. This victory is mine. He excitedly pushed the door open and entered. Your Majesty, are you all right? Karis raised his chin, smiling as he spoke. Yes, as you can see. He smiled, looking at Peel. Peel thought to himself, puzzled. What is this? This wasn't in the plan? Peel stammered awkwardly. Thank the gods that your Majesty is safe and sound. I heard news that a monster was approaching from the west, so I immediately came to escort you. He stepped up the stairs, approaching Karis and speaking. Allow me to escort your Majesty to a safe place. His voice rang out coldly. Impudent.
Karis snarled at Pilly's face. Where do you think you're treading, so impatient in your greed for the throne? He immediately panicked, trying to explain, No, your Majesty, I only wish to protect you. He repeated indifferently, Protect me? Karis gripped Pilly's shoulder and said, Then you should go find the monster, not me, or at least your army should. Everyone knows you're not here for the monster. Your target is me. He angrily gritted his teeth. How can your Majesty doubt my loyalty? Suddenly someone rushed forward, shouting, Your Majesty, you must evacuate immediately. The monster that emerged from the servants' quarters is going berserk. At this rate, many will die, and the entire palace will be destroyed. Karis stopped short upon hearing this news, while Pilly seemed to breathe an inward sigh of relief. Pilly's laughter echoed throughout the great hall, a haughty and triumphant sound. He said arrogantly, Even the goddess of fortune supports me. Now there's no need to hide anything anymore. It seems your Majesty knows nothing of my plan, and even if you did, what could you do?
Pilly's eyes widened threateningly at Karis. Look at these monsters. They only obey my commands. If your Majesty wishes to live, then quickly kneel and bow before me. Perhaps this new emperor will show you a little mercy. But Karis calmly brushed his hand away. I had anticipated what you would say, and it's no different from the traitors who died before you. Seeing his attitude, Pilly grew angry, yet feigned calmness, and aggressively shouted, The monsters are coming. Don't think that sharp tongue can buy you more time. Surrender now. You are surrounded. Karis nonchalantly replied with a scornful expression, Isn't it too quiet? Pilly frowned, not understanding what he meant. What? It's odd, because if, as you claim, monsters are attacking, there should be screams and sounds of destruction outside, but there's nothing. He stubbornly insisted, Monsters really are coming. I don't know why it's so quiet outside, but I clearly sense a terrifying surge of mana heading this way. Suddenly, someone, clad in majestic armor and armed, burst into the hall. You're only half right, and you've come at just the right moment. The rebels all turned to look.
Karis sat majestically on the throne and declared, This is the Emperor's command. In the name of the Empire, execute the traitor. Sistine boldly drew his gleaming sword. Your Majesty's command shall be obeyed. As soon as the Emperor finished his command, he immediately sprang into action. 1, 2, 30, 100. His movements were too swift to count. Pile seemed to realize, breaking out in a cold sweat of fear. So the mana that the demon temple priest sensed wasn't from a monster, but from him. At this moment, Sistine was pointing his sword directly at Pile, ready to strike. Suddenly, Karis clutched his stomach uncomfortably. Damn it! Sistine, however, paid no attention to Karis, merely standing behind and observing him. The soldiers were all bleeding, and Karis was targeting him. Now only you remain. He stood up and coldly kicked Pile in the back. Pile fell ignominiously onto the floor. He slowly got up, clutching his head. How dare you! Standing opposite Pile was Sistine, still standing tall and proud. You dare to covet a position you have no right to even dream of. I will make you pay. Are you ready? In an instant, he flashed a mysterious smile again. Pile's next words made Sistine's face darken. I've heard the rumors about the real reason you were exiled to the Grand Duchy. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but it turns out you really are a monster.
Now that I've witnessed it firsthand, I shudder to think back on why I overlooked that information, treating it like a farce. His pain was triggered, and his body slowly began to lose control. Elsewhere, Rebel was running, her mind replaying Sistine's words. I will go to the audience chamber, you wait here. She couldn't help but panic. Sistine had said that, but she was too worried. Even though fighting helps him release mana, it doesn't eliminate the risk of him going mad. Seeing their relative, Duke Pili, point a sword at his brother Karis would surely make him erupt. She couldn't lose the opportunity she had just gained. She had to be there to help him keep from losing control. Even though Sistine was in great pain, he still had to tell himself, calm down, don't let this affect you. I cannot let emotions overwhelm me. If I don't restrain myself, it will be the end. If I lose control, I will hurt my brother once again. Karis sat by, witnessing everything, wondering, will he go mad again? Subconsciously, he wanted to reach out and reassure Sistine. But Karis quickly withdrew his hand when he heard someone call his brother's name. Sistine. Rebel had arrived just in time. She quickly ran to Sistine, reassuring him, it's okay, breathe deeply. Karis was surprised to see her appear. Grand Duchess. Rebel gently touched his face. I'm here now, calm down. Sistine calmed down.
Karis was surprised by his recovery speed. The strange light in his eyes had vanished. Rebel asked with tender concern, Are you all right, my lord? Sistine replied to her with an affectionate gaze. Yes, thanks to you, thank you. Rebel breathed a sigh of relief. Coming here was the right choice. I'm glad I followed you here. Now Karis understood. So that's what they meant when they said she could suppress his mana. He asked, probing, Have you regained your composure? Sistine, sword in hand, replied seriously, Yes, your majesty. Please give the order. Should I behead him? Suddenly, a woman's voice answered on Karis's behalf. No, that's not enough. It was Sistine's mother, and she recounted the crimes he had committed. He insulted the royal bloodline, infiltrated the royal palace, harmed civilians, colluded with priests of the demon temple, and planned treason. The list of his crimes was endless. Karis slowly stood up and walked down to where he was. That's right. Your head isn't enough to pay for all you've done. Don't hope for too much. You might have once promised clemency when you became a new emperor, but I, the one truly holding the throne, will not be lenient just because you bow your head. Suddenly, Pile sneered, showing defiance. Do you think you've won? It's not over yet. I didn't come here. Pile's voice took on an ominous tone, confident in his pre-planned scheme. But with only the sole hope of the gate in the palace, that was just the first phase. Recently, I've opened 3 more gates, and all the monsters will converge on this capital.
The most important part is, if I don't give the signal, things won't stop, and even if I die, the capital will still fall. As long as the gates remain, the outcome of the war has been decided. P sneered mockingly. While we stand here talking, the people are dying, and they will blame the emperor. Not just me, but any citizen trampled by monsters will rise up against you. All 4 looked at him blankly, then all burst out laughing. To P's astonishment, Rebel said sarcastically, Do you really know nothing? You said the people were being eaten by monsters, right? P insisted. I heard it very clearly. Yet another person appeared. But was it directly from the scene? P recognized the voice. It sounded like... Leo walked in, saying smugly, You heard it from me.
Pil was so shocked that he stammered. You! Karis delivered another crushing blow. We knew your entire plan from the start. You thought you had us in the palm of your hand, but you've been exploited by us from the very beginning. So you wouldn't find out, only 3 of the initial gates were kept intact. All the others have been destroyed. Sistine calmly continued. As for the remaining gates, the monsters that poured into Thor, Astea, and Rila have been annihilated, and the gates themselves have also been eliminated. Karis looked at him with contempt. You heard that, didn't you? There are no gates left to mark your victory. Hearing this, Pil looked utterly lost. Impossible! Karis ordered the soldiers. Take him away. I will decide his punishment later. Pil screamed in despair. Karis! Karis! After dealing with all the monsters, the royal allied forces dispersed to other territories, arresting all involved nobles, including Roland and Jury, along with their accomplices. Duke Pil's audacious rebellion had come to a disastrous end.
With everything settled, Sistine calmly announced, "Your Majesty, we must return to the Grand Duchy." Kara suddenly remembered. "Right, that needs to be done. If we go by horse, we won't arrive until late tonight, will we?" Rebel quickly offered a suggestion. "There's still a gate in the servants' quarters that can take us directly to the Grand Duchy."
Karis politely saw them off. "I see, then you two should go." Dorgar also bid farewell. "Sistine, Rebel, take care, we will wait for you." Sistine and Rebel looked at each other, blushing happily. Then they joyfully replied, "See you later." On the way back, Rebel noticed that even though Sistine had cleared this area, when they returned here through the gate at the royal palace, the duchy was once again swarming with monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he annihilated them, while shielding me so I could close the gate.
3 gates needed to be closed. The first connected to the palace we had just wiped out upon arrival. The second was a new gate created to bring monsters to Casila's workshop. And the original gate, created 100 years ago, had turned the Grand Duchy into a land of monsters. She pulled out her knife, looked at her hand. Sistine was right. Both the new gate and the original gate were designed to transport monsters on a large scale, so a small amount of blood wouldn't be enough to seal them. If that was the case, Rebel unhesitatingly drew her small sword. She decisively cut a line across her palm, letting the blood gush out. She clenched her hand tightly to make the blood flow faster and more profusely. It worked. Once the gate was sealed, Sistine quickly called out, "Rebel." He asked anxiously, "You did it. Did it take a lot of blood?" Rebel hid her freshly cut hand behind her back and replied brightly, "No, it was similar to the other gates." She knew well that if she said sealing the new gate had been a struggle, he would insist on abandoning the original gate. Rebel urged Sistine, "Only one more left. Let's finish up here and get going." She told herself, no matter how stressful it was, she had to do it.
At the final gate in the dark forest, Sistine was a little wary. It was located in the deepest part, where the number of monsters continuously increased, hence its name. Monsters poured out from the gate. "I'll clear the way, remember to stay close to me." She was overwhelmed by what lay before her. The sheer numbers weren't enough. Bizarre types of monsters she had never seen before appeared everywhere. Sistine, however, had experience dealing with monsters, and I was by his side to keep him from losing control. Reaching the primordial gate wasn't much of a challenge. He pointed in a direction. "Rebel, that's the gate." She stared with wide eyes. "Is that the gatekeeper monster?" Sistine told her about this monster. "It has never left that spot, so we have to destroy it." Rebel worried for him. "But this monster radiates incredibly dark mana. Even I can feel it." Sistine also knew this monster was very powerful, a very difficult opponent to defeat. "But we absolutely must do it. I promise to return safely. Wait for me." Sistine braced himself and advanced towards the gatekeeper monster. As he approached, the monster began to stir. An aura of power enveloped him. Sistine's eyes were filled with determination. He quickly leaped high into the air and slashed the monster from above. The fresh wound on the monster's body emitted a purple glow, but then the monster quickly recovered. It summoned a terrifying magic orb. Sistine stared at the monster in disbelief. Did that attack have no effect? The monster began to attack him with magic. Sistine gripped his sword tightly, observing once more. He swung his sword decisively, and the monster roared in pain. Suddenly, its eye sockets glowed. Sistine was also gradually exhausting himself. His current mana wouldn't be enough to defeat it. Sistine's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. A burning desire surged within him at that moment, wishing he could use more mana. "No, the amount of mana I've used is already the maximum limit. Any more and I'll go mad."
For a moment, a wave of worry washed over him. Although he had killed the monster, Rebel would be next. He couldn't let that happen. In this situation, he needed to think clearly. With that thought, Sistine gathered momentum, putting all his strength into a powerful slash towards the gatekeeper. Suddenly, its bony hand shot up towards him, and then a blast of magic fired directly at Sistine. He was flung backward, landing behind Rebel, who, astonished and worried, cried out, "Sistine!" Rebel rushed over to him, asking, "Are you all right?" Sistine struggled to his feet, replying, "Yes, fortunately, I managed to evade it just in time."
"That thing must be destroyed, but I fear my current mana isn't enough to do it." Hearing this, she immediately wondered, "Have you already gone all out?" Sistine replied with difficulty, "If I use my full power, I'll go mad. I won't allow that to happen." Seeing him say that, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Sistine," she said, "that's fine though." As soon as Rebel finished speaking, Sistine looked puzzled. "What?" she asked. "I can't just stand by and watch. You said that if you don't defeat that thing, you won't be able to approach the gate. At this rate, you'll be in danger, so I'd rather—" Sistine helplessly cut her off. "If I go mad and kill it, then it'll be your turn. I'll turn into a monster and hurt you." Hearing this, Rebel immediately comforted him. "No, you won't, because you're not a monster. If you attack me, I'll try my best to avoid it, so don't worry at all. Trust me, and trust yourself." Returning to the battle with the gatekeeper, he was looking around when Sistine spoke up. "Looking for me?" He slowly walked towards him, his body emanating a mysterious blue light. Standing in front of the gatekeeper, Sistine gripped his sword tightly. Memories flashed through his mind. "At some point, I accepted that I was a monster."
Ultimately, if someone loses control and kills, I would also call them a monster. So I waited, not for someone who wouldn't call me a monster, but for someone who would accept that truth and together find a solution. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, sweeping through everything. Rebel realized, is that the mana wall? Sistine's thoughts continued to flow, but only Rebel had discovered a part that even I myself had forgotten. She saw me as human, not a monster. At this moment, he was concentrating with all his might, his heart screaming, Rebel, I trust you, more than myself. As long as you don't despise my true self, I will never become a monster. With that thought, Sistine put all his strength into a powerful slash at the guard. His head slowly fell. Seeing this, Rebel couldn't help but rejoice. The monster had been destroyed.
Suddenly, his body collapsed, leaving her no time to react. Huh? He's falling! Rebel covered her face and let out a desperate cry. Sistine immediately ran over, concerned. Are you all right, Rebel? He gently caressed Rebel's face. Seeing him right in front of her, her eyes welled up. Rebel joyfully hugged him tightly. Sistine, thank goodness! But suddenly Rebel felt uneasy. Huh? You still don't seem quite right. Are you okay? Sistine replied. Yes, such a large amount of mana should have driven me mad, but my mind is still very clear. It feels so light, as if I no longer need to suppress it. Finally, I have accepted this power as a part of me. Seeing him like this, Rebel praised him. You did it, Sistine. Everything is over now. Hearing her words, he gently kissed her hand. It's all thanks to you. Sistine and Rebel walked hand in hand towards a gate full of darkness. This is the final gate. Rebel raised her sword, preparing to cut her hand. Considering its size, I'll probably need to use more blood than before. I'll cut my other hand. Seeing her action, Sistine's face was filled with astonishment.
Suddenly, he took her hand and questioned, "What is this wound?" Sistine's unexpected question startled her, and she could only look at him with an awkward smile. Rebel had no choice but to tell the truth. It will take quite a bit of blood to eliminate the new gate, he protested with a pained expression. But that's still too much. She could only give a foolish smile. I know it's a bit reckless, but for me, the most important thing is to close this gate, Rebel. Despite Sistine's attempts to stop her, Rebel still cut into her palm, and blood welled up from her hand. She extended her hand towards the gate. On the way here, I swore I would destroy the source of the monsters that have haunted you with these very hands. As Rebel spoke, she clasped her hands tightly together. Just a little more, just a bit more. The gate gradually transformed. A moment later, Rebel exclaimed, "It's gone!" Sistine was astonished to see this. The gate had truly vanished. He looked at her with eyes full of affection. Rebel smiled happily back at him. After 100 years, the gate that had tormented the duchy and its people for so long had completely disappeared. She happily embraced Sistine and kissed him. As that historic day drew to a close, the morning sun bloomed across the harsh lands of the duchy and the royal palace. A few days later, the royal palace announced they would issue a statement regarding the recent chaos. The royal palace will soon issue an official statement regarding the recent unfortunate incident. Those who conspired in the rebellion have all been apprehended. The royal family maintains a firm stance. Subjects need not worry. But this announcement became meaningless as tales of monsters, Duke Pill, and the truth of the incident spread rapidly among the commoners and nobles who witnessed it. The story of the emperor who did not hesitate to deploy the royal guard and military forces to ensure no subject was harmed became a legend and further deepened the people's loyalty to the royal family. Ironically, the rebellion to overthrow the emperor, when faced with the enthusiastic cheers of the people, "Long live His Majesty, long live," only further solidified his position. Although the incident lasted only one day, royal officials at all levels, including Sistine, had no time to rest as they dealt with the aftermath. Decisive official judgments were issued. By His Majesty's command, Duke Pill and the implicated nobles, along with the demon temple priests, would be executed. This time, he was utterly resolute in rooting out the problem completely. In fact, I only learned what Sistine was doing through newspaper articles. Breaking news: former Duke Pill executed for treason. Efforts to recover after the monster attacks, the current status of Rila, Ostia, and Thor, along with the Ministry of Inspection's progress in resolving the rebellion. Rebel leaned back thoughtfully. Sistine will probably be back tomorrow. I can't avoid him forever. While Sistine was away, I wrote an article.
Based on photographs taken in the Grand Duchy and information gathered from recent activities, Sistine, the Empire's swordmaster, commander of both the Capital Knights and the Inspectors, guardian of the Empire through its brightest and darkest days, day and night, a hero and also the Empire's greatest sword mage, has eradicated the monsters. His life has endured enough humiliation due to the surrounding rumors. Perhaps this truth will help him receive the honor he deserves. The prominent headline at the top of the article is, "Sistine, the Empire's swordmaster."
In this article, reporter Rebel also revealed that she personally traveled to the Grand Duchy to gather news. The time spent in the Grand Duchy was a series of surprises, including the Grand Duke I witnessed. This was also Rebel's pre-planned intention. Sistine and I were the only ones who went to the Grand Duchy, so he will soon realize that I am reporter Rebel. As promised, I must personally reveal the truth to him. Unconsciously, she suddenly gave a bitter smile, and then they would go their separate ways. There's no reason to prolong this any further. I absolutely must submit this article today so it can be published tomorrow morning. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Helia urgently sought Rebel, her face panicked. Princess. She was also very surprised by the current situation. Helia, what is it? Before she could even catch her breath, she quickly continued. I have urgent news for you.
The Empress Dowager invited the princess to a tea party tonight, which was another surprise for Rebel. Tonight? As in, tonight? Helia awkwardly repeated. Yes, His Highness will also be there, so you'd better go now. The two immediately rushed to the dressing room. All the plans she had made now had to be postponed. I guess I'll have to pack my things and reschedule the article right away. Her movements were incredibly smooth. Once done, Rebel also hurriedly proceeded to the next activity. Thank you, I'm heading to the carriage now.
Helia suddenly remembered something she had overlooked. Oh, the Dowager Empress had told the princess to read this before going there. She couldn't help but feel puzzled by this mysteriousness. Did the Dowager Empress write a letter to me? Immediately after reading it, Rebel couldn't help but tremble. Let's reveal your secret together at the tea party. I am truly curious to see Sistine's face when she learns who you are. Remember to bring the newspaper article with you. She almost couldn't believe that the Dowager had played such a painful trick on her. What did the Dowager Empress say? Soon the moon was high in the sky, and as Rebel stepped to the door, she was greeted by a knight. Welcome, Princess. She maintained her usual flawless smile. Hello. But inwardly, her emotions were surging. Why did the Dowager Empress tell me to bring the newspaper article? She isn't planning to. The knight immediately reported to those inside. Her Royal Highness the Princess has arrived. Meanwhile, Rebel was preparing for the situations that might unfold. She must be making me read it in front of Sistine. However, before the curtain was truly unveiled, she still appeared calm. Good evening, Your Imperial Majesty. The Dowager, full of eager anticipation, said, Here you are. Karis's mood was also much brighter. You're a bit late. Rebel felt a little awkward with the two of them. I apologize for being late. But then she unexpectedly showed leniency. No need, it was I who summoned you so urgently.
Are you ready for today's surprise event? Sweat poured down her forehead like a stream due to stress. The Dowager acted as if she didn't notice, continuing to tease. Oh, she brought this article. Right, bring it here for me to read. Rebel trembled incessantly at her swift attack. Right now? But Sistine will be here in a moment. The Dowager looked very curious about this. So are you planning to tell him today? She also frankly stated her intentions. I plan to release the morning article tomorrow, so today I want to talk privately with Sistine. Just then, his calm voice rang out from behind. About what? She had adopted a posture ready to soak up the drama. Oh, Sistine has arrived. How wonderful. His demeanor is as dignified as ever. Sorry for the delay. What is everyone talking about? What's that folder? Everything happened so fast, making Rebel extremely awkward. But Karis helped her resolve that stammering. It's about you.
She was even more astonished when she was betrayed without an ounce of mercy. Sistine, meanwhile, grew more curious. Me? Can I see it? With things having come to this, Rebel could only resign herself. Yes. The title on it was incredibly easy for him to recognize. A report on me, Sistine, the Empire's Swordmaster. Draft. The pictures taken in the Grand Duchy must have been taken by you. She could only weep silently for her fate. Yes. Sistine continued to reassure her, unaware of the other party's screaming inner turmoil. It's fine, as long as it's a truthful article. Can I read the whole thing? Rebel's head bowed lower and lower with his words. Of course. The bigger the scandal, the more Karis enjoyed it. Someone, bring popcorn here. Sistine carefully read and turned each page. Just then, she suddenly took action. Wait, before you read, will you promise me one thing? This article contains no lies, but you might feel betrayed. No, you will definitely feel that way. So if you're angry, just be angry. If you're sad, just be sad. Whatever it is, don't try to suppress your emotions. That's all I ask. His attitude was unexpectedly calm. Okay, that's right. So, Rebel could only utter one word at this moment. Thank you. Finally, it had come to an end.
He flipped open the first page. Sistine, the Empire's Swordmaster. Rebel's heart was in turmoil at this moment. I had set aside personal feelings about Sistine in this article. There was no blind praise or baseless criticism, only an explanation of his role in quelling the coup, and how had the duchy restored peace. From the perspective of reporter Bell, an observer, after finishing the article, he quietly handed it back to me. I wanted to see his reaction, but I didn't have the courage, and I knew that once he learned the truth, that I was reporter Bell. Sistain's heart at this moment was strangely calm. So that's how it was. At first, I only thought she was trying to hide her job and postpone explaining. It was because Rebel was working as a top-secret inspection assistant, and later I simply assumed she was Belle's intern reporter. He broke the silence. The article states it's based on Belle's investigation. Does that mean Reporter Belle is you? She confirmed, embarrassed. Yes, I am Reporter Belle. Sistane looked at Rebel thoughtfully, then stated, So, when you said you'd introduce me to Reporter Belle, this is what you meant? You two knew about this already? Kyrus sighed in rebuttal. Don't misunderstand. We only knew from investigating her background. He turned back to Rebel and continued to ask, You've been hiding this from me all this time? Is it because you knew I hated Reporter Belle? She had no choice but to answer honestly. Initially, yes. You seemed like you wanted to devour Reporter Belle alive. Later, I deliberately hid it from you because I needed to stay by your side to investigate Duke Pill.
His voice deepened. May I ask one more thing? Rebel replied, Of course. Sistine looked at her and finally voiced the question that had weighed on his mind for so long. Why did you write those tabloid articles about me? I searched tirelessly for Reporter Belle just to ask this question. I wanted to confront them, to ask them why they wrote those articles. Why publish stories about me? Why torture me by twisting the truth like that? Why couldn't you leave me alone? But if Rebel is Reporter Belle, everything has changed, he expressed. I don't think you fabricated those stories for power or money like other reporters. I want to know why you reluctantly wrote those articles. She clutched the documents in her hand. When I first started as a reporter, the editor-in-chief saw when my transformation wore off. For him to help keep my identity and abilities a secret, he forced me to write valuable, sensational stories. And you know what happened next. I witnessed the trade of Laya herbs and connected it with your public vow never to marry. Normally, I would have to confirm information before publishing, but I was afraid my identity would be revealed, and nothing could make the editor-in-chief happier than this article. I also didn't realize what you had to endure. I inadvertently sacrificed you to save my own life. Her hands clasped tightly together, too distressed to speak.
Rebel's voice spoke softly. I'm sorry I hurt you, and I'm sorry I kept so many secrets. I'm sorry. Seeing her like that, he grew worried. Rebel, she cut him off. You don't need to forgive me. I shouldn't be with you anymore. With those words, she wanted to run away from there. Sistine, panicked, chased after her. Rebel, let's talk for a moment. Rebel looked back, her voice choked. Don't follow me!
But right at this moment, her feet lost momentum, causing her to stumble. He ran over anxiously. Rebel! She cursed inwardly, embarrassed. Damn it, I couldn't even run far. Sistine had now reached her side, asking anxiously, Are you okay? Or should I take you to see a medic? She didn't understand. She had wanted to end this well, yet she always ended up embarrassing herself. And why did he seem so worried? He looked at her cautiously. I'll take you. Rebel avoided his gaze, questioning. Why did you come out? I told you I'm Reporter Belle, the one who tormented you. I've also lied to you many times. So why are you still chasing after me and even worrying about me? Don't you hate me? Sistine was stunned. He pondered for a moment, then replied decisively. No, I don't hate you. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Huh? Sistine calmly continued. You told me to express my feelings frankly. When I read the article, I thought I would do that too. My time in the Grand Duchy has been a series of surprises, and so has the Grand Duke I've been. But when I realized you were Reporter Belle, so that's how it is, I was only slightly surprised. It's probably because Reporter Belle is you, the one who said it wouldn't matter if I were a monster. Rebel thought back to before her wedding with Sistine. She had once imagined what it would be like if he found out who she truly was, but she couldn't imagine the expression on his face, though it would surely be horrified. But that thought was foolish, because even though he had discovered her identity, his face now was utterly happy. It doesn't matter to me who you are anymore. I love you. That is my most sincere feeling right now.
She looked at the Sistine of now and thought to herself, back then he still confessed his feelings and smiled so brightly at me. At Sistine's unexpected confession, Rebel blushed, stammering in disbelief. No way, you must have forgotten everything I've done because it's been so long. On our wedding night, I called out another man's name. I squandered our entire fortune on parties just to find an excuse to leave. I also said hurtful things to you and even looked for someone to replace me. My articles also made others think wrongly of you. I've done so much wrong. How could you possibly love me? Hearing that, he stood up and slowly said, As much as I hate Reporter Belle, if you weren't Belle, I would never have met you at that tavern. And if you hadn't hidden your identity to stay by my side, I would still be lost in a nightmare. Thanks to you, I can be myself. If all of this was to get us to where we are now, there's no reason I can't accept it.
So don't blame yourself or want to leave me anymore. I have more reasons to be grateful to you than to resent you.
Each sincere word made tears stream down her face unconsciously. Rebel covered her mouth with her hand to stifle a sob. She couldn't help but blame herself. "What have I done to you, my lord?" Sistine, startled, called out, "Rebel!" She choked out, "I'm so sorry." But he immediately cut her off. "That's enough apologies. I don't want to hear you apologize anymore." Her eyes glistening with tears, she looked at Sistine. Finally, Rebel confessed her feelings and gently placed a kiss on his lips. "I love you. I love you so much, Sistine." From another corner, Karis witnessed everything and quietly sighed, saying, "I had planned to bring up something else after the secret was revealed, but it seems the mood has shifted in a different direction."
Guard, when those two return, tell them to go home. The party is over. A few days later, the Cridberry newspaper's front page featured an article correcting the rumors about Sistine. Many heroic stories about him erased all the prejudices he had suffered in the past, leading everyone to honor him as the Empire's sword. Sistine's new moniker, the Empire's Sword, and the headlines Exclusive, the luxurious nightlife of the Empire's Sword, and Sistine von Duranta, a shocking interview with the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess, quickly graced the cover. Reporter, Bell. After the sincere reconciliation at the Royal Palace a week ago, Sistine asked me to write an article, clearly still recognizing the guilt tormenting me. Recalling that scene, after their intimacy, he spoke first. "How about you write a correction article?" Rebel didn't understand and asked again. "Huh?" Sistine persuaded. "You know better than anyone that your article wasn't the truth." Realizing that he had discovered all her distress, she immediately blushed. Rebel stammered in protest. "But if I publish a correction now, everyone will think it's because you pressured me." Nevertheless, Sistine reassured her, "If the Duranta family personally says it, no one will think that. Then, I want to clarify the issue of Laya herbs," the Grand Duke continued. "I use them to stabilize my mana. That's all." When teasing the Grand Duchess about what she thought of the rumors at the time, Grand Duchess Duranta merely blushed and said she had no opinion. The exclusive, shocking interview with the Grand Duke, the Empire's Sword, and Grand Duchess Duranta, the article was finished.
Back in the present, she held the newspaper in her hand, her face dark. The Emperor and Empress Dowager must be laughing their heads off. They knew perfectly well I wrote it. He gently hugged Rebel from behind. "Does that matter?" "I wrote it for us." "So have you decided on your next article?" She flinched and replied, "Oh, that reminds me. I've quit my job as a reporter." Hearing that, Sistine was surprised. "Huh?" Rebel immediately explained. "Back then I did it to make ends meet, but now there's no reason to continue." Suddenly he turned to her and asked, "Rebel, I've always wondered why, out of so many professions, you chose to be a reporter. It's not an easy job, nor is it something people do without a reason." The question hit a sensitive spot, and she stammered, "Well," then Rebel recalled, "In my previous life, I was also a reporter. That profession exists in almost all universes. Not to mention this is a romantic fantasy novel with too many nobles, providing countless materials for articles. As a noble lady, I couldn't take on just any job, but thanks to my innate ability to transform, being a reporter was the most suitable job. And then I'm confident I do this job best. Not to mention, I also enjoy exposing the truth about corrupt individuals and making them confess, and I also want to hear the stories of those who have been treated unfairly." And then, finally, she replied with a smile, "I'm confident I do this job best. Sometimes I receive a few thank you letters, and that reward helps me get through the toughest times." Hearing this enthusiastic reply, Sistine burst out laughing. Rebel paused, asking in confusion, "Why are you laughing, sir?" He quickly replied, "You declared there was no reason to continue, yet you've been talking about that job with such pride. Why don't you continue, Rebel? Now that your livelihood is no longer threatened, you can write whatever you want. It's clear you really love this job." She stammered, "You think so, sir?" Sistine immediately replied, "Indeed, your eyes are incredibly radiant when you speak of it. Think about it carefully. That job is very suitable for an upright person like you. Let's get some sleep. We still have to go to the Royal Palace early tomorrow morning." Rebel obediently complied. "Yes." The next morning, the sky was clear and blue, the weather was cool, and sunlight filtered through the leaves. Inside the palace, he and she were paying their respects. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Karis closed the book in his hand and praised. "Good. Perfectly on time."
"You stay here. The Grand Princess will be escorted to the garden." Rebel reacted. "Huh? How can that be?" He cut her off and continued, "The Queen Mother wants to speak with her privately, and I have something private to discuss with you." After that, she slowly opened the door and went out alone. But Rebel was still worried and turned back to look at the tightly closed door, thinking to herself, "Is it okay to leave them alone? Sistine's mana issue is temporarily no longer a problem. His Majesty also doesn't resent him as before." But at this moment, the Dowager stepped up from behind and softly called, "My dear." The sound startled her, and she turned her head back.
She laughed loudly. They're not children anymore. Rebel trembled in fear. How did your majesty read my thoughts? The dowager immediately denied. Of course not. Let's go to the garden. I called you here to bestow a reward.
She immediately froze. Noticing the confusion in Rebel's eyes, she immediately reiterated, I asked you to help Sistine express his true feelings, didn't I? You kept your promise, so now it's time for me to reward you. Rebel rubbed her teacup, nervously declining. I am very content with my current situation. Your Majesty doesn't need to give me anything more. The dowager immediately explained, but I would feel better if I did. What you've done has exceeded my expectations. Come now, tell me, is there anything you desire, Rebel? The dowager pressed, is there anything you want, Rebel? After a moment of thought, Rebel hesitantly spoke. I have a plan, but would it be all right to ask for something too grand? She generously replied, Of course it is, Rebel. I am the Dowager Empress after all. Finally, she expressed, I want to open a newspaper office. The dowager asked in surprise, A newspaper office? I thought you said you didn't want to be a reporter anymore. Rebel scratched her head, shyly explaining, Well, yesterday, after talking with Sistine, I realized how much I love this job, so I changed my mind and decided to continue. But the existing newspaper offices only focus on wealth and profit, rather than what the public truly cares about. As a result, their articles are very biased, and they don't even allow reporters to write about important stories. Moreover, that place caused Sistine too much pain, so I don't want to cooperate with them anymore. Besides, there are many reporters who want the freedom to write as I do. I want to offer a new beginning for those who have had to compromise their integrity for money and power. I want to create a newspaper that only tells the truth. She listened silently and attentively from beginning to end, then the dowager gently placed her teacup on the table. If that is your wish, and also for the people of this empire, there is no reason for me not to allow it. Have you thought of a name for the publishing house yet? She excitedly replied, Yes, it's Transparent Secrets. At the same time, inside the palace, Karis took a sip of tea and inquired, It's been a long time since you last visited the Grand Duchy. Has your mana stabilized? Sistine quickly replied, No problem. He continued, So would it be convenient to talk about that day? Understanding the issue Karis was referring to, Sistine's expression darkened. He hesitated, replying, Yes, but may I ask your highness a question? He was surprised, but quickly agreed. What is it? Sistine immediately spoke. That day, I swore I would not contend for the throne and promised to become a swordmaster to protect your highness. But why don't you believe me? Karis's expression became serious as he intently observed and listened to his question. Over time, his emotions had gradually faded, but this one question still gnawed at his heart. To shake off everything and move forward, he needed to hear his brother's answer. After a moment, he finally began to express, I didn't intend to say this, because it sounds nothing short of an excuse, but I suppose there's no other choice.
When father began to favor you, my supporters, who wanted me to be the next emperor, said that you were also pursuing the throne. But as you know, I once trusted you more than even mother, so I didn't care about their claims.
Karis recalled the moment those nobles were manipulating him together. It could be my brother, I thought, but I never truly know what he thinks. Why not conduct a test? Surely I am also concerned. In hindsight, it was a poor attempt to turn me against you. They offered him a sweet apple. Here, your majesty. But this time I couldn't think clearly, because a part of me shared the same thoughts. Those nobles were pulling Karis's strings from behind. When everything goes smoothly, no one reveals their true nature. Make the prince harbor resentment, then greed will surely surface. If Prince Sistine is loyal to me, he will not waver under any circumstances. So I treated you coldly and pushed you away. I knew it caused you great pain, and I rationalized it as necessary for our trust. The day you swore an oath to me was also the last day of the test. I recalled the moment Karis asked in a cold voice, How do I know you don't care about the throne? And you failed that test. I didn't judge you based on the person you were then, but that single moment led to a cold war between us. However, when you said you were furious because your emotions overwhelmed you, that was also the first time I wondered if the test itself had been unreasonable from the start.
You extended your hand to me first, only to receive words that I didn't trust you at all. No matter how loyal one is, naturally their emotions would be stirred. And it's no different from saying that I trust you, but then stab you in the back. The reason I called you here today is because I want to apologize. I chose to believe their words over my own brother's, and then tested you just to ease my own worries. I lived a life pretending that I was suffering from betrayal. Only now do I realize that you were the one who suffered from betrayal first. I'm sorry, Sistine. These heartfelt words touched Sistine slightly. He replied with satisfaction. So you pretended not to trust me to test me. If that's the case, then I feel relieved. Hearing this, he was stunned. Huh? He continued. This means you didn't completely distrust me. At that time you seemed cruel, but now I understand. Due to father's favoritism, plus the power I was honing seemed like a threat. I knew you would certainly be worried. After all, you were just a child. Now that everything is over and you have shared your thoughts with me, for me, that is enough.
Karis lowered his face, full of self-reproach, and spoke. I'm a little ashamed that you forgave me so easily. May I ask a question? In contrast, Sistine was in a very good mood and quickly replied, Of course. He cautiously raised his teacup and asked, You said you lost control that day because emotions overwhelmed you. Was that emotion anger? The question stirred up emotions, causing his eyes to waver slightly. Then Sistine hesitated for a moment before answering. No, it was just really unpleasant. Sistine and Karis strode down the street. Even after that day, the Emperor and Sistine continued to spend time easing old tensions and gradually restoring their fraternal bond. The Dowager Empress also sought to connect. She visited the Grand Duchy, listened to Sistine's confidences, and apologized for what she had overlooked. Sistine merely shook his head and reassured her that he knew she had suffered greatly because of him. Little by little, the royal family members who had once kept their distance now untangled all the knots in their hearts. Afterwards, Emperor Karis announced the imperial family's summer vacation. His Majesty informed us that he and the imperial family, including myself, would be taking a trip soon. Grand Duke and Grand Duchess Duranta also accompanied him, officially embarking on a long holiday. We arrived at a villa near the bay. The Dowager Empress smiled gently. The weather is so sunny that we can see the sea clearly, and it's not as humid as I thought. Sistine slowly walked behind her. Yes, it seems we've chosen the most suitable time. Karis, however, showed no interest in the trip. It's because I insisted that going now is the right choice. If we had followed the Grand Duchess's suggestion and gone last week, we would have only seen rain.
Rebel shyly said, Your Majesty, the sunlight shining down on the azure sea, that's a holiday full of endless laughter, just like a holiday every family should have. A year later, the Rone family was accused of oppressing local merchants to raise the prices of essential goods. What was the truth behind it? Bimat Minbat became famous not long after its establishment. The man dropped a gold coin and said, 1 copy of Bimat Minbat. The young woman behind him raised her finger, me too. With such demand, the newspaper soon became a national publication alongside Cryberry. Its rapid rise to fame was partly due to the quality of its articles, but its success largely stemmed from reporter Bell being the exclusive journalist for Bimat Minbat. With a generous salary and no pressure from powerful figures, even famous reporters from other newspapers wanted to join, and Bimat Mingbat's influence continued to grow day by day.
Ciel appeared from somewhere and asked, Still reading the newspaper? 9, still holding the newspaper firmly, looked up. That's right, because I have officially become the Grand Duchess's bodyguard, I should also follow Grand Duke Duranta's orders. Ciel recalled Sistine carrying a stack of newspapers. I have subscribed to the Transparent Secret newspaper, hoping everyone can read it regularly. She sighed softly, her gaze directed towards the deep blue sky. Just reading the Duchess's articles is enough. A hand offered the Transparent Secret newspaper to Ciel. Miss Ciel should read this article. Transparent Secret. Exclusive. Count Rooney suspected of forcing local merchants to raise prices. Count Rooney denies the accusation, calling it a baseless rumor and announcing his intention to focus on the upcoming banquet. Anyway, today is the day we find out if the rumor is true.
People gathered in large numbers that evening at Rooney Manor. The man spoke up. A gold mine has been discovered on your land. Wealth is only a matter of time. The woman behind him couldn't help but exclaim, You are truly blessed. Ever since you married the princess, everything has turned in your favor. Sistine agreed. Yes, I think so too. Rebel's voice made him turn his head. What's everyone talking about so happily? I just stepped away for a moment and missed the conversation. The man smiled and replied, We were just saying how many blessings the princess has brought to His Highness. Rebel's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, really? Then I want to hear it from his own mouth. May I borrow His Highness for a moment? As dusk fell, fireflies danced across the air. Rebel pulled out a notebook. Sistine, I found the document. Sistine took it. Where did you find it? She smiled brightly. Thanks to disguising myself as a maid, I thought I should check the servants' quarters, and sure enough, it was there. Her gaze was fixed on him. Sistine still serves the Empire as the commander of the capital's night squad and the inspection team, and I also assist the inspection team with my shapeshifting ability. That's the real reason we're attending the party today. He read through it once and praised. Well done. Have you met Ciel yet? Rebel replied. Yes. I told her I found what we were looking for, but Ciel said she would search even more thoroughly, so I guess we'll have to stay here longer than expected. What should we do now? While she was still chattering away, he walked behind her and raised a hand to call a servant. He took a glass of wine. Why don't we just relax for a bit and enjoy the party atmosphere? Rebel blushed shyly. Oh, where did this wine come from? Sistine's voice was gentle. From the servant who was watching us. She slowly raised the glass to her lips and drank. Sistine watched her intently with gentle eyes. His voice carried warmth. Rebel? She turned to look at him. Yes? He asked seriously. Are you happy?
Rebel was momentarily surprised by his question. Why do you ask? His golden hair fluttered in the wind. I recall what you said before, that you wanted to live a comfortable and happy life when you married me. I don't know if that wish has come true yet. She thought to herself, that's right, I did say that. Rebel moved closer to him, her smile radiant. Honestly, I feel incredibly fulfilled. We support each other unconditionally, and sometimes we even have romantic moments like this. This is even more than I ever dreamed of. I couldn't be happier. And you, Sistine? A smile appeared on his face. What do you think my answer would be?
As for Sistine, he was the male lead of a non-romantic fantasy novel. In this world, there was no such thing as love, and Sistine's ending should have been devoid of hope, dreams, or love. But from the moment he met me, everything changed. Thanks to this chance encounter, I saved Sistine, and after many twists and turns, we became each other's destiny. That's how someone as insignificant as me became the female lead. He smiled softly. I am happy too. As long as I'm by your side, I'm always happy. Rebel, in her colorful attire, smiled brightly. I think so too. Sistine maintained his gentle smile as he looked at his beautiful woman. His smile grew even brighter, and his cheeks began to flush. Exactly. Their lives were no longer filled with storms, but only smiles. The ending of the romantic fantasy novel we wrote was a picture of ultimate happiness. Thank you for watching today's video, and with that, we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. We sincerely thank you for watching. Have a great day.